Good morning and welcome to day number 2 of the BCA Elite Division. Today we're back here at Darrell's Road to continue action between Wanderers and A&A Auto Parts Empire. I'm Rashawn Hackett and today I'm joined by Mr. Wayne
Holder.
Mr. Wayne Holder. How are you doing today, sir?
I am very well, sir, and it's a pleasure to be here and, of course, to be alongside you. Um, how old are you, Rashawn?
I'm 18 years old,
Well,
sir.
I've been doing this thing for about 25 years now, so long before you, but that doesn't mean anything other than that we are partners and we are equals.
Most definitely, and it also is a pleasure to be alongside you. I'm hoping to learn a lot today as we take in some of this action. So we see opening bowling for Wanderers on day 2 is Raymond Reefer, and facing up for Empire is Mario Albert.
Well, yes, Mario Albert, a new acquisition by the Empire Club, would have been around the circuit more or less. He played a number of years for the Maple team. That's where he started, and then transferred to the police, where he was actually a member of the constabulary. And here he is now, starting a new section of his career with the Empire Club.
Good straight drive down the ground from Mario Albert. And as you said, Mario Albert, he's one that brings a wealth of experience to the Empire side, having played for so many years at so many different clubs. And you weren't here last week, Mr. Wayne Holder, but he kept exceptionally well, and now he's coming back today to hope to repeat the same with the bat. So I'm excited to see what today holds.
Well, I'm not surprised that you said that he kept excellently, because he has been known to be one of the to possess one of the safer pair of hands among wicket keepers in the island. And
Lovely shot over the top, driving this one all the way for 6. Albert opens the day with an exquisite shot straight back over the boundary for 6 runs.
beautifully executed shot too, keeping his shape very well. One can see that high extension of the front arm as he got under innocuous delivery really from Reefer, just about in the slot and asked to be hit. And Mario Albert, no slouch, put it away, as you said, perfectly straight as a die over the head of the bowler.
Yes, and Empire definitely have come back today to continue their dominance from last week. In case viewers weren't here, Wanderers, having won the toss last week and batted first, were bowled out for just 176, with the charge being led from Shem Watson scoring 49, and contribution from Ian Boyce, who scored 30, and Jordan Niles, who scored 26. But yeah, last week was all about one bowler and one bowler only. Jaden Yard taking 7 for 41 for the Empire side, and in return, Empire came back and ended the 157 for 4, with Kevin Stout leading the way with 59 from just 59 deliveries. So they really came here last week and they stepped on Wanderers. They were totally dominant, and we see that they're continuing this from that shot play just now.
Well, let's take a look at a stop at Jaden Yard. Excellent beginning for him playing at this level for the Empire side. The young man who has been around a few years, still very young, I should say, and very inexperienced. But announcing himself to the local cricket fraternity last Saturday. I heard a number of questions around where I was last Saturday, and the question was like, "Who's Jaden Yard? Where did he?" And that question went out. But a young man, I would have seen him about, and it's great to see that he has brought himself to the notice of the cricket public. As far as Empire are concerned, they, as you mentioned, dominated the first day's play, and as we come back here today, looking to continue that dominance. Wanderers would want to limit the damage to as far as whatever lead Empire may get, but I think Empire very much in the driver's seat in this one coming into the second day.
Yes, Empire definitely did stamp their authority last week. And you mentioned many people asking about who is the youngster Jaden Yard. Jaden Yard is a fantastic pace bowler. He comes from the Princess Margaret Secondary School, and he's come and he stated his spot immediately in this Empire side. Albert just leaving that one outside of the off stump. So we're back here and ready for play.
But yes, a beautiful day for cricket too, I must tell you. Glorious sunshine. And I myself, just thinking back thinking back in the years, this would have been a perfect Saturday. This is the kind of day that I lived for as a cricketer. Beautifully straw-colored looking pitch and outfield looking hard and fast. I would love to be batting today.
Yes, it definitely looks to be great conditions for batting, and Albert definitely thinks so. Hitting this one over the mid-off region once again, but it won't run into the boundary. Fielder does well, and they come back for 2 runs.
Yes, some daring fielding there by I think that's Jazz Griffith at mid-off, having to contend with the wall at that long off position. But Albert not timing it as well as the previous delivery because the ball wasn't as far close to him as the previous delivery and looking to play through the line. Just mistimed it slightly and the scoring restricted to just two.
Yes, Albert, he's come out and he's come positive. He's in a no-nonsense mood here today.
Well, he seems to be. Well, that is typical Mario Albert. Very aggressive as a batter, and a fine grab by the Empire Club. I must say, with Albert leaving police, I believe a number of teams might have been jostling for his services. I know of one particular team who dearly wanted to grab onto him at a lower level, but on the scale. But eventually, Empire winning that race to sign Mario Albert. So good first over though for Empire. Albert picking up a maximum and then a couple of runs, starting at 146. It was Empire 157 for four, so just 19 runs behind on first innings and picking up some 8 runs in that first over. So creeping closer to their first target, which will be first innings lead, and then
New bowler into the attack for Wanderers side is Ian Boyce, and he'll be facing up for Empire is
Hurdle.
Kofi Hurdle. Just tucks that one into the leg side and they'll scamper a quick single. Boyce starting tidily, and Ian Boyce, he's one who's known to bowl tidy off spin for Wanderers. He turns the ball, but he also has the ability to deceive batsmen with his pace and his bounce. So Ian Boyce, we see that early on in the day, he has the short leg in place and the back pad, so he'll be looking to get some turn out of this wicket, potentially setting up batsmen short around the bat.
Haven't seen a lot of him over the last couple of seasons, but know of his exploits by following the scores.
We see that delivery there, turning exactly as I would have now mentioned, so we understand why he would have the short leg and the leg slip in place.
Not only turning, but the bounce that I was very impressed with the bounce that he got out of, he extracted out of that delivery.
Just tucks that one into the leg side again. They're looking to come back for 2, and they'll get there safely.
Yeah, a couple of runs, getting that one line a bit too straight. I hesitate to say too straight because I've learned that there are some persons who take exception to us commentators referring to deliveries as much too straight. But on that occasion, the off spinner bowling to the right-handed batter, getting that ball middle and leg, so making it easier to go with the tight there for Albert, and just working it behind square. There's the fielder right back on the boundary at deep backward square. So anything played softly into that area of the ground, easily 2 runs.
Boyce tidy on that occasion again. And you talked about the bounce and turn out of this wicket, which is unusual for a Wanderers wicket in just the second over of the day. So we see a change here. Wanderers is known to be flat, dry and hard, which is typically suited for the batsmen. Boyce tidy on that occasion again.
And over, tidy-ish over from Ian Boyce. And you talk about that bounce, maybe a bit of early preparation, moisture. We see the batters doing a bit of patting of areas on the pitch, which would suggest that there's some impressions being made by the ball. But as you said, over the years, Wanderers known as a fairly slow, flat, placid opening surface for batting on, but maybe just a bit of early preparation moisture. This match starting last Saturday, and of course, with the game continuing tomorrow, I think that the regulation states that there will be no further preparation. So to prepare the match for the pitch to last those 2 days, there will be that bit of extra moisture inputted.
Yes, so we're starting the 28th over now. And umpire at 168 for 4. Raymond Reefer back into the attack for Wanderers.
Just 9 more runs to pick up those valuable first innings points. Empire already with 4 bowling points. In the coming out of the Wanderers first innings, Wanderers with no points yet actually.
Yes, so Wanderers will look to come back here this weekend and have a better weekend than they did last week. We just saw last weekend that they appear to have not shaken off the rust as yet, coming and playing some loose shots. Batsmen got starts. A lot of them got starts actually, but just giving their hands away. So we'd like to see a tidier batting performance from Wanderers this weekend, along with a tidy bowling performance.
And I think that is going to be prerequisite, because they're going to need to get this fairly powerful looking Empire batting lineup dismissed first of all.
Just clipping that one off the legs, and it runs close to the boundary, but a fine leg fielder will come around and clean it up. They'll easily come back for 2 runs. That's Kofi Huddle on strike.
Delivery, angling into the right-handed batter. Raymond Reefer left arm around the wicket. So tending to look to dart that ball in towards that front pad of the right-handed batter. That delivery pitch just a bit back of a length, worked off the area just below the hip.
Hurdle just forward, blocking that delivery. 2 slips and a gully in place for a Reefer, along with a point extra cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a fine leg fielder. So he has coverage around every part of the field, but the 2 slips and the gully. So I assume he'll be looking to induce that early edge from the batsman, possibly looking to pitch up, get the batsmen into their drives, and the slips will just hope to clean it up.
Well, heavily stacked offside field.
See a big drive on that occasion. Empire have come out aggressive.
Looking for that drive there, Hurdle. Again, not to the pitch of it. The ball actually coming off the inner half of the bat, as he found himself getting a much more right hand into the shot than he might have required.
Yes, Reefer comes back into Hurdle. Just clips that one into the leg side. Fielded as well, no run.
Well, yeah, much tighter over this time from Reefer, having conceded that boundary in the first over. Noticeably, he bowled all the deliveries to Hurdle rather than Albert this time. But I think he'd be glad to pull the scoring rate back and settle into his work. He's going to be a very important cog in the Wanderers' wheel. Raymond Reefer, with all of his experience and guile and skill, I suspect that Captain Lovell will be depending very heavily on Raymond Reefer to really keep Wanderers in this match.
Yes, most definitely. 28 overs come to an end. A&A Auto Parts Empire 174. Just tucking into the leg side on that occasion. Square leg fielder comes around as well. 1 run.
Well, some hesitation in the running. I suspect that Albert might have been somewhat surprised to see Griffith in at that backward square position, because in the previous over he had been placed right back on the boundary way out in the deep. And I'm not so sure that he recognized that the field change had been made. He looked rather surprised. The single was always on. The ball was played away to Griffith's right.
Loud appeal. Umpire says no. Let's just have a look at the field of Ian Boyce though. He has 1 slip in place. He has an extra cover. Mid-off, long on, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and that square leg who's a bit behind the wicket along with a short leg. Another bit of confusion in the middle. Hurdle and Albert just look to have a bit of miscommunication between the wickets.
Well, yes, Albert, who would have been going to the danger end, urging his partner to come through for the single, but I don't think Hurdle was really prepared for the run. He was just satisfied to keep that ball out of his bats. Noticeably, though, you described the field, 6 men on the onside. So looking to bowl straight, Boyce, and attack the pad, attack the stumps, bring that man up forward, short leg into the play.
Big sweep, goes down on one knee, and this will run all the way into the boundary. So Hurdle picks up yet another boundary, and Empire continue their run fast.
Going with the flow more or less there, Hurdle. We talked about that deliberate middle and leg stump line and getting down on the bat knee quite early and sweeping, helping this one around. Suspect that one might have been lying a bit outside of the leg stump, so a safe looking shot.
We see yet again big turn from Ian Boyce. 29 overs come to an end, 175 for 4.
Well, just a couple of runs away. The Empire side, as these two, the overnight not out pair, are looking to get very much into their stride.
Yes, just one run away from the first innings lead for Empire. So they'll secure first innings points comfortably.
Sun blazing down here at Darrell's Road. So look out towards the eastern side of the ground. I remember that side of the ground being a lot more populated. I think. Like,
steep bounce on that delivery. So far from this wicket, we've seen a lot for the bowlers. We see Boyce getting a bit of bounce and turn. And now we see Raymond Reefer, who's bowling his left arm pace, extracting a steep bounce from off of a length.
Yes, and the both batters showing some concern to the area where that particular delivery pitched. Albert may be guilty of being lunging onto the front foot a bit too early, and that one kicked off the surface. Handled it well though, managed to get his bottom hand off the bat and keep it down in front of him. Those two slips in the gully there lurking.
Pull that one all the way, and it goes into the boundary for 4 runs. Albert rocks back on the back foot and pulls that one easily behind square. 4 runs. Empire carry their tally up to 179 for 4.
Missing both length and line on that occasion. Refer delivery just back of a length and angling down the leg side. And Albert again pulling it off the front foot, getting under it and picking up the length quite early. And no one at home in that deep backward square area. So another safe shot. First bounce into the boundary at deep square. So the first innings points now to Empire.
Yes, Empire have now officially secured first innings points, carrying their tally up to 179 for 4. How will Reefer redeem himself? And it goes up. Fielder settles under it. That looks to be Jazz Griffith. And he settles comfortably and takes the catch. Albert goes, just playing a big drive over the offside, but Fielder does well, circling under it and taking the catch safely.
Well, Raymond Reefer winning the war. Albert winning a couple of battles, but cleverly bowled there by Reefer. You recognize that the line was a bit wider of that all stump, and Albert again not to the pitch, looking for that straight hit down the ground. The ball coming off the bottom part of the bat and lofting up to mid-off. Jazz Griffith took a very good catch, very well judged. It could have been a tricky one. He had to be running, looking over his left shoulder, but I think he did very, very well. Excellent work by him and a good breakthrough for the Wanderers side.
Excellent catch from Jazz Griffith. Indeed, it's never easy to take those catches running back. And once again, we see yet another batter fall softly on this Wanderers pitch, where they just got another start, but fell yet again.
Well, Albert gone for...
Albert goes for just 20 runs.
20. And the breaks will come, having done his job as well. The first part of his job, he's gotten his team past the 100, that 176. So now it's left to the 5 wickets down. The all-rounders in the
New batsman to the crease for ANA Auto Parts Empire is Jaden Edmond.
yes, as again, as we talk about one of the all-rounders in this Empire side, let's take a look at the batting left for Empire. Mario Albert taught Jazz Griffith, bowled Raymond Reefer for 20, 179.
Edmond faces his first delivery. Short delivery in and behind that one, just blocking it out.
So Jaden Edmond, very much a fast bowling all-rounder, fancies himself with the bat. And if he gets the opportunity, you will see him, he'll be very keen to put bat to ball. Empire now looking to forge a significant lead on first innings.
Just eases this one into the offside. Point fielder comes around. It does well, just gets 1 run.
So he gets off the mark. And Huddle, the established batter, who will be charged with the responsibility of guiding this lower half of Empire's batting lineup.
Short delivery from Reefer. Hurdle just ducks out of the way of that one, loses his helmet. But another over comes to an end. 30 overs come to an end, 179 for the loss of 5.
That is successful over there for Raymond Reefer. And yes, now he'll be looking to, with the new batter in, Wanderers seeing something of an opening. I would want to take advantage, would want to apply pressure to the new batter in particular, and look to continue to pick up wickets as they seek to restrict this lead by Wanderers.
Most definitely, Wanderers will have to do their best with the ball to pull back and restrict Empire so as to the lead to not get out too far. Boyce into Edmond. Flighted delivery. Edmond does well. Just block that one.
Different line employed there. That delivery coming down just outside the off stump, but on a very good length. And Edmond immaculately on the front foot, bat and pad. Switch of fielders there. The deep mid wicket and the shortish mid wicket exchange places. Pius Emilion now in the yellow hat in at short mid wicket.
Another good delivery from Boyce. He's just targeting the stumps all the time, constantly asking the batsmen to play at his deliveries. It's always good to see Mr. Holder when a spinner comes and targets his stump consistently, asking the batsmen to play, not giving them any time to think at all, which he does so excellently there again. It's fantastic to see spinners toiling away, targeting the batsmen, and usually when we see spells like this, batsmen usually get frustrated and would go for a big shot. Blocking on that occasion once again.
I have a philosophy actually that I've noticed that the bowlers, especially the spin bowlers who get the most wickets in local domestic cricket, are the ones, as you said, who target the stumps, who make the batsman play at a lot of balls. And eventually, a number of the players at this level not having that patience and discipline, and eventually they will make an error, and it's just up to the fielding side to capitalize.
Lovely driven through the cover region. It eases close to the boundary. The fielder chases it down. Well done by the fielder. They'll come back for the 3rd run now. That's Edmond picking up 3 runs.
Nice shot by Jaden Edmond. This time not just blocking the delivery, but actually going through and stroking the ball through the cover area. Not a lot of fielders on that offside. And young Hart putting in a big effort. 3 runs off that final delivery.
Yes, another tidy over comes to an end for Boyce, bringing the score up to 182 for 5.
You see, it will be Raymond Reefer to continue. He will be bowling to Kofi Huddle, who would have resumed from his overnight position.
Yes, you talked about Hurdle resuming from last week, sorry. He's now on 20 from 35 deliveries, so he has a start. He will look to carry that start on and potentially capitalize it into a half century, and if all goes his way, potentially into a century. Low appeal there from the Wanderers side, but no bat on that occasion. Reefer just bowling a constant line and length outside of the off stump.
I did say that Reefer would have been bowling to Hurdle, not remembering that the final delivery was actually 3 runs, so at least Edmund on strike, and at that time going right through but delivery pitch just about a 5th stump line, and Edmund guilty of playing away from his body, luckily not getting the edge. Some encouragement now for the Wanderers.
Just stops that one. Ball goes out to the mid-off region.
Yes, learning his lesson from the previous delivery. This time you saw that left foot come out towards the pitch of the ball. Unlike the previous delivery where he found himself reaching at the delivery.
Yes, we talked about the experience of this ANA Auto Parts Empire side. We have the likes of Roston Chase, the West Indies Test captain, and a number of first-class players. And Edmund would be one of them. He represented combined campuses and colleges. I'll put a pause in that. He just flicks that one into the leg side. They look to come back for a quick 2. Fielder gets in on it, and he fumbles. So they come back for 2 comfortably. That's 2 runs to Jaden Edmund.
Not the greatest of efforts coming from neither of the 2 fielders behind square. Recognize that the deep square leg had been put in with the shot that had been played in the previous over by Albert, which went from Reefer, that went airborne out towards deep square. So they have put in a man at deep backward square, but I thought that both Joseph at deep square and Emilian at fine leg both a bit lethargic in coming in, trying to save that second run.
Lovely shot through the covers for Edmund, and it goes close to the boundary, but fielder Hayden Hart does well, and they come back for another 2 runs.
Edmund quite keen to get on that front foot and drive.
Yes, we now mentioned Edmund being predominantly a bowler, but today he comes out and he looks good with the bat, playing some lovely flowing drives to the offside.
Forced a change in the field now. Hayden Hart from cover proper has now been placed in a sweeper, deep cover sweeper, over on the far side of the ground.
Just leaving on that occasion.
So picking up the line, recognizing that one was, again, for a very clever bowler, a thinking bowler, Raymond Reefer. He's seen that Edmund is very keen to get on that front foot and drive, and on that occasion, pushing that one a bit wider, trying to tempt him to play the same shot, but Edmund equal to it.
Yes, Edmund, and we talked about Edmund having played a bit of first-class cricket for the combined campuses and colleges, so he's one that brings some level of experience to this Empire side. Just taps that one out into the deep point region.
And exploiting that gap that would have been created when the cover was pushed back to that deep sweeper position. And again, he's stolen the strike off the last delivery. I don't think Hurdle would mind though, but there we saw Edmund having faced all 6 deliveries in that previous over, picking up a single off the final one, and he'll have the strike again.
One would say that he's counting balls, Mr. Holder.
I wouldn't say so. If you say so, I am not there with you.
No, I know that he would not be counting balls. Just so happens that he's getting singles off the last ball of the over. 32 overs come to an end, 188 for 5.
It happens. It's cricket. You know, although I know some players who deliberately, there are players who do that, Rashawn. Don't doubt it at all. I won't call any names, but there are quite a few players that I know.
Yes, there's always that player in the team. Boyce comes back to deliver to Edmund. Just blocking on that occasion. Edmund appeared to be 2 minds on that delivery. He just wasn't sure whether to play that one out into the offside or whether to play it with a straighter bat down the ground. But he ends up doing well at the end and just gets his bat down on it.
Actually, good loop. Slowed the pace on that one. I think that is what almost defeated Jaden Edmund.
Another flighted delivery. I'm loving the spell by Ian Boyce, Mr. Holder. He's just flighting the delivery and he's not afraid to do so because he does have that protection out on the long on region along with the deep mid wicket. So he's just using his deliveries, flighting and turning the ball. Edmund doing well to keep it out.
Showing good control there, young Boyce. As I said, good subtle changes of pace. He's been taking the pace off. That last delivery a bit flatter, pushed through a bit quicker.
Lovely flighted delivery. Lots of oohs and ahs out there.
Yeah, it's almost as if the Wanderers players are expecting something to happen.
They'll definitely be expecting something if Boyce just continues to flight the ball on the right areas. But Edmund holding his discipline.
Yes, very much so.
He's not budging at all.
Strong defense. He's got to be very aware that that man under the lid there at the forward short leg. So the end of maiden over, was it?
Yes, maiden over.
Very well bowled by young Boyce. Really working his way into the spell now, just warming to the task. And warm is an appropriate word here today. Quite warm out there in that middle, I can tell you.
Yes, it definitely appears to be a perfect day for cricket. Bright, sunny conditions. Not a lot of wind, but we still have lovely conditions here. The grass, as you mentioned, is low. The grass is green, so I assume that the ball will race off today, and it's just fantastic day for cricket.
Yes, a brownish looking surface. Some green patches in areas, particularly around the square. I think there's a little practice area at the northern side of the ground. It's also seen the results of a bit more watering. Schofield Hurdle finally gets some strike.
Yes, he's got some strike. That's what, after 3 overs?
Just about.
It's always good to see beautiful conditions like this early up in the season because as we know in Barbados, the rainy season does hit later on in the season. So when we do get conditions like these, batsmen will be eager to play and get some runs under their belt before heaps of rain come in. Just cutting that one through the cover region, and it goes all the way into the boundary for 4. Huddle continues his aggression, taking his tally up to 24.
Loose delivery there from Reefer. Short outside the off stump and just leaning into it. Kofi Hurdle on the top of the bounce and finding that gap, timing it perfectly and placing it in that gap between the mid-off and the straightish cover bordering on extra cover. Nice boundary.
He's forward, driving that one back to the bowler now. Reefer gives him a look, signaling to do it again. It's always good to see those battles in the middle.
You talk about this early part of the season, Rashawn, and I think we must commend the authorities for finally heeding the advice of most of the cricketing, especially the players, of getting the league section, the 3-day red ball section of the season going in the early part.
Oh!
Almost doesn't count. Raymond Reefer had it for a split second, then he spilled it onto the turf, and the opportunity to get rid of Kofi Hurdle goes a begging.
Yes, Reefer disappointed with himself on that occasion. He would have loved to take that catch, but at the end of the day, it was a tough one, and it was a valiant effort, but just not holding on in the end.
Fine slower delivery from Raymond Reefer, deceiving Kofi Hurdle, getting him playing a bit too early, and the ball dropping quickly. Reefer in his follow through, diving, getting both hands to it, but I suspect landing with his elbows on, hitting the turf, and unable to maintain his grab on the ball.
Yes, those catches are never easy. He comes back with a nice length delivery, just squaring up Hurdle a bit. Back to what you were previously mentioning though, the decision to move the league up to the first half of the season, and I agree with you. I think that is a fantastic decision to play the longer format of the game early on, allow both batsmen and bowlers to get as much cricket and as much sunlight as possible to get some runs and wickets underneath their belt, and it's a wonderful thing to do, along with the fact that the BCA has taken the decision to turn the league into a semi-pro league where now players can earn some compensation. So I'm loving how this season is set up.
In the air, down the ground, wide of mid on, over long on, that's 6 maximum.
Hurdle continues his aggression, closing out the end of the 34th over, 198 for 5.
Well, after missing that chance, Reefer being made to pay by Hurdle, got another delivery just about on the all stump, but a bit too full, and with the mid off and the mid on very well inside, saving one, and just managed to loft it just short of the boundary at long on, just a couple of meters short of being a 6.
Yes. Ian Boyce back into the attack. Edmund faces up. Lovely drive through the cover region for 4 from Edmund. He continues his beautiful flowing drives, just taking Boyce to the boundary, 4 runs. A&A Auto Park Empire continue to stretch their lead, now taking it up to 26 runs. This partnership between Edmund and Hurdle is looking good. Boyce just getting a bit too full on that occasion. He looked to pull back his length on this delivery, which he does very well.
Good comeback delivery there from Ian Boyce.
And with that last boundary, brought up 200 runs for the A&A Auto Parts Empire side. Loud appeal.
For a catch at the wicket. Confident appeal coming both from the wicket keeper Joshua Morris and the bowler Ian Boyce. But the important person in the equation, umpire Kareem Tate, says no.
Edmund just tucks that one into the leg side. They come for a quick single, and they get there safely.
Somewhat beaten in flight there, Jaden Edmund, but lunging on to the front foot and managing to keep it down and get it away from the forward short leg. Reefer there at the 45 on short fine leg, racing in, but the batsman hustling through for the single.
And it's not the first time that we've seen them take that quick single out to Reefer at. It looks to be a backward square, could be a fine leg, but it's not the first time we've seen them take that run, so it's definitely an area that they are targeting. But Reefer, interestingly, still opts to go back on the circle, allowing them to have that single.
2 men out in the deep forward square and the long on.
Chips down the wicket, just uses his wrist to ease that one down to long on. You get another single, goes to Hurdle.
So keeping the strike rotated, turning over the strike this year. Not only keen on hitting boundaries, but also picking up the singles.
Edmund just solid on his defense on that occasion. Yet again, another over comes to an end. 204 for 5.
Yeah, solid defense there by Jaden Edmund, and he seems to be set for a long stay at the wicket. very discerning in his shot selection, and just keeping the off spin of Ian Boyce out, waiting for the bad delivery to put away. So this partnership now worth the last wicket falling, trying to get my own personal Crick Heroes version going.
Change of bowlers for the Wanderers side. We see young Kiron King coming into the attack from the pavilion end, and he'll bowl to Kofi Hurdle.
Very young quickie. So that was Mario Albert going with his total at 179. It is now 204, so 25 runs added by this pair.
Yes, this partnership between Edmund and Hurdle is really building. King starts down the leg side.
Quick delivery. Diving effort by wicketkeeper Morris, managing to get the left glove onto it, not holding on. But Kiron King, one of the young, promising, upcoming fast bowlers in the island, formerly with the Barbados youth, both in the domestic competition and also in the regional Rising Stars competitions. Kiron King.
Lovely straight drive down the ground. Albert just holds the pose. 4 runs. Straight as an arrow on that occasion. Just presenting King with the full back face. Lovely shot from Albert. Just continuing his fluent stroke play.
Well, but yeah, we know.
Oh, my apologies. That is Kofi Hurdle.
We will correct that, but Kofi Hurdle, magnificently stroke delivery though. That one pitched up.
Hurdle just blocking on that occasion.
Yes, nice long juicy half volley that previous delivery, and a Hurdle who has been there from the start, just latching onto it, onto the front foot, and as you mentioned, the full face of the blade. Not a prettier picture than what transpired there.
Straight out of the text, but King comes back. And he drives that one all the way, further down on the boundary. Oh, and he spills it. The spin deceives him, and it goes into the boundary. Another 4 from Hurdle.
Body shift, if ever there was one. Delivery wide of the off stump, and Hurdle looking to take advantage of the width and stroked it off the bottom of the bat out toward deep cover. Young Hart racing around from his position at the sweeper position, and because, as you mentioned, the backspin on the ball deceived on basically on his wrong side.
Yes, so not the best of starts from young Kiron King here. He's been hit for 2 boundaries already. A lovely straight drive back down the ground, and then we saw a drive over the cover region which beat the fielder Hart down on the boundary, went into the boundary for 4 runs.
Nothing you can fault the bowler for on that second occasion, but neither can you fault young Hart. I believe very unfortunate.
Fantastic comeback, just bowling that one outside line of the off stump on a good length, good area.
So I believe that Wanderers would want to do some damage control now with the lead well into the 30s now, and with only 5 wickets down.
Two good comeback deliveries from Kiron King. Oh, but it's a no ball. And this is something that we saw a lot last week, Mr. Holder. King was just struggling with his run up a bit, bowling quite a few no balls. It's definitely something that he'll have to get sorted out because he's a young fast bowler, so much talent that he possesses, but no balls can affect a young bowler. Flicking that one off the legs is Hurdle. Goes down into the fine leg region. Fielder does well, just 1 run.
Well, the end of that over. still looking to find his range, young Kiron King, a player whom I know very well, and very smooth in his approach. Looks very easy. Doesn't look to be bowling with a great deal of effort, but possesses some extra pace, I can tell you. And I have likened his approach, pardon me for sacrilege, to Michael Holding. But unlike Holding, as you said, he has this tendency to overstep the front crease. I don't know if you know the record of Michael Holding, but he didn't bowl a lot of no balls in his entire career. I've seen bowlers bowl no balls in one spell that Michael Holding bowled in his whole career at this level.
Yes, we put a pause in that. A lovely sweep from Hurdle. Just sweeping that one down behind the square leg for 4 runs.
Well, getting the angle a bit wrong there on that occasion, boys. That one decidedly on the leg stump and going further down. And Hurdle getting that front leg forward once again. And punishing the error by Boyce.
I'm really loving how Hurdle is going about his innings though. He's not afraid to play his shots. We see him sweeping from outside the line of the off stump and deliveries on the stump. And when batsmen are doing that, it really gets the bowler thinking. Because the bowler can't settle on one length, what would normally be considered a good delivery outside of the off stump. He's not afraid to get down and sweep it. So he's keeping the bowler on their toes.
You'll find that the good sweepers of the ball sweep length rather than line. So once he's able to get that left leg forward, and get to and reach the pitch of the ball, it is a much easier shot to play than, let's say, you're playing the sweep shot because of the line of the ball, pitching a bit too close to you. So Hurdle seems to be a good exponent of the sweep shot.
Boyce just flighting at Hurdle, asking him to hit down the ground.
Keeping him quiet ever since that boundary.
Yes, we've seen a slight adjustment from Boyce after the sweep shot. He's opted to go fuller.
He's also pushed his short fine leg right back on the rope too, if you notice.
Yes.
Saving the boundary.
Saving boundaries will be so important for the Wanderers side at this point, as A&A Auto Park Empire have a lead of 42 runs, so they'll look to restrict this lead from going too far. Hurdle just leaving the delivery down the leg side. Wouldn't want to get an unfortunate dismissal, tapping it into the hands of short leg. So he opts to leave it. And with that delivery, another over comes to the end. 218 for 5.
Closing out the over quite well. Ian Boyce after conceding the boundary off the first over. Pitch, even now, seeming to lose a bit of that early devil that we talked about. Some possibly, as I said, some early preparation moisture, but under this blazing sunshine, I think it's drying out very, very quickly. So as the game goes through its phases, of course, we look to see the surface flattening out. And maybe as it gets a bit drier, some purchase there for the spinners later in the evening, the second half of today's play.
Yes, most definitely. King back into the attack, bowling to Edmund. Edmund just driving this one out to the point region. And yet another no ball for Kiron King. He appears to have quite an issue with his run-up.
Well, yes, these are, and this is nothing new. This is something ongoing, and I think an area where some attention both for the player himself, the coaching staff, the senior players around him. You know, so
just cutting that one behind point is Hurdle. They come through for another single. What this Empire side is doing so well, as you previously mentioned, is that they're picking up the boundaries, but as well they're picking up the singles too. So They're never allowing the Wanderers side to just settle and bowl dot balls on a consistent length. They're constantly asking the Wanderers side to make adjustments in the field, to make adjustments with the deliveries. So they're rotating and manipulating the bowlers so well. Lovely drive out to the cover region, no run.
So they have found themselves in a position, a tricky position, Wanderers. They want to pick up wickets. They need to pick up wickets. But at the same time, as I mentioned before, the damage control as far as the rate of scoring is concerned is something that they will have to be cognizant of also. So it is find themselves playing up a two-way street.
Yes, Wanderers will have to think long and carefully about their plans.
Well, bold.
Lovely Yorker from King.
Just lined outside of the off stump, but Edmund definitely late coming down on that one. So some encouragement for the young right arm quickie. Got a man at deep cover. He's also got the long leg and the deep backward square right back on the rope.
Short delivery on that occasion. Edmund just pulling behind square. Fielder Joseph going around. Does well, but they get back for 2 runs safely. Carrying the lead 47 runs for Empire.
Well, going into the pitch on that occasion for the very first time, King, and one notices no pace extracted. It bounced tennis ball style, but Edmund had enough time to get on top of it and pull it down, rolling the wrist over the ball.
Edmund just easing that one into the offside. Yet another single.
Yes, so the runs coming quite freely as young as King already conceded some 54 from his 6 overs before this one.
Yes, he's a bit more on the expensive side. Last delivery of the over. King aims to close out strongly. Another short delivery. And it's a no ball.
So effort ball once again. He's realized the easy pace nature of this track doesn't give him a lot of hope by going that fuller length. So he's decided to pull the ball back into the pitch, ask the batters to do something differently.
So final delivery of the over again. And Huddle just driving this one beautifully over the mid-off region. 4 runs and he goes to 45.
That shot was played with a level of disdain. You can see it again quite early onto the front foot and choosing his spot. Huddle going up and over the infield. And the Wanderers team hemorrhaging runs now of late. Young King coming under the hammer as we go to the refreshment break. The first break that would allow the Wanderers team, I guess, to regather and look to work on their strategies.
Yes, and with that boundary, brings up the first water break. ANA Auto Park Empire 229 for 5 after 38 overs.
Well, yes, that session totally dominated by the visiting Empire side, racing into the lead and now pushing on. And Kofi Huddle leading the charge more or less, having lost the wicket of Mario Albert with the Jaden Edmund filling the breach. The wicket going to Raymond Riffer, the only wicket to fall for the day so far. I think as we go into the refreshment break, it may be a good time to do a bit of a refresh ourselves on what has transpired as far as the scorecard is concerned.
Yes,
I'll leave you to do that, and I am going to be handing over to Andy Payne, who will be coming to join you when the game resumes after this break.
All right, Mr. Holder, thank you very much. It was lovely to work with you. And we're back for the second session of play between Wanderers and ANA Auto Park Empire. Joining me in the commentary booth is Andy Payne. Andy, how you doing today, sir?
Good afternoon, Rashawn. Not very bad. A lovely day for cricket. So I'm happy to be here to enjoy what's looking out to be a good contest. I mean, Empire seems to be taking the ascendancy. They lead by some 53 runs on what's a perfect batting wicket.
Yes, Empire coming back today and continuing their dominance from where they left off last week. What did you make of that first session? We saw Empire coming back at the start of the day at 157 for 4, and now they're 229 for 5. What was your assessment of the start of play?
Well, good start by Empire. They do what they had to do. They came here at 157 for 4, just trying to get past that 176, the total posted by the Wanderers last week. And obviously the first task would have been to overtake the lead. They did that. A good positive start from Mario Albert and Kofi Hurdle. Albert being the aggressor before he lost his wicket to Raymond Reefer. But he put his team in good stead, really, to get on top of the Wanderers team. Didn't allow them really to get them under pressure early.
Yes, you mentioned Albert coming out and being the aggressor in the partnership, but he unfortunately lost his hand, hitting one over the top and being caught at the mid-off region, and he left Hurdle to continue the aggression, which he's done so well. Hurdle still at the crease, accompanied by Jaden Edmond, who's just holding down the other end, playing his shots when the ball is there, and he's doing such an excellent job at staying at the crease with Hurdle.
Yeah, good partnership in the making between young Jaden Edmond and Kofi Hurdle. Kofi Hurdle being a very seasoned player. He's been around for a long time. Like he said, he would have played at the Wildy side, Banks back in the day. He also would have played at Carlton. And here he is now with the Empire side.
Yes, we see a no ball there bowled by Ian Boyce. Boyce bowling to Hurdle. And Boyce is one to be commended as well. What he's done so well this morning is that he was not afraid to vary his pace and flight the ball. So he's flighted some, he's bowled some quicker, and we see a heavily packed leg side field. So he's getting a bit of turn and bounce and just asking the players to hit into the leg side. So Boyce, he's done well. He's been hit for a few boundaries, of course, which is expected when you're bowling spin, which is loopy. But he's done well this morning as well.
Yeah, he's exhibited good control throughout his spell. He says he's bowling the ball middle to leg. He's got his fields in that place for protection. But what he's done, he's been very consistent. But I thought the batters have also batted very well. Young Jaden Edmond has shown a lot of patience. He hasn't been being reckless. So the patience being applied by both batters has been what's really been keeping Boyce out.
Yes, 39 overs come to an end. 231 for 5.
Yeah, another good over there being bowled by young Ian Boyce, like we said, continues to be pretty accurate. He's bowled some 10 overs now, just conceding some 33 runs, picking up one wicket from overnight as well. But he's been the man who's really putting the screws on. Like you said, he's just looking through boundaries. But what's been very good, like you said, is his control. Bowling to the right-hand batters, just asking them to play him through the onside.
Yes, and along with Boyce demonstrating good control for the Wanderers side is Raymond Reefer, having 3 wickets for 70 runs in 12 overs. So Reefer has been there. He's been taking wickets for Wanderers. So these two guys have really put some fight back on the Empire side.
Reefer, that's the player we've come to know. He's a very wholehearted cricketer. He's give it all once he's out there on the park. He puts everything into his effort. And you can see him bowling a talent spell, really, in what is some very challenging conditions for the fast bowler. Not a lot of lateral movement, but he continued to be good. He had good variations. He offered a chance to Kofi Hurdle when he was on 24. And he also picked up the scalp of Mario Albert this morning. So he really put in the hard yards from this to Stephen Farmer in, really. But just getting that one scalp in the process.
Yes, a change in bowler for the Wanderers side. We now see Pius Emilian into the attack from the pavilion end, and he starts immediately with a no ball.
Yeah, Emilian, one who's definitely the quicker type of left-hand spinner, known to be very accurate. On this type of pitch, you want your spinners to be good. So they'll be expected to do a lot of the bowling, the spinners. Like we said, not a lot of lateral movement for the faster bowlers. So a lot will be asked of Pius Emilian.
Just starts down the leg side. Edmund comes for 1 run. You talked about spinners being expected to take majority of the wickets today, and we've seen a difference in how the pitch has been playing today. Last week when we came here, we saw a very flat through pitch. Now this week we've seen a pitch which has varied in bumps. We've seen a lot of balls popping We've seen balls turning and gripping, so we can't expect the spinners to dominate on this wicket today, as opposed to last week where we had young Jaden Yard, who was so brilliant with the ball. I could not find the word. He took 7 for 41 to run through the Wanderers side.
Yeah, it's still a very good batting pitch. I mean, if you want to be here, as that single brings up the 50 for Kofi Hurdle. So he's batted well. He's now picked up his first half century of this game. He's batted fantastic. Kofi Hurdle, quickly we can give you his stats.
Yes.
50 off 60 deliveries. So
Yes,
good
50,
batting.
50 off 60 deliveries, picking up 4 fours and 2 sixes in that innings. So he's really demonstrated his aggression. He's really demonstrated his patience, rotating the strike as well. So well played to Kofi Hurdle.
This is the type of knot that his team required. Someone to really stick it in the middle. Like you said, a lot of batters, they got starts, they didn't carry on. And Kofi Hurdle, he's raised the bat for the first time, so he will want to carry on and get a larger score, you know, mammoth century maybe. But this is a good batting pitch. The outfield is fast. Boundaries are not of huge size. So this is one of the grounds, like I always said, you want to play here as a batter. It gives you an even chance to score a century.
I completely agree. I've loved this innings from Hurdle. He's demonstrated sheer aggression along with patience, and he's demonstrated the maturity of the player. We definitely have seen his maturity, having played this cricket for a number of years. So he's came here today and he's reached the half century, and I'd love to see him go on to reach that century if he continues to play the way that he does.
Yeah. And it will come a period in this innings where the Wanderers they need to know if they're going to go full on the defensive or if they're still going to be looking for wickets. Again, first million buy on target. But you've seen him just got the one slip and a 4 short leg employed. So this is still good tactics. They don't want to let the game run away too far from them, but they just need to continue looking for the wicket.
Yes, most definitely. From the field right now, we can tell that they're still looking for those wickets, having the short leg and the slip in place, along with the 2 short guys on the off and the leg side. We have a short cover along with a short mid wicket, but there's also protection still out on the boundary. There's that deep cover position. There's the long on, long off, along with deep square. So they're protecting the boundaries. A big shot all the way over the boundary for 6 runs from Hurdle. Hurdle in a no-nonsense mood here, Andy.
That was good not again, very selective on that occasion. A delivery given generous ear, and it was a bit close to the batter. And Kofi Hurdle got all of that, like you rightfully said, hit it well over the road here at Dow's Road. But again, a fantastic pitch for batting. You just need to be patient and be very selective. And I'm definitely sure he can get to century if he continues in this vein.
Yes, his shot selection has been so tremendous. He's just picked which balls to hit and which balls to just block, along with which balls to rotate for singles. So Kofi Hurdle demonstrating his sheer prowess here.
Yeah, good innings. Like takes his team to a lead of some 65. But again, like I said, that start between Hurdle and Mario Albert, that really set up the tempo for what was to go on today. It showed that was a good pitch. The batters, you know, their intentions were very clear to score, to bat positively. And that they've done, and Kofi Hurdle continues to be very positive in his approach. Like you said, he's solid in defense. He's picking up the singles in the innings as well, and then capitalizing on the bad deliveries.
Yes, Hurdle and Albert started this day with the aggression for the ANA Auto Park Empire side, but we must not forget what was done last week by opening batter Kevin Stout, having scored 59 from just 59 deliveries with 8 fours and 2 sixes. Stout really set the foundation for what happened this morning. He came out last week and he just played his shots. He played with aggression, getting Empire off to a flyer. So he set the foundation for what happened today.
Yeah, very experienced side. Like you said, the likes of Kevin Stout, Ralston Chase, Kofi Hurdle, Mario Albert, some very experienced players. He's also got the captain in there to see the young player, but one who's good enough to represent Barbados. And you see Edmund on this occasion taking on Boyce and hitting that one well over long one for yet another maximum. So 2 consecutive sixes and 2 deliveries, albeit 2 different bowlers.
Yes, and I'm not surprised at all seeing Edmund play that shot. I was talking to Wayne about it. The fact that Edmund has been so patient. It's only a matter of time until he lines up Boyce and hits him all the way over the top. And he just did that perfectly. He waited and he executed and played his shot, taking the tally to Empire to 247 for 5.
Yeah, he's been very resolute, but he's got the array of shots in his armory. He's played really patiently, just waited. The partnership continues to grow, and on that occasion, a bit too full. and it was slow in the slot, and he capitalized.
Loud appeal, and the umpire gives him. Boyce picks up his wicket. Edmund caught behind by Joshua Morris.
A good comeback there by young Ian Boyce on this time. A flatter trajectory on the off stump. Edmonds trying to work that one down past backward point, get to the other edge, and a good catch by keeper Joshua Morris. He stayed down as the ball was a bit low. So Edmund, he has to make his way back into the pavilion. Caught by Morris off the ball of Boyce for 21. But a good play, good knock by him in the contest, putting together a good partnership with Kofi Hurdle.
Yes, Edmund, he'll be dismissed for 27 from 41 deliveries. And it really was a great comeback from Boyce, having been hit for 6 the previous delivery. And we talked about that earlier, him varying his pace and varying his length. So he came back with a flatter delivery to just catch the edge of Edmund.
Yes, so good bowling. So he's continued his good work. Like you said, he's been very good for his team, the Wanderers. Before this, he had bowled some 10 overs and just conceded some 30 runs. But here he is picking up a second wicket, Ian Boyce. Been very accurate. He deserved that wicket after the work he's really put in for the morning.
Yes, a new batter to the crease for Empire is the star of day one, Jaden Yard. He delivered with the ball already, and he now comes to deliver for his side with the bat.
Yeah, from all reports we've heard that Yard, he's no slouch with the bat. So he was good enough to score in the mid-century last season. Also was a top order batter for his school side at Princess Margaret. So see how he goes here.
Starts by just lunging forward on the front foot, blocking that one out to the short leg region.
But this is good bowling by Boyce. The new batter come in and he's got a man directly around the corner there at that leg gully position in Raymond Reefer, putting pressure on the new batter as the ball continues to offer some spin in the middle.
Just flighting on that delivery. And we see a change in field now that Edmund has been dismissed. We saw the long one come from on the boundary into the circle, so he'll continue to put this pressure on the new batsman, just opting him to hit over if he wants that run, not allowing the easy single down the ground.
Yeah, good pressure. Don't want to allow any easy singles, like you rightfully said. And you want to ball as many balls at the newer batsman as possible. Get him under pressure. Try to eke out his wicket in this spell.
Yard just rocks back on the back foot, blocks that one, and that brings the 41st over to an end, 247 for 6.
Yeah, very successful over there for young Ian Boyce. After being struck for 6 over long on by Jaden Edmund, came back and bowled on a flatter trajectory. A ball outside, he also offered much spin on that occasion, as he said, was a bit flatter. Edmund probably a bit flat-footed, going for the cut shot, taking the outer edge, and Joshua Morris holding on to what was an excellent catch.
Excellent catch indeed. As we look, we see a new bowling change for the Wanderers side. Young Jelani Joseph comes into the attack with his leg spin. Have you seen him bowl before?
I know, I'm looking to see him. I haven't seen Joseph, so I'd be interested to see the leg spinner. He said the leg spinner on this pitch, he said this pitch is offering a bit of turn, and as I said, I expect the spinners to do the bulk of the bowling in this innings.
Yes, Joseph is a young player. I know him personally because I would have played some of my junior cricket alongside him at the Wanderers on the 16. For Wanderers in the under 16 division, he bowls a leg spin and he does bat as well. He's also a national player, Andy, but not for Barbados. He represents the Windward Islands. That's his home country, but he stays here in Barbados as his family lives over here.
Good information on the young man. I'm sure you will, like you said, eager to see how he goes about his work.
Yes, this actually is his debut for the Wanderers in the Elite Division. So it's always good to see when a young player comes right from the junior level all the way into the elite setup. That's what club cricket is all about. And young Jelani Joseph has done that, playing for Wanderers from the under 15 level all the way up to the Elite Division. Starts with a flighted delivery, just driven to cover for no run. Pulls that one down, goes out to deep square. Oh, and there's a bubble on the boundary. It goes to the fielder's leg, 4 runs. Sloppy work from the fielder on the deep square. That looks to be Pius Emilian.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed in that. Pius Emilian, a delivery on the shorter side from the leg spinner, pulling that one down. As I said, leg spinners know to drag those ones down. And Kofi Hurdle pulling it to backward square. An easy ball, really, was safe for the fielder. Emilian took the cardinal center, taking his eyes off the ball, and the ball eluded him and into the boundary for 4.
Flighted delivery outside of the off stump for Joseph. Hurdle has a look, but he doesn't offer a shot.
Yeah, testing line by the leg spinner. He will walk to bowl as many deliveries in that area as he possibly could.
Just pulling down on that occasion. Hurdle just gets on the back foot and strokes it down to the long on. 1 run.
I can tell you that 4 from Kofi Hurdle a bit earlier, it would have brought up the 250 for the Empire side. So they're now 251 for 6 and really taking the lead as the lead approaches the 100 mark past the Wanderers.
Empire just motoring along, taking this game away from Wanderers. Wanderers will have to do something differently. They either have to take wickets or restrict the scoring or do both. Flighted delivery. Yard just gets on the back foot, stroking it to cover. 1 run.
Yeah, a bit short from the leg spinner. He will want to get the batsman on the front foot. But again, Yard good enough in that getting on the back foot and playing that one into the gap to get off the mark for his first scoring shot.
With that shot, brings Hurdle back onto the strike, who's been the main aggressor for Empire. And he hits it. Oh, and he muffs it. Put down by Joseph. A huge opportunity goes a begging.
Yeah, flighted delivery, nowhere near the pitch of that one, Kofi Hurdle. He made his intentions clear. He wants to take the leg spinner down the ground. This one hit the bottom of the bat and just ballooning back to the bowler, and he failed to hold on to the chance. So a second chance for Kofi Hurdle. He moves his tally up to 61, really, and 2 chances going to begging.
Yes, and with that drop catch, that brings the 42nd over to an end, 253 for 6. Joseph, I'm sure he'll be a bit disappointed with himself on that occasion. Put down the big wicket of Kofi Hurdle.
So yeah, leg spinner coming into the attack and creating the chance immediately, were able to hold on to it. Young Jelani Joseph, and Kofi Hurdle gets his second life.
Boyce back into the attack. If Joseph had taken that catch, Andy, that would have been his first wicket in the Elite Division. So I'm sure that he would have wanted to take that desperately. And we see Yard just pulling that one down to the square leg region, all the way into the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, on the shorter side on this occasion was Boyce and and Leon Jaden Yard getting into a good position on the back foot and helping it really past square leg, where Emilian out there didn't have a chance. So one of the bad deliveries that was really delivered by Boyce in this spell.
Yes, Boyce will just want to look to get his line and length back to the right area, forcing the batsman to get forward on the front foot.
Shot.
Oh my word, a lovely shot over the offside from Yard. It runs close to the boundary, but it won't go all the way, so they'll look to come back for 3 runs. And they'll get there safely. 3 runs to Jaden Yard.
It's a lovely shot by Yard. Delivery flighted outside the off stump. Room given with an order, and he capitalized on that one, getting into a really good position, hitting it over the extra cover region. There's just 3 men stationed on the offside. There's a slip, there's a man at cover, and then there's also a mid off. So just getting over the infield, giving room on this occasion, and he really played a lovely shot, young Yard.
Yes, and it's really demonstrating the depth of this Empire batting attack, of this Empire batting lineup. Oh, Hurdle brings out the creativity, just reverse sweeping that one down to the backward point region, 4 runs.
Yeah, I thought it was a shot that was on all morning, like you said, just with those 3 being employed on the offside. And again, this time, losing his line really is Ian Boyce. Remember, he was trying to bowl a bit tighter into the middle and leg. This occasion, a bit middle and off. And Kofi Hurdle, like you said, playing that reverse sweep and picking up a boundary.
He now hits that one over the mid-wicket region. It runs close to the boundary, but fielder cleans up well. That's Jordan Nels down there. They come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, so this is good batting there now by Kofi Hurdle. He's really set, and after giving that second chance in 61, you can see him with a lot more freedom. Really, he's decided that he's going to pick up the scoring and moves his tally along to some 67. But good batting, putting pressure back on Boyce, who's been good all morning.
Boyce just bowling that delivery quicker into the surface. Over comes to an end, 266 for 6.
Yeah, good batting here by Kofi Hurdle, like you said, transferring the pressure onto the Wanderers side. He moves his tally up to 67, 67 from 71 deliveries. He's really moving things along and really putting the Empire side fully in the ascendancy. That lead just by some 90 runs now. It makes the lead 90. So really putting Empire in a strong position to keep the Wanderers side under pressure.
Yes, most definitely. And with that end of that over, we saw Hurdle having quite a break taking. We saw Hurdle having a break, drinking some water, and I will do the same, Andy. I'll hand you back over to Wayne Holder.
Thank you very much there, young Rashawn. Brings the very experienced Wayne Holder. Yeah, brings very experienced Wayne Holder into the booth. Very versatile man is Wayne. Delivery on this occasion just outside the off stump and left alone.
Hi, Andy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Wayne.
Experience is a diplomatic way of saying old.
Well, you heard you a bit earlier speaking about how you would have gone about batting on this surface, and that was well in the heyday, really. So,
Well, yes. Well, a lovely, easy paced track, and one that you would just want to get in on. You know, you don't necessarily looking to be too extravagant. Just look to get in, and all these kinds of services, once you get in, it's hard to get out.
really, you must give your hand away. Like I said, a very good batting pitch in the outfield, very quick win. And I also always like to bat here because of the size of the boundaries.
Well, yes, very, very convenient, very accommodating, the boundaries here at Wanderers. And, short delivery, yard much too early into the shot. It was short, it was pitching just about all stump and spinning further away outside that all stump. And Yard threw the shot long before the ball arrived. Luckily for him, it was outside all stump and into the gloves of the keeper. The young right arm spinner gets this one on a much better length and brings Yard on to the front foot, pushing it back along the wicket. So first time I'm seeing this young Jelani Joseph.
Yeah, he looks a promising leg spinner. As Rashawn was saying, a guy from the islands, really.
Okay.
Plays it straight here at the Wanderers. He would have been part of the Wanderers junior program, and here he's now elevated to the top division.
Well, yes, we've seen a bit of that happening here at this particular club. And one of the positives for Wanderers, that junior program now has been going for quite a while and has definitely yielded some results for the club. 266 for 6. At the end of that over, we've had some 44 overs bowled.
Like you said, it really bore fruit. The junior program and now the elevation to the senior side. So you say that they've, really graduated through the ranks.
All spin, the off spinner Ian Boyce continuing to wheel away from the southern end.
Yeah, he's into his 13th over now, Wayne, but he's bowled some 12 for 52. But he being very consistent. Just the previous over was his most expensive over. But I like how he continues to bowl into that middle leg set area, asking the batters to score through the leg side, and he's been very consistent.
It would have been interesting if to see if he possesses that arm ball, that drifter, to deceive the batter. You talk about swept hit into the body of the captain there at forward short leg. No damage done. It's all padded up, and ball must have been hitting one of those padded areas. The umpires are going to make a check though. Umpire Kiron King coming down. Actually, that ball seemed to have struck the helmet. I see him taking off the helmet and having a look at it. And of course, we know the protocols involved nowadays. Any strike to the head, anywhere above the neck, must be carefully checked. Seems to be all well.
Yes.
Umpire Tate is satisfied.
They do the concussion test.
But yes, I was talking about Boyce now. He's been bowling to this heavily set leg side field, bowling into that middle and leg, encouraging the batters to play into the onside. Onto the front foot, but it would be interesting if he did possess that arm ball to deceive the batsman into playing into that leg side and looking to bring LBW or bold into the game.
That's the experience of Wayne Holder,
Right,
a keeper by that brain.
Yeah, I stopped a few balls, a few stopped me.
But I'm sure that's the one you'll be asking your off-spin bowler to get into his armory.
I'm going to date myself, Andy. I'm going to go back to Robert Weir. Ripping off spinner. Coming out of the same St. Princess Margaret School as Jaden Yard, the batter now, a Barbados youth team player. We would have played together at YMPC. But here comes Boyce, an off spinner. A different kind of off spinner though, because as I mentioned, Robert Weir used to rip that off spin, and especially on any wicket that gave the bowler any assistance, the ball really turned. But he also possessed that arm ball, and he sometimes as an off spinner, you just need to spin one ball to put that idea in the batter's mind that you have the ability to turn the ball that much, and then you don't necessarily need to bowl that ball again because you keep looking for that delivery and you just continue to go straight down. Aksar Patel from India.
Well, before you go outside of that, we have our match referee here in today's encounter, Leslie Reefer. I'm sure he would have played one of the meanest men of an arm ball that I've ever seen, Lawrence Jamie Maxwell. He could really, really deceive a batter with an arm ball. His arm ball actually came out like a away swinger.
Well,
Really.
no deception here as young Joseph are floating up one to Kofi Hurdle, and Kofi Hurdle in a no-nonsense mood here this afternoon and lofting it high back over the head of the bowler. The ball has gone out of the ground here at Wanderers, and we're going to have a delay in play. Talking about Jamie Maxwell, W. Order Cottery from bowled Maxwell. That has happened on a couple of occasions.
So that's a man I can tell you really deceived batters with a dreaded arm ball. Lawrence Maxwell and Reefer behind there. He would have held on to quite a few catches.
I recall actually having the luxury, I should call it, of striking Lawrence Maxwell for a couple of boundaries with a sweep shot. Same delivery, angling into the off stump, down on one knee, swept behind square four. Maxwell to Holder, swept again to one, then came the arm ball. Reefer slapped it back for us and said, "Go off, you joker."
So that was the time of excellent off-spin bowling, like you rightfully said. So it's probably one of the deliveries that a player like Ian Boyce, if he continues to bowl on this length and line, he will want to get that delivery very much into his repertoire.
But Empire approaching a lead now. The lead now approaching 100, Andy, at 273 for 6. And Kofi Hurdle are really motoring along now. He's on 74 at a run a ball. And really, the Wanderers team would want to get rid of him. They obviously spurned a couple of opportunities to do so. As it turned out, on both occasions, it was the bowler at fault. First, Raymond Reefer putting out a difficult catch when he was 24. And then later today, when he was on 61, we saw young Joseph put down a rather more straightforward offering. As Hurdle looked to play the ball down the ground, mistimed it badly, and the ball came back at comfortable height. The bowler Joseph got both hands to it, and really is a catch that should have been taken. Well, he's continued to make them pay, and the game is going to continue now after the ball has been replaced, and Joseph is into Hurdle, and Hurdle is driving. There's a man on the boundary at long on. That ball goes quickly to him. That man being Kiron King. So some rotation on the strike as Jaden Yard, who is on 8, will come into strike. The field, a couple of the deep fielders coming in with Yard on strike as Joseph is into him, and this delivery is wide of the off stump, pitching and going further away, and Yard content to just lift the bat and leave it through to the keeper. Young Joseph, and as I mentioned, seeing him for the first time, seems a bit of a roller, if I may say so.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a big spin of the ball as yet, like you already said. It's coming a bit from side on, just trying to get that ball turned away, but it's rolling it through. Be interested to see if he gets any appreciative turn off the surface.
Still a young exponent, but I don't see a lot of body into the action, you know, that upper body ripping into the delivery. But as I said, still very young, still a lot to learn. And this art of leg spin, a very, very difficult one. I almost say to perfect, but I don't even know if you, well, outside of Shane Horn. I don't know if anyone ever perfected it. The end of another over from Joseph, though, is 274 for 6.
Yeah, seen Joseph on the last ball just trying to really rip that one. It's just spin a bit true to the keeper. But more on the flatter trajectory, Joseph. Not one to give it generous flight and get it spin away from the right-handed batter. Like he said, interested, but he needs to get some overs on his belt, really,
Yes.
to see if he can get going. He don't want to start too expensive because, like, you know, the start of your spell really determines how many overs you get.
The captain would allow you. Of course, there's also the matter of variety for the wrist spinner. Of course, there's always the wrong'un, as the Australians call it, the googly as we know it. That's a delivery that you need to get in your armory. As Boyce continues looking for the big drive, there is a hurdle, the ball off the inner edge, and just scuttles up to Raymond Reefer in that very short mid-wicket, just on the edge of the square, the pitch alongside the surface we play on, just at the edge of that. Now we see some adjustment in the field. There's a slip. There's going to be a deep cover, extra cover, and a mid-off, a long on. There's a short, straightish mid-wicket in Reefer. There's also another conventional mid-wicket, and then a mid-wicket on the boundary. So 3 mid-wickets, 3 middles, but that one has middled off the middle of the bat and out of the ground on that far side as a hurdle continues to put his foot down to the accelerator, lifting another boundary, another 6 to Kofi Hurdle, and wondrous smarting from having allowed him those couple of chances.
Yeah, just moving on quickly there is Kofi Hurdle moving into the 80s. His delivery flighted on the offset, but for the change of field, you could have felt that he probably needed to have sent back that long off. When he put this man that extra cover in, you think that he was looking to loop the ball outside the offset, but you would think that he needed that protection on this side as well.
Well, this delivery, the previous deliveries, I did see Hurdle squared up somewhat. Maybe some indication that he's hearing me from my position, from his position up there, and looking to get that straighter ball through to the right-handers. But yes, there's another feature of off-spin bowling. Boyce has opted to that straight line. You know, there's also another feature of off-spin where the off-spinner looks to bowl more outside of off-stump, looking to expose the other half, both edges of the bat, and looking to spin that ball in between the gate, encouraging the batters to go for that drive.
Yes, so the over comes and then we're, like you rightly said, trying to get into the gate, but he needs to give himself that protection as well. And what Kofi Hurdle deals very well was that he picked the delivery, it was flighted outside the off stump, it got close to him, and he was able to extend those levers and hit that one well over long off, which was vacant, and pick up yet another maximum.
So Hurdle on 81, at to run the ball, Yard is on 8, the 250 for Empire coming up a little while back of 260 deliveries, 195 minutes with 27 fours and 9 sixes. The 250 coming midway in the 42nd over, as we are going to see now a change of bowling from the northern end. Raymond Reefer comes back. Reefer before this 3 for 70 from 12 overs. So a couple of the bowlers have gone at fairly rapid rate of scoring, economy rates. But Reefer and Boyce are picking up the majority of the wickets. Reefer left arm around the wicket, passes Empire Leon Lane on the pads, worked up to mid-wicket, straight to the field of Joseph. There is no run. So I did mention when it was on earlier, Andy, with Rashawn, that Raymond Reefer is going to be key to whatever outcome the Wanderers team are able to get.
Yeah, and coming to this game, you would expect two of the key men really in this contest would be Raymond Reefer on the Wanderers side and Ralston Chase, who I expect to do quite a bit of bowling in the second innings here for his side. So these are two players that you would think would really come to the fore, and especially on this surface.
No ball. Reefer is outside the off stump, shouldering arms quite early. Is a yard picking up the wide line of that delivery. See an adjustment made here. I think Jordan Niles is going to come off the field, and the substitute fielder, number 99, Brown, is going to take his place. They're at extra cover. Two sets of the gully in place for Reefer. Bowling to yard. There's also a square cover, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and the man wide shot long leg. Reefer is taking the edge, falling before it got to, I think that is the fielder at slip being
Boyce.
Ian Boyce at slip. The ball between himself and Watson at for a slip and running away. So fortuitous boundary to yard. Hard luck, Raymond Reefer.
Well, yeah, he didn't carry to Boyce, but he thought he should have gotten a hand to it. He kind of pulled out of it and picking up 4 in the process. So taking the score closer to this 300 mark. So 2 landmarks coming forward that we're looking forward to here, Wayne.
Short, chopped away behind point. Nice looking shot. Only a single, but a bit of class getting on top of the delivery and flowing with this stroke. Just behind point. Not really getting a lot of power into it. Small framed figure yard.
Yes, but goes to that man Hart, who's been excellent in the outfield for the Wanderers. He's put in all the effort, a wholehearted man fielder. You can see him diving on balls on the occasion, running all the balls down to the boundary. He's very quick across the ground, and he's got some good hands.
You don't have to run to the boundary now because he's right back on the fence. This short delivery from Reefer, well directed over the off stump, and a hurdle just pulling out of it, allowing it through over his right shoulder to keeper Morris.
Yes, so 2 of those landmarks that we speak about. Hurdle trying to get up to that 100 mark. And remember, the Empire trying to pick up some 4 batting points in this innings.
Well, yes, maximum batting points at 300. It will be interesting to see what are the tactics once they get those 3 points, those 4 points, that extra batting point. Rephrase again short, telegraphed. Hurdle seeing it quite early, ducks under it, allows it through to the keeper. Signal of another one over the shoulder. I think that is 2 for the over. Umpires Leon Lane and Kareem Tate. Negligent on my part not to say a special good afternoon to a few important people. Of course, our scorers, Melissa King, and the lady, the queen, Jackie Craig.
Match referee, like we mentioned a bit earlier.
Match referee, Leslie Reefer Sr. Only this morning, he crossed my thoughts. I'll tell you why. Here comes another Reefer. Raymond Reefer lifted into the pavilion below. If you heard a crash at a bang, it is because the ball struck the wood just in front of us and lofted by Hurdle. Another easy strike. And is key, Andy, and important that Hurdle, not a lot of fuss, not a lot of effort. He's been hitting these sixes mainly by gracefully timing the ball more than any explosive power.
This is what we call batting of the highest class, man. This man is so well set. You can see how he's just batted there. 2 short deliveries. He knew that those 2 deliveries over his shoulder as signaled by the umpire. In his head, he's predicted that the next delivery will be a pitch-up ball. And what did he do? Get into a really good position to hit this one over the top for yet another 6. So he moves his tally along. Empire, they continue to score and score at a very brisk rate when he said trying to get us to that 300 mark. The 292 as they approach that fourth batting point, like you rightfully said.
Hurdle on 87. It's going to be Boyce to continue from the southern end, and Yard is driving up to mid-off, thinking of a single is Hurdle. The ball traveling much too quickly and much too straight to the fielder there, Kiron King, in the mid-off position. Still only 3 fielders in the offside split. Straightish cover and mid-off as Boyce is into Yard of the back foot, and he's gone. Given by umpire Tate, playing back. I think that one coming off the inner half of the bat. We'll have a chance to see it on the replay. But here he is. Yes, I think definitely the ball coming in between the gate, and as I did mention, looking to exploit both edges of the bat when you bowl that all-stump line. And I think young Yard probably guilty of playing back to a delivery that he might very well have gone for too. He's gone nonetheless. Another wicket to Boyce is 292 for 7.
Yeah, guilty of getting on the back foot. A fuller length delivery. He needed to be a bit more forward. It looks a bit casual as well with his delivery. That delivery there was young Yard, like you said, a bit casual. And that and to his demise. A good catch though by keeper
Yes.
Joshua Morris. Again, some good hands. We've seen 2 pretty good glove men in this game so far. Mario Albert on the umpire side. And here young Joshua Morris showing us his class behind the pit.
So it looks as if we're going to have something of a refreshment break now, as we see the umpires coming together, the players heading towards the edge of the boundary in front of us here in the pavilion, and we're Wanderers today coming back with Empire, the visiting side, A&A Auto Parts Empire. Got to get accustomed to that. Resuming at 157 for 6 in reply to 176, all out made by Wanderers. So some 19 runs behind on first innings at the start of the day's play with Albert and Hurdle, Mario Albert and Kofi Hurdle on 5 and 13 respectively, and they have gone on to lose the wicket of Mario Albert, caught by Jazz Griffith at mid-off of Raymond Reefer for 20. Jaden Edmund was dismissed, caught at the wicket by Joshua Morris of Ian Boyce, and we just saw the demise of Jaden Yard to a similar dismissal, caught at the wicket by Morris off Boyce for 13, making it 292 for 7 in 48.2 overs, a lead of 116, and Kofi Hurdle, the beneficiary of 2 missed catches by the Wanderers team. He is there not out on 87 from 84 balls, 8 fours and 6 sixes. And a look at the bowling, Kiron King came on. He was expensive today, 6 overs for 59 runs altogether. Jordan Nice, who we haven't seen today, 3 overs for 36 runs. Raymond Reefer, now in his 3rd spell for today, he's bowled 13 overs and picked up 3 for 82. Pius Emilion, 8 overs and 5 balls, a wicket last Saturday for 42 runs. Ian Boyce, who has impressed and has bowled a fairly lengthy spell from the southern end, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 59 runs, and 2 wickets. Jelani Joseph, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs, the young leg spinner. Wickets falling today at 179, 247, and the 7th wicket at 292. And Empire with the option now, Andy, of possibly looking to close their first innings once they pass the 300 mark and pick up those maximum batting points and get the Wanderers team back on, but they may be thinking differently.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the tactics, like you said, being like this is a really good batting pitch. Or maybe they'll want to score a big total and really just allow themselves one chance at batting. So that would be interesting to see how Coach Ryan Nurse and the A&A Auto Parts side go about their first innings.
Well, Kobe Williams, the new batter for Empire, himself an all-spinner, so he would know a thing or two about what Boyce might be looking to offer. And he to face his first delivery. Stroking this one into the cover. Hard is quickly around. Busy looking Hayden Hart. Around to his left. Batsman don't dare take him on.
Yeah, excellent fielder, this young man.
Boyce is bringing him languidly onto the front foot, almost waiting for that delivery to come onto the bat. The Boyce definitely pulling the pace of that delivery, floating it up.
Yeah, good variations there with Ian Boyce. Like we said, the Empire tactics, but the Wanderers, on the other hand, they will want to dismiss these next three batters as soon as they could and really get a chance to have the second knock.
Delivery down the leg side, having a swing is Williams, more hopeful than anything else. Wicketkeeper Morris skipping around to his left and taking. Still a slip on the forward short leg, the attacking fielders. Reefer still in there at that very short mid-on position. Onto the front foot, off the outside edge, runs past the slip fielder Watson, and Williams gets off the mark with a single. Single off the final delivery of the 49th over, and Empire in their first innings, 293 for the loss of 7 wickets.
A success there again for Ian Boyce, getting that wicket of yard in the process. So he's going to pick up a third wicket. Like he said, he's bowled from that Prof Edwards in all morning on change, really, Ian Boyce, and he's been doing a good job for his team. He's picking up those 3 wickets.
Well, Reefer picked up a couple of wickets himself. Will continue the bowling, the 50th over to start. Remember, the batting and the bowling points on offer for the first 75 overs of the first innings. So Wanderers picking up a couple of bowling points with these 7 wickets. They'll get another once they pick up the 8th wicket, as Reefer looking for that 8th wicket is seeing Williams just squaring up somewhat, just getting across to the off stump and plays a defensive shot, running it down into the gully. There is no run. So 2 slips in the gully still in place.
It's good attack in there with Reefer with the 2 slits in the gully, but this is where you need to be tactical. You need to keep Williams on strike as much as you could. Keep Kofi Hurl away from the strike and try to get some overs in and get this wicket of Williams.
Reefer is on the off stump, outside the off stump, groping at it. It's Williams. Somebody is playing from the crease, I thought, and not so sure how close to the edge that ball would have passed, but playing from the crease and the ball looking dangerous from our angle. They're not looking right overhead, in a decent position at a fairly mid-on position, looking down from an elevated position here at the Darrers Road Pavilion. I think named after the Dennis Atkinson, and be sure. Short delivery from Reefer, looking for a hook is Williams, doesn't make contact into the gloves of the keeper, but looking for a shot, not looking very much in control. There's a man right back on the boundary at long leg, mid wicket and a mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, square cover, 2 slips of the gully.
This is good bowling there by Reefer, just testing his man out with a short delivery. The new batsman Williams, he said he's pretty much stuck at the crease.
Again, Reefer, a bit wayward now on this occasion. 2 deliveries going past the outside edge, then the short delivery, and now here he is dragging this one wide of leg stump. I don't think that is very much what he intended, losing control that last delivery.
Yes, Reefer, like you said, good enough to have played for the West Indies. He was done very well for the Guyana Happy Eagles in his first class career, and also being a good player for Barbados whenever he got the chance.
Raymond Reefer outside the off stump and just chipping it back along the square road area. Reefer feels himself. Raymond Reefer has been away from the local scene for quite a bit, actually, since last season, just after that unfortunate situation there with the Barbados team and that Super Cup competition that went horribly wrong. and Raymond Reefer basically disappeared from the local scene shortly after that. I think he explained to me that he's been playing some cricket over in North America, and he's also managed after this delivery is outside the all-stop. This time, Williams is picking up the line and pulling his bat out of the way, two to the wicket keeper. At the end of the 50th over, it's 293 for 7.
Yeah, good over there, being bowled there by Raymond Reefer, like you said, to the near batter Williams. We wanted to get Williams in strike as much as he could. He had a good opportunity there to work him over. He had a bit wayward on 2 deliveries, but he wants to be full at Williams. Like we said, he's pretty much stuck on that crease, and the edge is asking to be taken there. So I'm sure Raymond Reefer, he will want to get his deliveries lined up to Kofi Williams.
Well, so it will be Kofi Hurdle who is on 87. I did already indicate that his innings was going to be crucial. He was the last recognized batter left once Albert went, and it was his responsibility to hold this lower order together. He's done a fine job up to this stage.
And just showing his experience, like you said, he's been around for a long time. Kofi Hurdle played at Banks. He also played at Carlton, and here he is now the Empire, and trying to get up to that 100 mark, but he's batted very good in this innings.
Oh, yes, a long-standing player. Raymond Reefer again, and in the discussion with him, he did indicate that he might be, or he will be, taking up some action in the Major League competition there in the United States of America. So good opportunity for him. That's one of the recognized franchise tournaments in the world. Captain Jared Lovell making his way slowly off the field. Young Brown, the substitute fielder, again into the action as Boyce continues to hurdle, and Hurdle is covering up to a quickish delivery, playing it off the back foot.
Well, yes, you said you saw Captain Lovell leaving the field, Ian. But remember, he was struck at that 4 short leg position a bit earlier. So I'm sure he must be, or probably is coming to get some attendance after that.
Hurdle will need no attendance though. Somebody has got to pay attention to that ball. Lofted high over Kiron King at long off into the grounds of a residence on the southern side of the ground, and I suspect that is going to mean a new ball, a replacement ball will be required as Hurdle again continues to really roll along. He's 96 now, and the Empire team just 1 run away from that coveted 300-run mark.
Well, again, the flighted delivery outside the off-stump on this occasion again, and Kofi Hurdle given the arms to really extend that one over to that residence, like you said. Another 6 to him. But how well he's timing this ball in.
But yes, took his time at the beginning today to get his eye in, and himself and Albert getting the innings going. Nice rotation of the strike. I think that was a feature of their partnership. And ever since Albert left, he has gone from strength to strength. He is now on 93.
Yes, 93 we make him.
93 from
86. 86 deliveries he's fifth.
Yeah, 86 deliveries. 8 4s and 7 6s. And you know, it has not been that kind of blasting explosiveness that would suggest that so many 6s have been struck. As I was said earlier, very easy on the eye, and he's been able to stroke the ball over the boundary rather than really bludgeon it. I think that has been a feature of his game. So umpires Tate and Lane, in consultation with the match referee Leslie Reefer Sr., and they have chosen yet another ball. Balls get lost quite easily here at Wanderers. A number nestled in between a residential area here in Darrell's Road. So once the ball is struck out of the ground, it is quite easy to disappear onto one of the many properties surrounding us.
That's what I tell you about playing on this ground, and I love to play here. The proximity, the size of the boundaries is just ideal for my type of play. And the pitch is always one of good for batters. And once you get yourself in, it's almost very difficult to dismiss you. Like you said, not much lateral movement for the pace bowlers, and you just need to be patient to the spinners, which you've seen a lot of that from Kofi Hurdle.
299 for 7. Driven down towards the fielder at the long off. And that is going to bring up the 300 for Empire. 300 up off the third delivery of the 51st over. A Otter Parks Empire. Hurdle is off strike, he's 94. Williams on 1. It's coming onto the front foot, struck on the pad. I believe the umpire might have ruled that one was definitely bouncing over the wicket, but good slowish delivery, good pace off again from Boyce, and lunging onto the front foot, struck high on the pad. And this time he's coming onto the front foot, groping somewhat, playing a bit too early. The ball traveled in the air there at that short mid-wicket position that I've been trying to describe. Still Boyce, and he bowls a full toss, looking to haul it away off of a sweep, just going with the tide up to the fielder there at the deep forward square position. He will have the strike at the close, at the start of the next over, and after 51 overs, the Empire side are 301 for the loss of a 7, a lead of 125. Andy Payne is going to give us his impressions of what has transpired over the past session before young Rashawn Hackett comes a-calling.
Yes, like you said, good batting by Kofi Hurdle. He's really taken the bull by the horns. He's done the bulk of the scoring here for his Empire side. He takes the tally up to 94. Raymond Reefer and Ian Boyce, they've done the bulk of the bowling. Like you said, they pick up 3 wickets apiece, this pair. And he said he'll hope to get through to the lower order. Williams there. Look.
Reefer about to start the over. And again, making a late decision not to play at this delivery, Williams. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He did shape, tending to get quite square on the crease quite early. We saw the earlier batters, particularly Albert, Edmund, and Hurdle, quite prepared to come onto the front foot because of the easy nature of the pitch. But here we see Williams, since he has come to the wicket, very much prepared to play from the crease as he waits for Reefer and gets another delivery. This time he definitely pulls the bat out of the way, allows it through. So picking up the line, Reefer probing that area for fifth stump line outside the off stump as we welcome back Rashawn Hackett to the commentary area. He's going to continue the ball by ball. I'll sit back, relax, and listen to him.
Hi, good afternoon, Wayne. It's great to be back in the booth with you. Yes, so currently we are watching Reefer into Williams. He's bowling that one outside of the off stump, just leaving that delivery.
Well, I think Wanderers will find no harm if they're not going to get wickets. I think the next most important thing to do will be to restrict the runs, stop the scoring. And Williams not prepared to go after these deliveries so far. Those deliveries outside of his stumps.
Yes, most definitely. I assume that Williams will just play the backseat role in this partnership, having the so ever experienced Hurdle on the other end, who's currently taking a liking to the Wanderers bowling attack. With that single brings Hurdle back onto strike. How have you been enjoying Hurdle's innings so far?
Fantastic. I was telling I'm really enjoying the ease in which he's been stroking the ball. No violence whatsoever in this innings, but yet he's able to maintain a rate of above a run a ball and struck as many as 7 sixes.
Absolutely. I have loved this innings. He's played with pure class. He's played with aggression. He played with patience. He's played with everything, as you said. Although he's being aggressive, we are not seeing him bludgeoning the ball. He's picking which balls hit and just playing based on the merit, and he's done it so well yesterday and today.
Well, exploiting the excellent batting conditions that are on offer here at Wanderers, as is normally the case once we get good weather and the fuller time to really prepare the surface.
Most definitely, refer into Hurdle. He's just blocking on that occasion. And refer, he's been toiling away all morning. He currently has 3 for 83 in 14.5 overs. Putting down that catch off of Hurdle earlier on just 24 runs, which would have been so detrimental because we now see that he's gone up to 94.
Yes, good subtle changes of pace occasionally, refer. I think that is he's been seeking to deceive the batsman with those changes of pace.
He bangs that one into the wicket. Hurdle has no problem getting under it and leaving it alone. That brings another over to an end. 302 for 7.
More of an effort delivery there from Rifferty. Deliberately though, digging that one in wide of the off stump so as to prevent Hurdle from actually picking up a single and getting down to this next end, whereby Williams will be on strike when the new over begins.
Yes, most definitely. They currently have no answers for Hurdle. He's just has an answer to every question that they've been asking. He's been doing so well. So the only thing for Wanderers really to do here is to starve him up the strike because they've tried everything and they've gotten no answers.
We're waiting to see what the tactics of the Empire team will be once and if Hurdle gets up to those 3 figures. But in the meantime, it's going to be Williams facing up to the off spin of Ian from the southern end, and this one is driven off the outer half of the bat down behind square. They go for one. They're quite happy actually to just trot through for the single that would bring Hurdle back on strike. The man Hart from cover now goes right back onto the boundary. There is an extra cover in, and the mid-off is deep, long on right back on the rope as in turned away smartly by Hurdle. He settled quite early for the single. Emilian from that whitish long leg, deep backward square position comes off the boundary. So just another easy single. Hurdle goes to 94.
Williams facing up to Boyce. Just flighted and blocking on that occasion.
Field. There's still 2 fielders in the deep for Williams. Those 2 men on the onside, deep forward square and the long leg backward square.
Williams just in and behind that delivery, but it's a no ball from Boyce. He's overstepped the line, which is rare for a spinner, Wayne, because we don't normally see spinners going over the line with such short run-ups.
Well, some people consider it to be the cardinal sin for a spin bowler to bowl a no ball.
Williams just pulling out of that delivery. It looks as if something has blown into his eye. A bit of a breeze picking up. The conditions here at Wanderers are so lovely, as we previously mentioned. The sun is out.
Very pleasant where we are.
Very pleasant where we are. We're in the shade, not in the sun like the players, but I'm sure that you and I wouldn't mind being out there having a knock, looking at the pitch. It's so good of a wicket.
Well, yes. Yourself, though, Rashawn, your one has noticed that you've been into a break from off the field for quite a while. I don't know if I'm prying into your business, but I'm curious as to, is it a professional decision to come into the pavilion and do the commentary, or are there other considerations?
Well, there definitely have been other considerations. I know you aren't prying into my business because Lyndon also asked the same question last week. He asked me the question that everyone asked me, why as a player am I in the commentary booth? What happened is that I sustained a bit of an injury on my shoulder, so I'm currently out until I fully heal up, doing a lot of rehab, trying to strengthen back up, and then we'll see what happens after. But as of right now, I'm just focusing on the commentary. I'm focusing on off the field and doing as my mom always tells me, you don't cross a bridge before you get there. So I'm just focusing on what's in front of me right now, which is the commentary, and once I fully healed up, I'll hope to be back out on the field.
306 for 7, a lead of 130 53 overs bowled. For those not in the know, the unenlightened, Rashawn Hackett, very much a couple of years in the hunt for a national youth team player at the under 18, at the under 19 level. I'm sure you would have been involved at the lower age groups. You can tell us a bit about that.
Yes, I would have represented Barbados youth team for about 3 years now, which would have been fifth form, lower six, and upper six. And I would have played for both the. I'll put a pause in that quickly. Williams just behind that one, but he leaves it alone. Right, as I was saying, I was involved with the Barbados youth team for 3 years. I represented both the elite and the first division side, and it really was a good experience for my cricket. I always have good things to say about the Barbados youth team because persons would see it and cry it down. Although the players don't, although the team as a unit don't win a whole lot of games, it's a tremendous experience being able to play against guys who are beyond your years, who are beyond your skill level, to learn from them and to really compete against these guys so that when you go back at a school level, you have a bit of experience and a bit of knowledge. So it really was a great experience representing the Barbados youth team, and I would have played at the Barbados Trials for on the 17, on the 19, so I'm no stranger to the cricket. Williams just tucks that one into the leg side, comes for 1 run.
You did mention there that you played with the youth team. It's not a team all about winning. Some would say it is more about development. But how much of the mental aspect of the game that is there to learn in that youth team program, whereby does the development permit you, let's say, by the time you come out of that program, you have been gone through a training period?
Yes, it's heavily mental because we are backed by the coaches, we are backed by the management, and Hurdle hits that one over the top, and it goes all the way for 6. An authoritative 100 here from Hurdle. He carries his tally to 101, the first century of the BCA Elite Division. Wonderful 100 from Hurdle. He's played with authority, he's played with pride, he's played with disdain. He's absolutely smashed Wanderers all alongside the ground. Well played to Kofi Hurdle, first 100 of the BCA Elite Division.
Magnificent innings from this young man, Kofi Hurdle. He has been around for a while. I think a couple of seasons he did take a break from the game, but he has really come out today and stood up for the Empire Club. They're a dominant innings it has been. It is not his fault that he did offer a couple of chances which were not taken, but I think that he oozed with confidence throughout this innings and not afraid to go airborne, to go over the top, and I think that might very well have been his 8th maximum in this innings. We wait to get some data on the 100 for Hurdle, the numbers. 101 runs.
Yes, I can provide you with it right here.
Okay, so we got it.
Yes, we actually have it. 101 runs from 91 balls, 8 fours and 8 sixes with a strike rate of 110.
So definitely one to remember. I'm sure this is a moment, an innings that he will definitely remember for a long time.
Definitely a proud century for Hurdle. He's came in and he did exactly what the team needed him to do. He's been aggressive when the team needed him to be aggressive. He's been patient when the team needed someone to just stay there at the wicket, and he's done oh so well. We have a loud appeal here.
A loud and confident appeal for a leg before wicket. Hans Akimbo, the teapot, has come out for Raymond Reefer. Can't believe that umpire Leon Lane does not agree with him that one was striking the wicket.
Yes, I am not at the umpire's angle, but that one looked very, very close. But I suspect that umpire Lane probably would have seen it sliding down the leg side a bit. It looked as if it was a possibility. So I'm sure that Leon Lane made the right decision. He's one that is very experienced in his craft.
If it would be interesting to see it again, because I'm almost certain that ball actually struck the back part.
Wow.
Of Hurdle. He was somewhat squared up, beaten on that occasion.
He's flicking that one off the legs now. Fine leg fielder comes around. They'll settle for just 1 run though. Takes the score to 313 for 7. Hurdle has led this charge for the Empire side with 101, a magnificent 100, and he's joined by Kobe Williams, who's just been occupying the other end with 6 from 25 deliveries.
We were still somewhat flabbergasted by not getting the verdict there from umpire Leon Lane. The times that the Empire bowlers have been able to beat the defenses of Kofi Hurdle have been few and far between, and I think that would add to the excitement there. Having breached the defense, he definitely was beaten. Hurdle, we saw him very tentative as that ball seemed to, I think, zip back in from outside the off stump, struck him high on the back pad, and the umpire, who is in the perfect position, and I would like to believe the best position, making what he thought was the best decision.
Yes, I'm sure that umpire Lane made a very informed decision.
So we've got a change of bowling, Rashawn, from the southern end.
Yes, a change of bowling. We have Pius Emilian comes back into the attack from the southern end for the Wanderers side. So they make a change in the hopes of something happening. They need a wicket, and preferably Hurdle.
Prof Edwards end, that named after.
And Hurdle starts him off immediately with a big 6 into Paho all the way. Hurdle continues his dominant, starts Emilian immediately with a ginormous 6 over the leg side.
The first sign of violence from Kofi Hurdle in this afternoon. He really went after that. He threw everything at it, and he put everything that he had in the ball sailing way out into the compound of, I think, is that still the Paho complex?
I'm more sure that it is the Paho complex. I don't know if the name has changed, but I know it as Paho.
Well, that one went onto the buildings out on the eastern side of the ground. 6 more than 9-6 for Kofi Hurdle as the left arm spinner Pius Emilian, transferring from the champion club, Wildy.
Yes, Pius Emilian, he redeemed himself there with a tidy delivery, just pulling his length back slightly. Not much room for error here to Hurdle. He's in, he's set, and he's looking to go to extend the lead for Empire. And he goes again. That one goes high up in the air. Fielder Jordan now settles under it, and he takes an easy catch. It brings the end of the innings to Hurdle. It brings the end of Hurdle's innings. He closes out on 101.
Well, Hurdle finally gone. Again, looking for that big shot. I suspect may have been instructions from the dressing room where he has been asked to go even harder. And for the second time in this over, we see him looking for power more than timing, as has been his wont in the earlier part of his innings. This time getting it high up to long on. He got more height than distance, miscuing that one badly. And the ball hung in the air for a long time. Young Nice had a long time to look at it coming, settled, and got himself into a nice position to take eventually what turned out to be an easy catch. So Hurdle gone. Tremendous innings, though it was a magnificent knock from him.
Yes, a magnificent knock indeed. He did finish on 108 from 96 deliveries, 8 fours and 9 sixes. So it was an authoritative innings where he just took charge of this Empire innings and put them in the driver's seat. They're now currently on 320 for 8 after 54.3 overs. New batsman to the crease, Dre Springer.
Well, they're going to continue on, Empire, even with a lead of 144.
Yes.
So very much probably with the intentions of, if not batting once, at least limiting whatever they may be required to get in the 4th innings of the match. Of course, that is provided they are able to dismiss the Wanderers team in the 2nd innings.
Most definitely. It's interesting to see what strategy they implement now. Do they just continue to bat normally, try to go on and bat once, as you said, or do they try to pile on the runs and bowl out Wanderers within the span of one day?
Well, we've gone past the all-rounders. Now we're down to the bowlers, Dre Springer and Kobe Williams.
Yes, 2 former Barbados national players. They would have represented Barbados at the under-15 and the under-17 level. But Dre Springer, he's known more for his bowling exploits. So it's interesting to see what he'll do with the bat. Starts with a drive to mid-off, no run.
At least I'm very happy to see Dre Springer back on the field of play. I did express some concern that I had missed him from the action. It was told that he was having some injury issues.
Yes, young Dre Springer. He was having some troubles with his shoulder, but he's back and stronger than ever now. He bowled a long spell last week, a tremendous spell, and I actually had a conversation with him, and he told me that he's back. He's strong. He did all of his rehab. He did everything he had to do, so he told me he's expecting to play a full season. He's fit and better than ever.
An exciting prospect a couple of seasons back, and I looked forward to great things from him. I remember him being very impressive in the then BIM 10 tournament, a couple of BIM 10 tournaments, and really brought himself to the fore. So it is very, very encouraging to see him back into the sway of things, and we look forward to see how he goes this season.
Yes, it's always good to see young fast bowlers in the action playing for their sides. 55 overs have come to an end, 320 for 8.
And the Wanderers now would want to really get this innings over with. They wouldn't want the frustration of these lower order batters already hanging around and adding important runs to their that they would have to chase when their turn comes to bat. So still depending on Raymond Reefer. Emilion picking up his second wicket, and slow left armer.
Yes, as you mentioned, Wanderers will be looking to get out of the sun. They've been in it all morning. They've been sun. Empire have put them through all there has been, and we see that they've toiled away. So they'll be looking to get these last 2 wickets as quickly as possible. Go in, have a lunch, and come back out and put together a better batting performance than first innings.
We're just over 15 minutes before that scheduled lunch break.
You see Reefer back into the attack, bowling to Williams.
It's operating that same tactic, wide of the off stump, fourth, fifth stump line. Then he occasionally looks to work the ball back to lure the batsman into believing that is what it's going to be, and then he looks to go straight. Let's see how he goes this over.
Yes, no signs of aggression as yet from Williams. He's 6 off of 27 deliveries. Just in and behind that one, blocking it out to the cover region. So it looks as if Empire are still continuing batting normally. They've showed no signs of aggression. The new batsmen are still continuing on their normal pace.
I'm sure they would have a target in mind. Might not have shared it with us.
Currently a lead of 144. They look to extend that lead as far as possible. Refer into Williams. Slower delivery, and it deceives him. Williams missed out on that occasion, though. It was just a slow, full delivery.
Well, he definitely was deceived. It was slow, looked loopy, but he was well into the shot. By the time he recognized it was a slower delivery, he was at that point of no return. And the ball wide of the off stump, though, and through to the keeper. Still those 2 slips and a gully. Just the other juncture of the match would be the tea break, the lunch break, which, as I said, is due in just about 15 minutes.
Williams just leaving that one alone again. Not bothered to play anything outside the line of the off stump. He's just telling Reefer to come at me if you want me.
I think, though, I'm going to make a prediction. I don't think you'll see Empire continuing to bat after the lunch break. Whether if they are able to carry the innings up until 2:30, I'm going to predict that Empire would not come back out to bat after that break.
That's not a bad prediction at all, because I can see it happening as well. Ooh, loud appeal. Umpire says no.
Yeah, lots of enthusiasm by the slips and the gully, but noticeably nothing from the keeper and the bowler.
Yes, those are the 2 most important persons when it comes to appeals for caught behind. If the keeper is not going up, then you know for sure that it's not out. And the bowler as well.
Not necessarily for sure. I can tell you I've had these situations where I didn't go up. The umpire gave the batter out, and then the other fielders would have enlightened me that, yes, that ball did nick. There's some very small nicks, some very, very, very fine nicks that you don't always hear or see.
Most definitely. Well, I stand corrected. Reefer just bowling a short delivery. Williams rocks back onto the back foot and pulls it down to the deep square leg area. Fielder gives chase. Does he get there? No, he does not get there. Williams picks up a boundary, pulling that one down to the square leg. 4 runs.
I almost said Kofi Hurdle. That was Kofi Hurdle, like easily getting on top of it and helping it around behind square there by Williams, having all the time in the world to play the shot because of, I mentioned, the slow nature of the track. But there was again Raymond Reefer probing away outside the off stump, but then looking to do something different towards the end of the over. And Williams equal to it and picking up a boundary. As you said, he's been very patient. Has been going along quite slowly, but 4 more runs to the Empire effort. The lead now 148, 324 for 8 after some 56 overs. So Empire already gathering some 11 points out of this match, and we're only halfway in day 2. And looking, I believe, when they start to bowl at Wanderers again, or in the second half of the match, looking to maximize and look for the outright win. But 4 points, batting points, 4 bowling points, and of course the 3 points for gaining first innings lead.
Yes, 11 valuable points to start the season. It's always good when a team can start the season with a win, so I'm sure that Empire will be aiming for that outright win. They're currently in a position where it's very, very capable though. They've batted well, they've bowled out Wanderers for a low total, so as long as they can come and do what they have to do with the ball again and restrict Wanderers, I'm sure that they'll be able to attain an outright win. But that's not to count out the Wanderers side, because they're a side capable of so much with the bat. Oh, a big slog sweep down behind square all the way for 6 from Dre Springer. He's just expressing himself with the bat win.
That's a brilliant shot. The left arm spinner getting it down on the leg stump. And as you said, going for that massive slog sweep, hitting it powerfully, got a lot of elevation and also a lot of carry with that shot, a confident shot from Dre Springer, if ever there was one. So he might very well be the one to push the innings for Empire, while Williams, as you said, be the holding the anchor as they head down towards the tea interval.
And I must mention that 6 was the first sign of aggression, and it came immediately after the Empire players had a drink. So we now saw a sub came out and brought them waters. So was that a strategic plan to pass a message?
Well, we would not know, but from all appearances, it seems to be that way.
It seems to be so. They had a drink of water, and then immediately aggression from Dre Springer, sweeping that one all the way for 6. We'll have a look to see if he continues with this aggression though. Just forward on front foot, blocking on that occasion.
A million much faster and into the pitch with that next delivery.
Yes, we now see a square leg goes into play, and he's easing back. I'm not sure if the batsman noticed though, but he's currently walking back as the bowler is running in. A big sweep down on one knee again, all the way for Springer onto the fence, and he looks to be in good form.
That is an even more authoritative shot from Dre Springer. Similar delivery to the one that he previously put away, and this time hitting it a much squarer and almost in front of square. So Emilian leaking a couple of maximums in this over so far, and Springer with the really pressing on. He's 12 from 2 scoring shots.
Just back on the back foot, working that one into the leg side.
As you mentioned, the man pushed right back on the boundary and cleverly just working it along the ground this time, not giving the fielder in the deep backward square any opportunity of probably picking up a catch.
Dre Springer, I'm really impressed with his batting so far. We know him predominantly for his bowling, but he's come out here today and showed that he is capable of batting. Emilian just drifts down the leg side on that occasion.
And I've seen him play a couple of plucky innings before this. I'm not surprised that he's able to execute as well as he has here. But much needed impetus to the Empire innings.
Williams still continues what he's been doing previously. He's currently on 10 from 33 deliveries. So Williams is just holding down the other end while Springer takes an attack to the Wanderers side. We're almost at the lunch interval. Another over comes to an end though. 337 for the loss of 8 wickets. Empire currently large and in charge.
Lead going past the 150 mark during the course of that last over. Just a little run through of what as the scorecard as it was today. First of all, there was Maria Albert, one of the not out pair, himself and Corey Huddle. Albert went for 20. Jaden Edwin came and had a bit of a cameo, 27, a 4 and a 6 in his knock. Jaden Yard, he went for 13. And then the man who held the innings together, the glue for the innings today, Kofi Hurdle, eventually dismissed for 108 of 96 deliveries, 8 fours and 9 sixes, and he has been himself very much responsible for this strong position that Empire have taken up to this point as we head up towards the tea interval or the break for lunch, whatever you may choose to call it. Kiron King back into the attack.
And he bowls to Dre Springer, starts with a full delivery. Springer does well to keep that one out. Young Kiron King, he's back into the attack after he had not the greatest of spells early on, so he'll come back now and look to just tidy up. Had quite a bit of an issue with no balls, so he'll aim to correct that in this spell.
I don't think he would have enjoyed the blandness of this surface either.
Yes, a surface that has played through favor the batsman. Oh, Springer goes up. Behind point, Fuder runs behind it. It lands in no man's land, but they get back for two safely. Springer continues his aggression.
Yeah, a wild slug on that occasion. The ball peeling off the outer edge of the bat over backward point. But throwing caution to the wind, I think, is the way you can describe it. And picking up runs by any means necessary now.
Yes, and this tells me that what you're saying is probably correct, that we can expect a declaration from Empire shortly. Springer goes, and he goes all the way. One bounce for over long on, and it's a no ball as well. So to add insult to the injury, Springer hits that one all the way with a beautiful shot.
Well, King's rough day continues. Springer pasting that one over mid-wicket. Full swing of the bat, pitched up, and not a lot of elevation. The ball flat hit out towards the wideish mid-on position, wideish long on. First bounce into the boundary. The runs continue to flow off the bat of Dre Springer. He moves up to 19 from 10.
Short delivery from King. Another no ball. He will not be enjoying the spell at all.
Not a happy day for Kiron King.
We can tell from the body language, he's walking with his head down. He looks a bit dejected.
Disconsolate. Turns at the top of his mark though. He's got to try to get through this.
Springer just hitting that one back over the bowler's head. They'll just settle for one run. But we've seen this. We see this, and this is what happens when batting sides put pressure on bowlers. They've just hit Wanderers all along the ground today to all parts for boundaries, and they've rotated the strikes so well. So there's really no answers from the Wanderers side. So it appears as if they're just trying to get off of the field, hoping for that Empire declaration. Williams doesn't get back on that one. King just goes down the leg side. Not the best of days for him. Currently into his 7th over. 68 runs coming off of his spell already. He's going at currently more than 10 and over.
Captain bringing his strike bowler back to bowl at these tail enders. I think looking to close out the innings, looking to get that wicket, but King hasn't been unable to deliver so far.
He's into Williams. Full delivery. Williams drives it through the offside beautifully, and it runs close to the boundary. Does it go all the way? No, it stops, but they look to come back for the third run, and they complete 3.
Full delivery on the or just outside the off stump. Easy pickings for the batter Williams. Just leaning into it. Just not having the power to get it up to the boundary at deep extra cover. They get 3.
Yes, Empire continuing their onslaught. Approaching the 350 mark now. 349 for 8 after 57.4. Springer, oh my word, an unconventional shot for Springer, falling down to his knees, and it goes all the way into the boundary. 4 runs. He fell down while playing that shot,
Well,
Wayne.
you did well to describe that. If I had to describe it, I would have been in trouble. But a sprawling drive to extra cover, a delivery pitched out wide of the off stump. He seemed to lose his footing actually, but managed to get enough batter onto it to time it through the extra cover area, and none of the fielders could pull it back. An amazing shot by young Andreas Springer. Takes the total past the 350, and Empire having it their own way.
A Dre Springer cameo at the moment, 24 from just 13 deliveries. He's loving this Wanderers bowling attack.
And I don't think that Kiron King would be very happy to know his bowling. I will warn you, when he comes in, don't tell him his bowling figures. 7 overs for 75 runs. He will not be looking forward to seeing the score sheet when he gets here.
Not a good day for young King at all. But, I mean, that's all a part of the game, Wayne. There's good days, there's bad days. Every day can't be your day, because King would come here today and not have the best of bowling days. And he would come back another day and take 7 wickets. So it's just the nature of the game. But currently, as we see, Boyce back into the attack for Wanderers. Facing up is Kobe Williams, who's there doing his job, just staying at the wicket, occupying.
353 for 8 from 58 overs.
This might be a long shot, Wayne, but with the way that Dre Springer has started, I love to see Empire allow him to continue to bat and potentially see if he can get to a half-century, because not very often we see number 10 batsmen coming out and stamping their authority like this. So I would love to see it. I'm not sure if it will happen, but it's something that I would love to see Empire just let him bat until he either gets out or reaches the half-century.
Well, the jury is out. Who would have their way, me or you? Because I'm expecting a declaration at the break.
Yes, I'd love to see Springer continue, though. He just came out and he's just batted from the start, playing his shots. Boyce, first sign of aggression from Williams. He misses on that occasion.
Well, this could very well be the final over before that break.
Williams just looking to hit that one over the offside, but he doesn't make connection. Boyce comes into Williams again, just pulls away. Maybe he's not ready on that occasion.
Maybe a better tactic, though, to try to get the free-flowing Springer back on strike.
Yes, I'd love to see that.
Williams 13 from 28, Springer 24 from 13.
Williams 13 from 38, actually.
38.
Yes, 10 more deliveries. So he's really been patient throughout this entire innings. He's now looking to up it a notch. I guess not. Just blocking that one, a full delivery.
Kept quiet, looking to bowl that one straight into the block hole. Boyce.
Williams not quite freeing up his hands as yet. Still very tentative.
Chipped up to cover.
And yes, they complete the single, bringing Springer back onto strike. So he's the man I want to watch, Wayne. He's been smashing it to all parts of the ground. So I'd love to see him continue this sheer dominance.
Well, I hope for your sake that these are not the last 2 balls that you'll see him.
Oh.
This afternoon, at least, with the bat.
This afternoon, at least. But regardless, he's came out and he's played tremendously. 24 from 13 deliveries. He's been confident on the sweep shot. Will he go to the sweep shot again? We see Boyce has a deep square and a deep backward square in place. And he goes for it. Fielder comes in. It bounces. One bounce out to the fielder, just 1 run. The sweep shot seems to be one that Dre Springer takes a liking to very much.
Into that slog sweep there. Managed to get it up. The captain himself has placed himself at deep mid-wicket. Getting perfect timing, though. So only the single.
You know, they say, Wayne, that when you look at a guy's back pad, you can always tell if he's a sweeper or not. And just looking from the commentary booth, we can see that Springer's back pad is very dirty, showing how busy he's been on that sweep shot. But we also see Williams getting in on the action, just steering that one down the leg side, 4 runs.
Helping himself really to wayward delivery from Boyce, short, slow, outside the leg stump, and Williams not looking for a lot of power, just helping it around. Picks up 4 easy runs.
Empire approaching 200 runs lead now, currently leading by 183. A big slog from Williams, not capitalizing though, just 1 run again. So that completes the 59th over, 355 for 8, and we see the players making their way off for the lunch break. So it's been a half that has been dominated by the Empire side. They've done so well to pile on the runs, led by a fantastic century from Kofi Hurdle, 108 runs.
Total dominance by the Empire side in this first session of the second day. Coming in to today, 157 for 4, 19 runs behind the 176 made by the Wanderers team. And today, 184 runs is the lead, pushing themselves to 360 for 8 at the lunch break from 59 overs. Dre Springer, very exciting cameo, 25 from 14. Kobe Williams, a more defiant knock, 19 from 41. So Empire putting up something like 223 runs, is it? In the session, as I said, for the loss of 4 wickets. Of course, led magnificently by that man, Kofi Hurdle, the century maker. I don't know if you may want to bring our viewers or listeners up to date, Rashawn, by giving us a run through of the scorecard.
Yes, most definitely. Empire, 360 for 8, Hakeem Perriman and Kevin Stout opening the batting. Perriman fell for 21 from 19 deliveries. Stout played a tremendous innings of 59 from 59 deliveries, a runner ball. Nathan Seeley, the captain, came in at number 3, just 12 runs. The West Indies captain, Roston Chase, scored 39, and the fantastic century of Kofi Hurdle followed, 108 from 96 deliveries, 8 fours and 9 sixes. Accompanied by Mario Albert, who ably supported 20 runs from 26 deliveries. Jaden Edmond also contributed with 27 from 41 deliveries. The impressive bowler from innings number 1, Jaden Yard, 13 from 28 deliveries. Kobe Williams, 19 from 41. And Dre Springer cameo, 25 from 14 deliveries, which I'm not sure if he's done as yet. We'll look to see after the break if Empire continue to bat or if they made the declaration. But it's truly been a half that's been dominated by the Empire side. So we'll break now and we're going to have a lunch break. So we see you guys back in about half hour or so.
welcome back here at Styles Road Ground as we're about to resume play after the luncheon interval. DNA other parts Empire side will resume at 368 after 59 overs. While you Drew Springer TV the Huddle batsman, he's on 19 away from his partner. Kobe Williams on 19, sorry, Springer on 25. Looks like Delani Joseph pick up the bowling from this to Stephen Farmer in. Welcome back, Rashawn Hackett.
Hi Andy, how are you enjoying the cricket so far?
It's a lovely day for cricket. Like I said, I'll be entertained by a fascinating knock from Kofi Hurdle, raising a century. So, really entertaining cricket. The Empire side is really, really taking the lead in this encounter.
A truly dominant performance from Empire on both days. Day one, they came out and they bowled superb to restrict Wanderers to just 176, and they came back today to pile on 360 for 8. So they've done so well to put themselves in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, with a lead of 184 runs to date. Sure, they will want to increase this lead after asking the two lower order batters to come back and resume their knot. They didn't go for the declaration, so I'm sure they'll be looking to even enhance this lead as it stands.
Yes, and I'm glad I didn't go for the declaration because I actually had a bet with Wayne. He was on the side that Empire were going to declare after the lunch interval, and I told him that I would love to see Empire continue batting so that young Dre Springer could continue to express himself. So we actually had quite a bet on it, and it turns out that it went my way. So I just happy that Empire came back out to bat, and I'm keen to see what Dre Springer continues to do in his exciting knock.
So it's the right-handed leg spinner, Jelani Joseph. Continues to stand Brian Springer forward. Just a little watch to restart the innings with Dre Springer. The leg spinner, Jelani Joseph, one who you said would have played in junior cricket here at the Wanderers, and one coming from the Windward Islands.
Yes, most definitely. He's a talented young leg spin bowler who's also skilled with the bat. Oh, there's a bit of confusion in the middle. Fielder opts not to throw it. Springer was calling for the run, but Williams just unsure, and that brings another over to an end. 360 for 8.
A little bit of a mix-up in the middle between the pair. Springer wasn't interested, so Kobe Williams wanted to get on the non-striker. Myers Million that mid-wicket. Get into the ball, but refusing to throw the ball into the keeper. So, that over comes to an end. 368, a lead of 184.
Yes, and we see it looks to be Ian Boyce continuing his spell. He's into a long spell here. He's already bowled 18 overs, picked up 3 wickets, gone for 79 runs, 1 maiden.
Yeah, he's really have a marathon spell, if you want to call it that. He's bowled from this Richard Prof Edwards in the majority of the day here. And he's been very tidy with his all-spin bowling. Just taken to the cleaners in the latter part of the innings of Kofi Hurdle. Well, he continues to be good. Here he is from that Richard Prof Edwards in, and again work behind square for a single for Williams. They're coming back for a second and gets it pretty easily in the end, as Pius Emilian had to run a long way from that square leg and couldn't prevent 2.
I personally don't think that it should have been 2. We just see Pius Emilian approach the ball a bit lazily and lethargic. So if he would have sprint into that ball, he would have prevented the second run. But Empire pick up another 2 runs.
Emilian, known for his athletic prowess. But here is Boyce, Brian Williams onto the front foot. Stroking that one into the offside. Looking to come back for a second again is Williams, and he should be run out. A loud appeal, I think he regained his ground. So again, in uncertainty between these batters, hoping to come back for a second was Williams. No interest for that Dre Springer, and in the end he got back home.
A cardinal sin there from Ian Boyce. On the first attempt, he just missed the stump and hit it on the second attempt. But by that time, Williams was already safely home in his crease. So that brings Dre Springer back onto strike. And we see the field spreading once again. Springer has been so strong on the sweep shot. He swept the ball fantastically, which forces Boyce to have a deep square and a deep backward square.
You've also got a man at deep mid wicket, along off. As this time, Springer comes quietly forward, plays that one into the offside, no run resulting. But Springer showing that he's no slouch with the bat. He's a guy who can really occupy the crease, and coming in at number 10 and plays an impressive not so far for his team. Some 25 runs to his good.
Yes, Springer, he's definitely looked in good touch, and he's continuing that good touch, just driving that one exquisitely through the offside. It runs close into the boundary, and it does a bit of sloppy work there from the fielder, just running down behind it slowly. Wanderers look to be lethargic here, Andy.
It's a substitute in Brown. That ball just chased that one. He really escorted it to the boundary, if you want to call it that. But it doesn't look like it was ever going to get there. But in the end, picking up yet another boundary, Dre Springer. He moves his tally along. This is impressive innings here by the number 10 batter.
Yes, Dre Springer, I'm absolutely impressed with this knock so far. He shows pure aggression. He's shown class. He's currently 25 from 14 deliveries.
This time again coming on the front foot. Just playing this one into the cover region where looks like Hart is the one doing the work. Let's bring his man forward again on the front foot, working that one into the onside. No run on that equation as the over comes in. And so Dre Springer continues to be good.
59th over comes to an end, 360 for 8. You talked about Dre Springer continuing to be good, and I'm really impressed by his innings here because, as we know, he's known predominantly for his bowling, but he's come out here today and he's batted positively. He's batted with positive intent, just sweeping the ball well, driving the ball well, and he's played shots all along the ground, so he's been superb today. Jelani Joseph back into the attack from the pavilion end. He's bowled 3 overs, no wickets, 13 runs.
Yes, Jelani Joseph, like you said, the right arm like spinner. Just trying to get a rhythm going.
Yes, he's still being searched of his first wicket in the Elite Division. A young man making his debut versus Empire.
See how he goes here to be bowling to Williams. Delivery stroke up to long off, an easy single. With Jazz Griffith coming off the boundary. He's doing the work. So 1 more to the Empire total. But it brings Dre Springer, a man who's got a bit of a long hand to it, really.
Yes.
But really good coming in at number 10.
Yes, he definitely has stamped his authority on this innings. Looking to play another big shot there, straight back down the ground, down to long off. Just 1 run, fielder does well. Brings Williams back into strike, and Williams, he's been so well on the other end. He's not been as aggressive, but he's been occupying the crease, just allowing Springer to stay here and play all of his shots. So Williams' innings must not be discredited as well.
Well, he's done well. He's batted with 2 partnerships. One, firstly, as he pulled this one down to mid-wicket. Good ball by the substitute. Got a good bounce. Brown, the substitute fielder, he's on. So just 1 more to him. But yeah, 2 good partnerships that he's been involved with now. Kobe Williams, 1 with the Centurion, Kofi Huddle, and now here with the number 10 batting, Dre Springer. Here's Springer delivery, just trying to hit that one over the onside, down to long on. 1 more is all it'll be. So 1 more to the good of the Empire's total. Just trying to get up to this 400 mark maybe. Springer and Kobe Williams continues to do good work. Like I said, attacked it by the A&A other parts Empire side to carry on after the T interval. This Williams coming on the front foot. Just sure their intentions must be to just bat 1 innings here. Rashawn?
Yes, most definitely. It appears that way. They've put on a big total. They have a big lead right now. So if they just continue with Springer and Williams putting on as many runs as possible, it is very much well within their reach to bowl and bowl out the Wanderers side to only bat once here.
That must be the tactic. As the delivery overcomes, and then well bowled there by Jelani Joseph. Stroke into the offside by Williams. No run resulting. And the Empire teams carry on in the ascendancy.
Yes, Empire, they've been so good today. From the opening partnership all the way down to this current partnership where we have number 10 batsman batting, and he's doing so well, striking the ball to all parts of the ground. So it really shows the depth of the Empire batting lineup. and we've seen them do so well, taking the score up to 367 for 8 after 61 overs.
Yes, a lead of 191 runs. Looks like Ian Boyce, he's going to continue. Like I said, a very long spell, a marathon spell by him. He's bowling into his 20th over now. He's picked up some 3 for 86. Young Ian Boyce, former Wanderers captain.
Yes, former Wanderers captain, so he's a guy who also brings a heap of experience to this Wanderers side. He's no stranger to the cricket at this level. He bowls to Dre Springer. Springer, big swing, and he goes to slip. Caught by Shem Watson. Springer's cameo comes to an end. 31 from 26 deliveries. A fantastic innings, but a fantastic ball and a fantastic catch.
Just look at the replay. A good catch there by Shem Watson. Stationed at that slip position. A ball flighted outside the off stump and trying to get that one somewhere over long off, peeling off the other edge, and a good catch being taken there by Springer at slip. So another wicket for the good of Ian Boyce. He picks up a 4, but at this stage the declaration comes.
Yes, the declaration finally comes at last. 371 for 9 on the board, a lead of 195 runs. So now it's all over to Empire bowlers. The batsmen have done the job. A tremendous innings built on the back of Kofi Hurdle. He played a superb 108 runs. A stroke-filled innings, boundaries galore. But what was so good about it, Andy, is that he was patient. He knew when to play his shots. He knew which balls to hit. Although he was aggressive, it wasn't a case where he was bludgeoning every ball. He was selective in his stroke play, and he played so brilliantly. So all kudos goes to Kofi Hurdle.
You called it correctly. Kofi Hurdle, 108 from 96 deliveries, 8 fours and 9 sixes, and he had some good partnerships along the way. Mario Albert, he got 20. Jaden Edmond, 27. Jordan Yard, he got 13. Williams left not on 19, and Dre Springer 25. So good batting all the way down the lower order for the ANA other parts Empire side, really pushing that tally up to 195, the lead, like you said, and just a lot of batting to be done by the Wanderers side this afternoon and into tomorrow if they're going to keep themselves in this game.
Yes, definitely a lot of batting must be done by this Wanderers side. They cannot afford to lose early wickets like they did last innings. They'll be hoping to get through the evening, losing 1 to 2 wickets most, and they have to come and put on a lead, put on a big score.
Well, tell you, if we again tell you the lead is 195, the declarations come. If you have a but here, the roller is just going to make its way on the pitch. As you see, the head curator here is just going to do his work. A roll to this placid surface here. Excellent for batting. He said exploited by Kofi Hurdle, putting together an excellent century and putting his team well in the advantage here. As you see the technology, no need for a manual man on the roller.
Yes, I was now observing that. I was now wondering if I was seeing correctly because I was looking for the driver, but I saw no one. Did they now send the roller from the pavilion all the way out to the curator?
Well, the curator, he positioned it there. That's the advent of technology.
Most definitely, the technology is rapidly advancing, assisting humans day by day. We'll now take this opportunity, Andy, to have a look at some of the other games in the Elite Division to see what's going on.
I tell you, this commentary again in collaboration with the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell Imagery, just leading the way.
over a runner ball. And now Windward are back for their second knock, looking to get back the lead.
They're 20 for no loss, trailed by some 15 runs in the deficit.
Yes.
So YMPC, like you said, taking the lead in this encounter. They will want to push on, take wickets here. As Currency Barnett seems to be the keeper here as well. A good knot. Another young player who's been in good form of recent. He's been pretty consistent recently. Good to see the young man. Saw him score a century last season in one of the 50-over games. Lots of drives. Impressive.
Yes, it's always good to see when young men make the switch from the BCA youth setup into clubs and they excel and do so well. It's always good to see for the future of Barbados cricket, and not only the future of Barbados cricket, but the future of West Indies cricket. It's always good to see.
Yes.
Speaking of the youth though, Andy, have you heard that Zachary Carter would have signed with the Desert Vipers for the 2026 Global Super League?
Yeah, a player who's done himself very well, served well at the Youth World Cup, scoring a century in one of his innings. A very aggressive player, one who have got a lot of time for Zachary Carter. He times the ball tremendous and hits it powerful. And I tell you, it'd be good to see him get off to a start if he ever gets trust in that Global Super League.
Yes, Zachary Carter is definitely one for the future, and he's one for the present, having already established himself on the international level. We now make a switch over to Pickwick, where they face up against the BCA youth team. It appears that the BCA youth team is batting with Jahidi Hines and Raphael Lovell are the two batsmen, 95 for 6. So the BCA youth side in a spot of bother. They'll be looking to rebuild here with these two batsmen. Zondre Baptiste is the bowler, another youth player who has done so well throughout his years at school, and he's now making the transition to the Pickwick side. Former QC boy.
Yeah, he's into the wickets. He's got 2 for 16. He's into his 8th over here. Here's ball into Hines. Coming on the front foot and defending stoutly is Jahidi Hines. He has so much young talent throughout this Barbados, and good to see Bella Imagery being able to showcase this talent. As this main game here at the Wanderers, you can see ESAF Pittwit, Fields Pittwit 273, and in reply 95 for 6.
Yes, most definitely. Barbados youth team will need a big partnership here as they trail by 178 runs. So if they stand a chance in this game, they'll need to have a rebuild. But Raphael Lovell and Jahidi Hines are no slouches with the bat. They're two young batsmen that have scored runs at the youth level, and they're definitely capable of doing it in this division. Raphael Lovell, notably, he scored a couple 80s in the Elite Division last season. So he's definitely one that can take a game away from opposition.
Well, there is representing the Signia Globe Financial Barbados Youths. Like I said, trailed by 178 runs, and rightly said, Lovell, he's been one of the leaders in the trials, to the under-19 trials, as we had earlier in the week, being played at the Lears Ground. Left-handed batter can hit a towering ball.
Yes, most definitely.
Another Queen's College player.
Another Queen's College player. So
a couple of your teammates.
A couple of my teammates. I was not about to say, as I hear the name Queen's College, you know that I like these boys. They're talented players who do so well. Lovell, now that you mentioned the Queen's College, I remember that innings where he played against, who was it? Was it Comamere? Where he scored that 96. Fell just short of the 100. It was such a great innings. It was a shame that he could not get to the 100, but it does not take away from what he did. Struck the ball firm. You would think that this is a big man hitting the ball with how far he was hitting it.
It looks like Renico Smith, one of our promising pacers. Good to see him back on the park, young Smith. One who he's got a lot of time for. He's picked up some 2 for 29 so far in this spell. He's into his 11th over. One who was marred with some injuries, but good to see Renico Smith back on the park.
Yes, he's one who's represented West Indies at the under-19 level as well, and it's always good to see when our fast bowlers are back out and functioning. So it's good to see Renico Smith back out.
I think he's stationed right now with the West Indies Academy, but good to see him coming out and supporting his club team in ESA Fields Pittwick. Here is Smith, promising fast bowler. Delivery by on target, and Lovell equal to the task, defending it stoutly back up the pitch.
Yes, you talked about the West Indies Academy, and we were now talking about our youth players transitioning into a senior setup. That reminds me of young Zishan Mutara, who's been doing so well for himself. He's one who is also a product of the same BCA youth team, and since then he's gone on to represent West Indies and West Indies Academy. So Zishan, he's one who is so talented, and he's one who can expect great things from in the future.
as well. So Smith, he said, such a big database of players in Barbados Cricket. Barbados Cricket Association should be happy to put together such another lovely tournament. As coming out of the West Indies Academy, now going on to Barbados for the first time. He just traveled to Jamaica a couple of days ago, is Johan Lane.
Yes, Johan Lane as well. He's another one who is so good. He's played for the West Indies team, and he's been around the side for quite a bit now. Although he's had limited opportunities, I'm sure that the West Indies will continue to persist with him. But, Andy, we're back here at the Wanderers ground where we see the opening bowler, Jaden Edmond, marking his run. I'm sure he'll be looking to make something happen with the new ball. Dismiss Wanderers opening batsman early in the innings.
Well, Jaden Edmond, like you said, another one of those young men who had the opportunity to play straight at the first class level. Last first class season playing for the combined campuses and colleges, but that's no longer in the tournament for this year. So here he is playing it straight for the ANA Auto Parts Empire side. He would like to impress. He was a bit inconsistent in the first innings, but one who we know have the capabilities to pick up wickets and pick up large hauls.
Most definitely. It's always great to see when our young men are coming through and doing so well. Edmund is one of them who would have also come through the Barbados youth setup. I know him from the Franklin Stevenson Academy when I was very young. He was there and about, so it's good to see when young fellas come and do well for themselves at the senior level. We also see Jaden Yard having a warm-up, and we see quite a chat here between the experienced players on the side. Captain Nathan Seeley, Kofi Hurdle, and Roston Chase, mostly discussing the strategies to dismiss this Wanderer side early.
Tactical, like you said, but you got to give the Pacers the opportunity with a new ball. I'm sure Edmund, like you said, him, Andres Premier, they will want to make early inroads. Remember, the lead is 195, so the deficit of 195 for the Wanderers team before they can ask the Empire side to chase down a tally to get up to a victory. So the umpires are making their way into the middle. Umpires Kareem Tate and my good friend Leon Lane. They've had a good job so far by the umpires. They've done some good work.
Yes, I've really admired the work that they've done, because a lot of persons not involved in cricket don't understand how hard it is to be an umpire, to be able to stand up and make decisions when the ball is going so fast and everything is happening so quickly. There's also the element of pressure. I'll put a pause in that. We see the Empire side huddling up now, getting in their final remarks before going out into battle.
Yes, they're in the huddle. Captain Seeley just reassuring what they need to do, what needs to be done. How are they going to go about this afternoon? I'd be interested to see how many overs remain in today's play. 35 overs remain in this day's play. So they will want to get as many wickets in this period. Wanderers, on the other hand, they wouldn't want to lose any wickets and be in a good position coming back into day 3 tomorrow.
Yes, you mentioned 35 wickets remaining in this day. 35
35
overs, my apologies. It will be such a crucial 35 overs as Wanderers have to. They have to bat. They have to bat wise. They have to bat responsibly. Cannot afford to lose wickets. And Empire, they have one job and one job only. Get batsmen out in order to win this game. So it's a good battle set up here at Darrows Road, and I'm keen to see what plays out.
Yeah, 371 for 9 before the declaration came, leading by 195 runs as the openers are making their way into the middle as well. Looks like it's going to be Jazz Griffith and once more Joshua Morris, the two entrusted to open the batting for the Wanderers side.
Yes, Jazz Griffith and Joshua Morris. The pair didn't get off in the first inning, so they'll be looking to have a bit of a change here. I'm keen to see how Jazz Griffith approaches his innings, because we talked about him being stuck on the back foot last week, and I know that he would have watched back the footage, so I'm keen to see if he makes the adjustment or if he just differs his game today. I'm really excited to see how he goes about this innings, because obviously the Empire side would have used that and seen it and used it to their advantage, bowling him with a very full delivery. He was caught on the back foot, cleaning up the stump, so I'm excited to see how he goes about his innings today.
One thing you can see that was changed from the first innings is Jaden Edmond. He's going to start the attack this innings from the Prof. Edwards end. You know, he would have started from the Stephen Farmer end in the first innings. Dre Springer would have started from that, this Prof. Edwards end. As guard being taken by Jazz Griffith. As we're about to start this, the second innings for the Wanderers side. Being dismissed for 176 in the first innings, they will put up a better showing.
Yes, 2 slips on a gully in place. Point, extra cover, mid-off, short mid-wicket, and a whitish mid-wicket, and fine leg. So the field is set. Umpire is ready. Batsman is ready. And let's play.
First ball for Edmond is a short ball, and Griffith dispatches this one past backward square for 4. So a short delivery on the back foot and plummered past backward square for the first boundary of the innings.
No surprise there whatsoever. That's what he likes, Griffith. He just rocked back and hit that one with authority over the square leg area all the way for 4. So it's a good start for Wanderers, opening their account with a 4.
I continue to say to you, Rashawn, how good a batted wicket this is. You just spend your time here, be selective. Runs are here for the taking at this ground. The pitch, excellent batting pitch. He just needs to spend some time.
Most definitely. And after the first ball, we see a change in the field. The square leg has now gone down on the boundary after that dominant shot from Griffith. Let's see how Edmond comes back.
Delivery outside the off, through to the keeper, good pace. So good carry to the keeper, Mario Albert.
Yes, Mario Albert, he kept so well last innings, having 4 dismissals, Andy. He took 4 catches behind the stump, and they weren't just ordinary catches. They were 4 tremendous catches, and he came back, and he had a start with the bat. So Albert, he's really been good this game, and I look forward to seeing him behind the stumps with the gloves this innings.
Excellent glove man is Mario Albert, one like you said, who also been a national goalkeeper. A delivery outside the off stump from Edmond, just leaving the bat. I think he more pull his bat inside the line of that one, Jazz Griffith.
Yes, he definitely does not want to get any bat on that. He'll either have to get his hands up or pull it out the line of the way, as you mentioned. You do not want your bat hanging out there early in the innings. That's a recipe for disaster. If it catches the edge, there's the 3 catchers in there in Kevin Stout, Roston Chase, and Nathan Seeley just waiting to grabble you up.
After those deliveries, you might want to be inclined to include another slip into the cordon. As here is Edmond. Side the off stand, and this one cut off the outer edge. One bounce over the third man and into the fence for 4. So whiff on order, offer a shorter delivery. If you have a look at this one, outside the off stand and cutting it up. He had no intention of keeping that down with Jazz Griffith, and 1 bounce on the another 4.
Yes, and it's actually a similar start to last innings. If the viewers go and watch back what went on last innings, we saw a similar thing where Jazz Griffith went cutting at a ball outside of the off stump, and it just thick outside edge, gone down for 4. So we see a similar start, and he's really batting to his game. Anything short of a length, he throws his hands up with authority, and he hits it hard.
Again, this game is all about patience. Patience in every discipline. The batter needs to be patient, so too is the bowler. Here is Edmond. Full delivery and driven through the offside. Wouldn't reach the boundary. Should come back for a second, though. This looks like Williams is pulling this one back in and picking up another couple. So 2 more to the total.
Yes, Griffith, he's opened his account with 2 4s and a 2. So he goes up to 10 in the first over. He started here positively, but it's just now to see if he can carry on. Lots of batsmen have gotten starts here, Andy, and they've failed to carry on. We had a lot of 20s, we had a lot of teens. So we had 1 batsman who would have carried on, which would have been Kofi Huddle. I'd love to see another batsman carry on and reach 3 figures this innings.
Yes, like I said, it's a good pitch. So the over comes to an end. At the end of this over, there's 10 for no loss. Jaden Edmond, just a bit of inconsistencies. You saw him pushing those 2 good deliveries on the lane for the Austin. Good carries to the keeper, but then outside of that, he was all over the shop.
Yes, Edmond, he'd want to tidy up in his second over. So coming from the other end, it looks to be Dre Springer making his way to the umpire. He bowled a brilliant spell last innings, not taking many wickets. He only took 1, but what he did so well was restrict runs and allowing Yard on the other end to strike and take wickets consistently. So they bowled in partnership, and they did well at that.
Good pair for the Empire side. He said making a new acquisition, a new captain in Nathan Seeley. If some of their main players, they're away on national duty. We've got the likes of Justin Graves, who's been elevated to the captaincy of the Leeward Islands team.
Yes, and we also have the likes of Kevin Wickham, who's representing the Barbados team. So Empire, known for producing a lot of national players. The likes of Jamel Warrican as well, the West Indies Test vice captain. We also have the West Indies Test captain, Ralston Cheers, who's here playing today. So Empire, they've been known to be a powerhouse in Barbados cricket, producing many of our West Indies and Barbados players.
Yeah, absence again. You got the likes of Sean Braffett. Hope he gets himself a good start in this regional first class. A delivery down the leg side, and Mario Albert skips around and pulls a dive to haul that one back in. Excellent glove work by the keeper.
Yes, Albert, I've really been impressed with him throughout today. And Springer, he just starts a bit wide down the leg side. He'd want to tidy that up as well. So both opening bowlers starting with loose deliveries.
Yeah, they've got a good lead, a sizable lead. So they don't need to be erratic, but they can look for the attack. They can go on the attack. So sometimes trying to be too attacking, you can forget about your lengths and your lines.
Oh, brilliant glove work. Down the leg side again from Albert. He continues his brilliance behind the stump. He's really been a fantastic acquisition for the Empire side. He's joined only this season, and he's already showing his worth and why they picked him.
Yeah, he's into his first game for the Empire side. Like I said, just getting around to the leg side. A couple of deliveries well directed down the leg side by Dre Sprayer. And Mario Albert just showing his class behind the stumps. Here is Sprayer. This time outside the off stump. Just waking it way back into the batter. Watchful by Josh Morris and true to the keeper.
Yes, Morris leaving that one alone. Last innings, he got out playing a rash shot. A big drive early in the innings. I think it was only the second or third over. Inside edging onto his stump. So he'll look to come back here today a lot more focused and concentrated. So too to get a big score under his name.
Yeah, he will want to get a score. Like you said, this pitch has got lots of runs in it. I tell you, if you can bide your time, spend some time in the middle here, there's runs to be had.
Most definitely. Springer into Morris, just on the back foot, blocking that one out. I had a chat with Dre Springer during the week. He's a classmate of mine at the University of the West Indies, and I was telling him that he bowled well this weekend, but he's someone that is such a high achiever and wants better for himself. So he was telling me that he knows that he can do better. So I know that he'd be keen to come back here today, hit his lines and lengths. He was telling me that although he did bowl decent, he was a bit inconsistent at times. So I know that he'd be really eager on coming here today and being consistent. So I'm excited to see how he bowls his spell.
This is the game, consistency. He said patience. Another delivery this time, struck on the pad. Jazz Griffith is interested in a non-existent single, and rightfully said so, set back by Morris. But another good delivery there on this occasion, like he said, getting his movement back into the batter and just striking him high on the pad.
Yes, good pace on that delivery. Before Morris even got his bat down, the ball was already onto him. So Dre Springer, he looks fit, he looks healthy, and he looks fast.
Yeah, coming off an injury last season. And here's a young man trying to get through his paces. Looks fit, like you said. I would like to see him get a full season in. But here he is. Morris, a short delivery and slap. Good work by Centurion Kofi Hurdle there, stationed that mid-off. And a wayward throw up to the keeper though. Mario Albert is trying to make his way back. Couldn't gather cleanly. No run resulting as the over comes to an end. Yeah, another good over. 10 for no loss. The Wanderers in deficit of 195.
Yes, Wanderers chasing 195 before they actually start their total. So they'll be looking to be concentrated this innings. They'll be looking to be focused and get a big total on the board. Anything upwards of 300, Andy, they have to get if they stand a chance of winning this game. So this is a really crucial period for them, this evening session.
Yeah, cool afternoon for bowling. So the Empire of Pacers, they will fancy themselves in these conditions. The sun is well set behind a cloud somewhere. So like he said, a nice cool evening here. I know the Wanderers ground can get very hot, surrounded by the buildings and the trees. But a cool afternoon here for bowling.
Yes, a very cool afternoon indeed. I'm loving the breeze here. Not too much sunlight. As you said, the sun is hidden somewhere behind a cloud. So the bowlers will enjoy this session. It's always good for bowlers when they can run in without too much sunlight beaming down on them. They get to preserve some of their energy, and also the wind factor allows them to get a bit of extra movement on the ball. So great conditions here for bowling, but that does not take away from the conditions for batting. It's a good wicket here. We saw a century scored in Empire first innings, so Wanderers will look to replicate and do the same.
Yep. So it's going to be Edmund to continue. Ball into Griffith, 2 slips. I think they've now employed someone at the third man boundary. So still a very attacking position, that third man, for someone like Jazz Griffith, who cuts and cuts upward, and that feeder could come into play as Edmund. Delivery short, wide on the leg side. This time Mario Albert can't hold on to it as we wait the signal from the umpire. Boyce signal a delivery high over the keeper's head. Go up with his left hand. Keeper had no chance really, so Albert might be very disappointed that that one is given to the boys and not to the whites.
Yes, a very harsh call indeed, which would affect his figures, which have been so superb up to this point. But it was a very high delivery, and it would have required a Superman dive from Albert if he was to stop that one.
So the ball is back with Edmund. Conceded 10 runs in his first over. That's a good delivery. Just on the line of the off stump, 4th stump line, and going through to the keeper.
Yes, a good delivery indeed. Just that line that gets the batsman a bit indecisive of whether to play or not. Not too far to leave, but at the same time still close enough to play at. So it's good to see those deliveries. The question now is whether he can string together 3-4 of those deliveries to get the batsman really thinking.
Yeah, 2 slips, the third man, backward point cover, mid-off. Mid-on, there's also a deep backward square and a fine leg. Here is it. Jaden Edmund driven powerfully back past the bowler. A delivery over pitched by Edmund and given the treatment past the bowler over the rope now for 4. Excellent timing.
I'd like to know where he was running going, Andy. You don't run off of those shots. So let's just have another look at it if we do have the chance to see a replay. He hit that one with so much authority and took off running. No, you just hold the pose on those ones.
Yeah, it was over pitch and given the treatment. Well timed there by Jazz Griffith, like you said, one who could generally hang his back on the back foot, but he got into a lovely position on that occasion. And before Edmund could get his hands down, that one was well past him like a bullet from a gun. Here is Edmund. Delivery outside the off stump. Better length on this occasion, just pulling his length back.
Yes, a good comeback indeed. The last delivery being over pitched, but he's pulled that delivery back on a good length outside of the off stump, just getting Griffith to shoulder in arms and leave that one.
That's the consistency that he wants to bowl with. Like I said, Edmund seems to be a bit short of work in this match. You can see, it's a new season. I don't know what he's done through the off season, if he was carrying an injury or anything of that sort. But his bowling has been a little bit inconsistent. Still have the knack to pick up a couple of wickets. Let's see him bowl to Griffith. Another full delivery outside the off stump. So that's the inconsistency that I'm speaking of.
Yes, he now bowled a brilliant delivery the ball before on a good line, good length outside the off stump, and he follows it up with a very full delivery. So we'd like to see a bit more consistency from Edmund, and his captain would like to see that consistency as well, just stringing some balls together early with the ball to get batsmen thinking.
See, like you said, the patience required. He's good enough to have a first-class fifer. Here is Edmund. Delivery, better length outside the Austin. You can see the slip cord and loving that. So as the over comes in, then Edmund, he's set down 2. 2 overs, no middles, none for 14. And the score is 18 for no loss.
Yes, Griffith, 14 from 12 deliveries. Morris yet to score. So Griffith being the aggressor in this opening partnership. As we see Dre Springer making his way back to his mark to bowl. Wanderers will just want to be very watchful in this opening partnership, Andy, knowing that they have a tower to chase. They trail by 177 runs, so it really takes a lot to get to the lead first of all, and then to go beyond it. So they really have to apply themselves throughout this innings. No loose shots, and their batsmen have to bat. That is the key thing about this innings. Batsmen have to bat. You cannot do like last innings and leave it to the tail to come in and flag some quick runs. The batsmen must stand up, score half centuries and even centuries. That is going to be the key this innings.
Yeah, partnerships definitely will be key. Delivery outside the off stump. Good carry to Albert from Dre Springer. So he's hitting some good lines, good lengths. Started with a maiden over in his first over, And you can see him come back here, and again, on or about that off stump line, carrying through to the keeper.
Yes, Springer, he definitely looks good today. Told me that he's coming to bowl better than he did last week, and he started fairly good, hitting his line and length over the top of the off stump. Morris still yet to score. He'll be looking to open his account here.
But Rashawn, I'm going to put this one to you. With a lead of 195, you just got 2 slips in the gully. You would think that you ought to have another man in a catching position around the off stump, as he said, asking the batsman to go for that drive. And Sprayer seems to be bowling some good areas.
Well, we now see Kevin Stout and Nathan Seeley having a chat. Stout looks as if he's signaling to Seeley to go into the gully region, but instead we see a slip coming out. So they've done the opposite of what you're saying, and I completely agree with you, Andy. When there's such big totals and the ball is still new and moving around, you'd like to see more slips in place, potentially taking the catch and pitching up the ball, allowing the batsman to have a drive. Well bowled on Springer on that occasion, but it's a no ball. So it looks as if he's infringed the front crease.
Yeah, called by umpire Kiron Tate, competent umpire. But like I said, moving that additional man into the onside, obviously the tactic must be to bowl as straight as possible here to Joshua Morris.
Yes, we see 1, 2, 3, 4 guys in the leg side.
Delivery outside the off stump and through to the keeper. So yes, with the acquisition of that man stationed into the mid-wicket region, you would think that they'd be asking Sprayer to attack the stumps a bit more.
Yes, I definitely would assume that he'd be attacking the stumps more, but we've now seen him bowl one outside of the off stump, so it leaves me questioning what really is the plan here. A 5-4 field, 5 guys in the offside, 4 in the leg side, so it's almost balanced. Springer into Morris. Back of the length delivery. Morris worked that one off the legs. They settle for just 1 run. Edmund does well in the field, which brings Griffith back onto strike. And Morris opens his account.
Yeah, well, hard length on the middle stump and just work that one into the mid-wicket region where Edmund had to run around to his right and allowing Morris to get his first run. But again, I think with a newer ball, you want to ask questions of that outside edge. But like you said, the A&A Auto Parts Empire, they've gone the other direction. Brings the ever aggressive Jazz Griffith into strike. He'll be facing up to Dre Springer for the first time in this innings.
Yes, you talked about Griffith's aggression. He's not one that's afraid to play his shots. He's just come out and he's been batting how he normally bats. Springer into Griffith. Full delivery, squeezed out into the offside. They run one, they look to turn for the second, and they will do so.
Into that vacant gully region where a fielder should be stationed. So
yes.
Picking that 2 off the outer edge, full length delivery, just trying to drag down on it, taking the outer portion of the bat and past the gully region where there's no one station.
Yes, you know, talked about that extra fielder being in that region to potentially take the catch, but if the fielder was there, he would have been able to stop 2 runs.
New tactics. Let's see. A full delivery again. This time with a lot of appeal, and Griffith loses his wicket. Like before wicket, Kiron King raised the dreaded finger, and he's got to make his way back into the pavilion. Goes like before wicket to Dre Springer, and Wanderers have lost their first wicket, 22 for 1.
And that brings the 4th over to an end. But interestingly so, Griffith goes again to the full delivery, the very, very full delivery, angled right at his toes, and he fails to get his bat down in time. So it's definitely something that Empire have exploited, and we've seen Griffith walking off now. And Hart making his way out to the crease. But as I was saying, it's definitely something that Empire have noticed, and they've gone fuller, and it's worked for them on 2 different occasions. The first innings, he was bowled down with a similar delivery, and the second innings, he was LBW. New batsman making his way to the crease is Hayden Hart. So there's a change in the order. Hart came at 4 last innings. He's coming up at 3 this innings. and he joins Joshua Morris. 22 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, Dre Springer picking up an early wicket. Like you said, he bowled well in the first innings. He didn't have the wickets to show. He just picked up one in the innings. But here he is making the early strike. That of Jazz Griffith, who has to make his way back into the pavilion like before wicket. Tell you, that was a telling delivery from the man. He's gone for, let's say, get his total. But picking up a wicket is Dre Springer with the final ball of his overs. He's gone for 6. Let's get this board up. Tell me, how much did you get for Chaz Griffith?
Chaz Griffith.
16. Leg before for 16. So, it's Jaden Edmond to continue from the Prof. Edwards end. Ball to Joshua Morris. Delivery by on target. A good length on this occasion. He would want to be consistent in those areas. Jaden Edmond. If he's going to get any success.
Yes, most definitely. He'd want to be consistently bowling at that stump. And we've seen a change in field for Edmond. 2 slips and the gully. So they have the... It's either a gully or a third slip. Hard to decide.
Yeah, he seems more to be in the third slip region.
Yes, most definitely. But a change in field. So Edmond will be looking to target that top of off stump line. Edmond into Morris.
Pace.
Good pace on that occasion. Just cutting Morris in half. Good delivery.
It's a top delivery there by Jaden Edmond. This is the deliveries that we know of Edmond. He ought to be more consistent on that length. And to see the carry again. A good take there by keeper Mario Albert. Just showing his skill set. But Edmond, he needs to be consistent. He's into his third over. His team is relying on him to pick up wickets.
So here we have Edmond into Morris again. Full delivery, big drive, inside edge, down to the square leg. Just 1 run.
Just losing his shape there is Joshua Morris. Delivery on the fuller side, and he's just opened out, left in the big gap, coming off the outer in the part of the bat and going all down to the square leg to pick up a single. But he needs to be a bit tighter. Joshua Morris, remember losing his stumps in the first innings with one of those loose drives. If you're going to be entrusted to open up the batting at the top of the order, you needs to be a bit tighter.
Yes, most definitely. He'd want to tighten up as his team requires a big answer here today. Losing an early wicket in Jazz Griffith, and they can't afford to lose another one. But Hart facing his first delivery. Short delivery to start with, and it's a low appeal. A low appeal. It looks to be convinced from the umpire side. Lots of questions being asked. But umpire says not out, and umpire's decision is final.
Tell you, that's a good delivery there from the young man, Jaden Edmond. What a delivery to get for your first one up. Hayden Hart had no answer, really. Just trying to get his hands out of the way. The Empire team, they were convinced that they got a bit of a mitten onto that one. Mario Albert, see him doing bending knees and begging. But Leon Lane not interested. And that one goes through to be another dot delivery. But an excellent delivery there from Jaden Edmond.
Yes, an excellent delivery indeed. You call that a snorter. Good delivery first up.
So the ball is back with Edmond. Let's see how Hart faces up on Waits. 3 slits in Wade in a big drive and misses and through to Mario Albert. Massive drive at that one. Beaten for pace, through to the keeper. Again, a naughty shot. Remember, there's a deficit of 195 these guys are chasing.
Very, very naughty shot there. My face now went into surprise because just his second delivery and he's into a big, booming, expansive drive. So clearly Hart has come up with different intentions from what we're thinking, Andy.
23 for 1. Still trailed by 172. As the ball is back with Jaden Edmond. What has been a better over this time? Delivery by on target, defended stoutly there by Hart. So the over comes in, and at the end of 5 overs, the Wanderers there, 23 for 1, trying to erase a deficit of 195. They still trail by some 171.
Yes, a big way to go for Wanderers. Just 23 runs on the board so far, trailing by 172. So it's a big ask, but it's one that is definitely possible if they stand up and apply themselves. And this evening session will be also important as they have to get through it without losing too many wickets. So Morris and Hart at the crease. And Dre Springer is back into the attack.
Well, he's done some good work. He picked up the early wicket, that of Jazz Griffin leg before. He's cleared 2 overs, conceding just 4 runs, picking up that early wicket. But still, just 2 slips.
Ball angle down the leg side from Springer. Albert does well to clean it up.
Continues to be good. Mario Albert behind the stumps. You see him just keeping them moving along merrily, doing some good work. The glove man. We've seen some good glove men in this game. You saw Joshua Morris, who's very much there stationed at the batter end. He had a good work out behind the wickets as well.
Yes, I've been very impressive with the glove work. Morris, he would have taken 2 catches close up to the stump off of Ian Boyce's bowling. And Albert, he's been oh so superb. He's taken 4 catches behind the stump in the first innings.
Delivery off the outer portion of the bat. Didn't carry the second slip. You chase the man feeding. But again, like I said, you will want to see some reinforcement, some additional feeders in the offside slip region. Remember, they're still trailed by 172. You want to be a bit more attacking.
Yes, most definitely. Especially if Springer is going to be bowling in that channel outside of the off stump. You definitely want these slips in place to catch the outside edge if it does come. Springer into Morris. Big shot over the leg side. A wonderful on drive onto the roof of Wanderers. 6 runs. Morris dismisses that one.
A delivery, I wasn't thinking it was that full, but he went through the line of it. And the new ball with pace on. And he really got the distance on that one. 6 coming up on the screen. As I said, playing through the line. And the ball just not fully in the arc, but having enough elevation and enough carry to pick up his first 6.
Yes. A confident shot there from Morris. He's in a no-nonsense mood here.
Again, Rashawn, it just enhances what we were saying about the quality of this batting pitch. It's a good pitch for batting. If you can spend you some time in the middle, like I tell you, you can get some runs here. Runs are here for the taking. But again, you just need to apply themselves and look to battle this afternoon and just be much more watchful.
Yes. You couldn't have said it any better, Andy. It just takes application. The batsmen just have to do their part and just bat along on this surface. It's tremendous surface for batting, and we've seen 100 score in the first innings. And Wanderers, I'd love to see someone from their side step up and put up their hand to score 100 as well.
Yes, so the ball is now back with us. But again, a good batting surface here, as you saw with that shot. Yes, tension of the arms and just carrying it over long on position for the first boundary. Morris, he moves up to 8. But be interested to see the reply from Dre Springer. Like you said, it was no half volley by any stretch of the imagination. Just a lovely shot through the line on that occasion. So still 2 slips, a backward point, a cover. There's also a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. Springer again, a big drive again on this occasion, getting the inner portion of the bat. Again, we said Morris just opening up, needs to be a bit tighter. Just giving the bowler too much of the chance with that shot.
Yes, Morris just looks to be backing himself here. Anything pitched up or slightly full of a length, he's going to go back over the bowler's head, and he now went to repeat what he did on the previous delivery, but he didn't get that one. Perhaps he didn't get close enough, just getting the inside edge onto his pad.
Here is young Dre Springer. Short delivery this time, he goes for the hook. A man is interested, not going to carry. 2 men stationed down there for that hook shot. Fine leg coming around to his left, but couldn't get there. It looks like Perryman.
But even if he did get there, Andy, it was a no ball, so it wouldn't have mattered either way. He just infringes the front crease again, something that we've seen with the fast bowlers today. We've seen Dre Springer. We've also seen Kiron King had a similar issue, so perhaps it's an issue with the run-up.
Maybe just striving for that additional pace, putting the additional effort in, and just the momentum propelling them over that front crease. But here it brings Hart into strike. He's yet to get off the mark. We saw him play a few aggressive drives. Again, this one by on the off stump, looking for a single this time. It's like Kobe Williams placing that point and doing a good work today.
Yes, Kobe Williams. He's done good work at point today. And it's interesting you mentioned the point area because it's been an area of struggle for the Empire side. We've seen last week some misviews there. They had a bit of experimenting. I saw about 3 different guys fielding at point, but in the end it was Edmund who was doing the job, and he did well at that. So Williams takes up the responsibility today. Let's see how he does.
Here is Dre Sprayer. Delivery again on the leg stump. And maybe just off the pad, but through to keeper Mario Albert. No danger. The over comes in, and at the end of the over, just in deficit of, like we said, some 195. The Wanderers side, they find themselves curiously placed at. Let's see. Just wait those graphics.
Yes, Andy, while you find the graphics, the end of that over also brings the end of my stint. So I now welcome back Mr. Wayne Holder to the booth, Andy. I'll see you back a bit later this evening.
And if you go to the screen, thank you very much, Rashawn. You see here the Signia Fight Glass to Globe BCA. You're still trailing by 152 runs against the ESA Field Pitwit side. They're 121 for 9. That's like RJ Gittins and Travan Carrington. They're the 2 players in the middle. Rondre here with 2 for 16 from 10 overs. He continues his bowling, and he's bowling to Gittins, who's on 11. RJ Gittins, welcome Wayne Holder back into the booth. Here's a little big swing, and Rondre here goes through to the keeper.
So we are here, there, and everywhere.
The advent of technology, like I said, Bell Imagery taking the stream all around the grounds, as we rightfully said. So Wayne Holder, we're back here at the main ground. The Wanderers with Joshua Morris. He'll be facing up to Jaden Edmond.
Yes, and with the Empire side still very much in the ascendancy. They have dominated play here today, the proceedings. And Wanderers very much looking to dig themselves out of a hole. Jaden Edmond continuing from the southern end. And he is outside the all stump, and Morris is pulling his back away. So 31 for Warner. Morris on 9, and Hayden Hart on a no score. A convincing appeal for a catch at the wicket in Edmund's last over, given not out by umpire Leon Lane. The entire slip contingent. Plus the bowler, and I believe every member of the Empire side going up for that appeal. A short delivery, a vicious-looking delivery, and Hart pulling his bat out of the way, but pulling his head out of the way, leaving the bat and the gloves hanging. And Albert and the slips convinced that that ball did brush probably the glove on its way through. Umpire Lane saw it differently.
Well, the one man who wasn't convinced is the man that matters most, Wayne.
Well,
that is Umpire Leon Lane.
And that's how it happens every time. But Empire securing a lead of 195, batting on after the lunch period, something that I had predicted against, but I got it wrong that time, I must admit. I must concede to young Hackett that I got the declaration wrong. Yes. And he did get to see his Dre Springer continue to bat.
Well, he let all the viewers knew that, Wayne, that he would have won over you in that regard. But it was a tactical move, really, by the Empire team. I'm sure the Wanderers probably thought that they were going to be faced with a declaration as well. But when Coach Ryan Nurse and Captain Nathan Seeley decided against it, it means they had to go back out into the middle to just see Dre Sprayer carry on a bit more.
One can probably see the reasoning behind that decision, though. Let's wait for Edmund to come in and pass Umpire Lane. And it's wide of the awesome. And Morris goes chasing. I think he was tempted by the bit there. The ball still too wide to even get a touch. But I said that one could well understand the thinking there in that this pitch is so good, so placid, that I think the reasoning among the Empire management there would have been that with so much time left in the game, the chances of running through the Wanderers batting a second time were probably much more reduced than it might have been on a much livelier surface, as Edmund is driven up to mid-off, straight to the fielder there. That's Hakeem Perryman. There is no run. That over comes to an end. And Edmund, with none for 15 from 4 overs, finishes that over. And it's Ray Springer, who has impressed Andy. We'll talk more about that. 31 for 1, 7 overs gone.
Yeah, very impressive is Dre Springer. Like you said, a player who was faced with an injury last season, so he didn't get a lot of cricket in. But he comes here this season, seems to be a lot fitter, a lot stronger. And he's a very deceptive man. He's short in stature, but I can tell you he bowls some very quick deliveries, as you saw that full delivery to Jazz Griffith, beat him for pace. And you also saw an attempted bouncer that was climbed pretty high in the previous over to Joshua Morris.
I like how he got the wicket of Griffith, though. You can see him searching for that full-length delivery. He went through. He caused some alarm. We saw Griffith coming down. Well, both batters coming down quite late on some attempted Yorkers, and the one that got through was the one right into the toes. And Griffith not happy with the decision given by umpire Tate, but a wicket well deserved by the young pacer.
Yes, and he's one of those bowlers that can get the wicket. He's got a knack to producing wicket-taking deliveries. Dre Springer, first time in the BM10 competition, and I thought that he was impressive. And here he is carrying on. Hope he can get a successful season and stays healthy and fit enough to carry his team throughout for a full 2026 season.
Well, here he is. And he's looking for that Yorker again, and this time he's cautioning against the appeal. He's actually not even indicating very early to all and sundry that he doesn't think that one is out. So umpire, but struck on the pad again. Morris looking to work it into the onside. Another full-length delivery. We saw Morris pick up one of those deliveries in the previous over and knock it onto the roof here of the pavilion at Darrell's Road at the Wanderers Club. For a 6, Morris is 9. Waits for Springer. Gets a short delivery, shuffles in behind it, pushes it back along the pitch to the bowler. There is no run. It remains 32 for 1. So a group of young, very young men. I think they know one another quite well. Morris and Springer both would have played for the Barbados youth, and probably a lot of cricket against each other. With each other at the age group level. Springer, not the typical build for the fast bowler, as he's driving this one up to mid-off. There is no run. Well, crisp looking drive there by Morris. If you walked into a cricket ground and you saw Dre Springer, you would never imagine that he's a quick bowler.
Not at all. Not the stature that he carries.
Just about 5'7".
Very short man.
He doesn't have any those long levers, those long monkey hands, as some people tend to refer. But he's got a fair bit of zip, I can tell you. Here he comes. And bowls this one on the hip, worked away square. Morris goes quickly for 1. He's going to settle for the 1 as Yard at the deep backward square position swoops in. And keeping it down to that 1 run. It remains 33 for 1. The game being watched by a very modest gathering of spectators. The Wanderers ground offering quite a nice vantage point, particularly there on the western side once the sun has gone over under the mahogany trees, and a number of spectators there lounging in that area. Small contingent of the Empire supporters, I noticed. Not the army of supporters that used to follow Empire back in the days that I knew. As this delivery again, a searching delivery from Springer, played out to the fielder at cover. Springer comes to the end of yet another over. 1 for 14 from 4 overs, and Wanderers in their second innings, facing a deficit of 195. As we see, as I said, looking rather relaxed, those spectators there on that western side of the ground. The rest of the ground bathed in sunshine. Nice afternoon. Well, warm sunshine in the afternoon here at Wanderers. Really a lovely picture as we look out towards the south. Nice picturesque view, lovely estate over at the southern end, and we see some blooming flowers.
Some lovely palm trees.
Okay, so quite a nice, like a nice kaleidoscope as we look out to that end of the ground where the way in the distance. Here comes Edmund. Morris is tucking up on the front foot, pushing quite confidently off the middle of the bat up to Kofi Hurdle there at short mid-on. So let's take a look at the field. 2 steps in the gully, a backward point to cover, and a mid-off. There is Hurdle, as I mentioned, there at that short mid-on position. There's a man right back on the fence at deep backward square, Jean Ruck, and then we have Trey Springer on the boundary, just back on the wall at fine leg. Edmund is driven in the air through mid-on. This is going to go close to the boundary as the batsmen already turned for 2. They're going to come back for the 3rd run as the ball trickles across the rope at long on after Perryman chased all the way from mid-off down to long on, all in vain. 4 good-looking runs to Joshua Morris.
Yeah, an over-pitch delivery there again by Jaden Edmund. Like you said, getting his inconsistencies wrong. Again, full length, and you can see Joshua Morris loving it on the full side and getting through the line of that one, beating the man, running a long way from mid-off. This Perryman, and couldn't pull that one back in before it carried up for the rope.
Talking about Joshua Morris and playing through that mid-on area, playing those shots straight down the ground, brings back a memory quite a while back. Joshua Morris playing in a Herman Griffith final for Wesley Hall. I know he was captain. This delivery is tucking him up off the back foot, pushed away a square on the offside. There is no run. Joshua Morris playing for Wesley Hall Primary in the Herman Griffith competition, a final at the Empire Ground. And this young man played an on drive that has remained etched in my memory ever since then. And every time I see him, I think about it. I mean, the shot just now was an on drive, but nothing in the class of what I'm talking about, what I saw that afternoon at Bank Hall. As this one he's hitting
on the up,
down the ground again. It's traveled in the air a long way, and we're still awaiting the signal from umpire Lane. But another one of those hits down the ground where Morris particularly proficient playing in that arc between mid-off and mid-on. And this track where the bowlers are definitely encouraged to keep the ball pitched up to the bat. It's gone for 4 actually. The belated signal coming from umpire Lane now. But this ground, this track, Andy, not a lot on offer for the short pitch delivery, so bowlers are admonished to keep the ball closer to the bat as this delivery short off the back foot pushes it away into the gully. There is no run. It remains 41 for 1.
Yes, 41 for 1. Joshua Morris, one of those elegant players. He said he hits the ball on the up very well, and he's a time of the ball, a good time of the ball. And they say anything in his art, he hits it mid-off, mid-on. He hits it on the straighter end, but he really likes to play the ball on the up.
Seeing only 2 bowlers so far in the Wanderers' second innings. Edmund, one of those 2, is short this time. Again, Morris getting in behind it and getting it down to the fielder there at a backward point, playing it just in front of the just above the waist high and pushing it back a square on the offside. So there being no run of the final delivery of that over. 9 overs bowled. Morris 18, Hart 1. It's 41 for 1.
Yes, guilty of over-pitching in that previous over on a couple of occasions with Jaden Edmund and getting the treatment there from Joshua Morris as we head back over to the UWI ground where the UWI are 23 for no loss, trailing by some 27 runs against the Super Blend Gladiola side. Looks like Kyle Jordan and Demel Evelyn, the 2 batters in the middle. Jordan, he's on 13. Demel Evelyn, he's on 5. And Jaden Lord, he's the man doing the bowling.
Well, so first innings lead in that one to the
Super Blend
Gladiola side, Super Blend Gladiola. 2 bowlers used so far, Jamar Eiffel and Jaden Lord. 3 overs apiece, yet to make a breakthrough. They're at the 3Ws Oval. 157 all out made by University of the West Indies, batting first and trailing by some 50. So which would suggest, if my mathematics are correct, that you all are making 207.
Pick the there boat.
So here comes now Jaden Yard, the 7-wicket man, is greeted with a nice flowing off drive by Hayden Hart, chased all the way down to the long off boundary, pulled back just a meter or two inside of the wall here at the northern end at Darrell's Road, and Hart picks up a couple of runs. So young Jaden Yard, you would have been here to see that spell last Saturday, and I wasn't.
Yes, the first innings record. He bowled of a fuller length, but he had the ball getting a bit of lateral movement, which caused the trouble for the bowlers. This time he's on the shorter side, Wayne. But it'd be interesting to see how he goes today.
But when you said on the shorter side, you mean the delivery or himself?
Well, he's a very, very small guy. If you think Jack Dre Sprayer was a diminutive, have you called it, this young man is even smaller than someone in the stature of Dre Sprayer.
Somebody might suggest he would not look out of place in the jockey room at the Garrison.
He fits very much so as a jockey.
Yes, but he's bad, but devastating spell last Saturday from all reports. Here he comes now to bowl to Hayden Hart, and Hart is driving over the top of the wall at the northern end, gone for 6. Too full, and just in that slot outside the off stump, and Hart making no mistake with it.
A good time of the ball is Hayden Hart. It's the full length there, and this pitch is so good, Dwayne. All you have to do is get that front foot, press into the face. He doesn't have that pace to push you back, and carrying all over the wall, hitting it with no intention to keep it down. Really was Hayden Hart and getting the maximum.
So I was saying I didn't see this spell. So what was his main attribute in that 7-wicket spell last Saturday?
Again, like I said, he bowled it on the fuller length as he is here now, but he's got a bit of movement last weekend. And again, he challenged the stumps, challenged the edges of the batters, and some indecisive shots as well. But none to take anything away from young Yard. But again, this pitch seems to be so much better for batting today, and he just needs to get his links right.
Well, we're going to have a wait as that ball again traveling outside the ground. I think if I can make a suggestion, there's a need for some kind of exit entrance at that northern end. I guess they would have to penetrate that wall, that long established wall here at the Wanderers Club. But I think that ball didn't go too far. It just went out of the ground, but it will take a while to go around either one of the exits to retrieve that ball. I'm suggesting that if there was some opening in the area there, that it would have just been a matter of just stepping through and picking up that ball. I'm sure that ball is out there just outside of the wall somewhere.
Well, good work by the camera crew. As you see them just highlighting that wall, which you just made such great explanation about. So the camera crew doing some excellent work. And the production crew on the whole, we're just putting this stream together. They'll be ever so efficient with everything they've done. So kudos to Gary Bell and the team.
Well, yes, fantastic work. I must say it is something of a privilege for myself to be working with such a professional crew.
And Jamelia and crew. Just never short of making sure we get everything correct.
Yard is short, guided away to the cover. That's a lovely shot. That deserves the 4 runs that it actually does not get. That ball pulling up just inches from the rope. Slight incline as we get towards the fence over there on that far side. But a really lovely shot, getting on top of the bounce and punching it a la the great Ricky Ponting.
I'll tell you what, the timing on that was exquisite. On the back foot, standing tall, and really hitting that one through the offside. Like I said, just incline there, failing to carry it up to the fence. But an excellent bit of timing there by Hayden Hart.
Yard was pulling his length back. That previous delivery is outside the off stump. This time, Albert has come up to the wicket. So I think that is going to have something to say about the footwork of the batters, with Albert standing up on such a placid pitch. And I know you did some stopping yourself. From
I like how you call it stopping. Albert is actually keeping.
But yeah, this is the perfect conditions at yard space to stand up to the wicket. He is outside the off stump. Hart is driving. This time he's finding that fielder at mid-off, young John Ruck, and there is no run. So at the end of his first over, Yard going for 10 in that first over, and the 50 actually came up during the over for Wanderers. There are 51 for 1.
Yeah, 51 for 1. Like I said, an excellent batting pitch, and you can see by the shots being exploited by these players, how they can get on the front foot, hit the ball through the line. Not a lot of lateral movement for the seam bowlers. The ball is just coming on nicely to the bat. So I'm sure, like I suggested a bit earlier, in the day's play, that spin is going to be the dominant feature here on this surface, and it looks like Captain Nathan Seeley, who's going to introduce himself into the attack. First time in this match, we're going to see Seeley with the ball, and like I said, Mario Albert, a competent keeper, like I said, he will walk the show, case his skill set to the medium pace of some Wallet Yard up to the stumps.
The stumps, yes, and like really gets, it's a sweet, sweet feeling, because it is quite more simple than it actually appears, standing up to the medium pace bowler on a surface like this in particular, where the ball is not going to bounce very prodigiously. Makes it quite easy. But we're going to see the left arm orthodox stuff of the captain Nathan Seeley. First signs of spin in this Wanderers' second innings. And let's see how he's going to start. He's going to start with a slipper backward point, a cover and extra cover, long off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man deep at a squarish mid-wicket position, and also a fielder under the lid at forward short leg. And his first delivery is full, driven through mid-off down to Roston Chase, who is stationed on the long-off boundary. Nice position to field in, Andy, just in the cool of the shade of the trees in that area.
I'm sure that position will be selected by Roston himself, West Indies senior team captain.
Let's hope he doesn't get too lazy, too leisurely, as those spectators that we talked about there on the western side.
Here he's being asked to come in.
Brought into the sun, into the sunlight. Come out of the dark, come into the light. Somebody sang that song.
Admiral Tibbet.
Okay then, Andy. Here comes Seeley, and Hart is checking his drive. One could see that high back lift as that ball left the bowler's hand, and then we saw the sudden change in momentum as he stroked it up to extra cover. No run. Gone in the air and gone back to the pavilion, lifting his head ahead and Hart, looking to clear the fielder at mid-on, and instead presenting a simple catch to Kobe Phillips at mid-on.
I'll tell you what, Wayne, again, batsmanship just leaves so much to be desired. Looking set, getting good pitch, and just giving his hand away. Young Hayden Hart, a ball pitched on the stump. I just thought the length wasn't there as full as he thought. He just needs to just defend that ball properly. He's stroking the ball so well on the offside, and he's against the runner player, just losing his wicket, caught at mid-on. And he goes, Nathan Seeley picks up a first wicket in his first over. So further trouble for the Wanderers, trailing by 143.
Yes, a gift of a wicket. I mean, as I was mentioning, on a surface like this, one would want to get one's head down. And once you're set, I mean, he has been there for a while, for only 11. But the important thing is that he was there, he was getting set. He would have had a perfect understanding of the pitch, the light, and everything. And there he was, a rush of blood, one would have to say, looking to go over the top and just holding out. A simple catch to Williams there at mid-on. And Seeley, the trick, the spin has done the trick.
Yeah, it was not a threatening ball whatsoever, man. As I said, he just gave his wicket away, really, young Hayden Hart. Timing the ball very well outside the off stump. A ball pitched onto the middle stump, trying to hit this one over the top. I don't know, for some ill-advised reason, and not getting the timing correct and losing his wicket. A good catch by Cody B. Williams, just getting into a good position. And the Wanderers in further trouble, trailing still by 143.
And Raymond Reefer, most experienced player in this Wanderers lineup. No sight of Craig Brathwaite in this first match of the season.
Well, he's off to Jamaica where he'll
Obviously.
be captain the Barbados Pride
Obviously.
in this regional first class tournament. A tournament of some different arrangements this season, Wayne.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the less I say about that, the better.
Okay, let's get back to the main job here then.
Full toss by Sealy. Reefer looking to go for the maximum. A big swing. Ball coming off the under edge. Fortunately for him, it's into the body and not onto the stumps behind him.
I'm sure his eyes lit up when he saw that full delivery.
Nice, juicy delivery.
Yeah, lucky to get away with that one is Nathan Sealy.
Almost a catch. Could he connected to that, I'm sure Lyndon Yard at the Garrison would have been taking a catch. As Sealy, who has opted to go over the wicket to the left-handed batter, is bringing him onto the front foot. The ball with the angle running out towards short mid-wicket. There is no run. So a silly forward short leg and a slip in place. Sealy to Reefer, and the Reefer coming forward, checking his shot, pushing it into the onside. We see the hand, the arm of umpire Lane coming out to signal no ball. 52 for 2. See with what prospectively would be the final delivery of a successful first over for him. Into Reefer, pleasant on drive and put down, is he? Or what ball played into the pitch, bouncing up towards Huddle, and he got both hands to it and put it on the ground, but no reaction from the fielders, which suggests that it was a bound ball hit into the ground. Reefer remains on no score, and the Wanderers in their second innings remain 53 for 2.
Yeah, 53 for 2. Picking up that wicket in that over is Nathan Sealy, the captain, getting the wicket of Hayden Hart, really throwing his hand away, really gifting a wicket to the Empire side. He'll be disappointed. I'm sure when he sees the replay, he goes home and watching the stream, he'll be disappointed himself, as he was looking really set on what's really a placid surface one here, made for batting. You just need to occupy the crease, needs to spend some time, and runs will definitely come.
Well, if they're going to avoid defeat, the Wanderers will have to occupy this wicket for quite a long time. They've got the rest of this afternoon.
Yeah, they started with some 35 overs in this innings to bat out the evening, and you're seeing only 11 of those has been bowled in.
Yes, as we head towards 5:30. Very much play can, how much after the official closing time play will continue. I think with those 24 overs to bowl, the light may very well become a factor. Here comes Yard, though, with his second over, and Morris is covering up and pushing it back along the pitch. The bowler leaves it for his captain, who's at short extra cover, to come in and to pick up. And there is no run. So 2 slips in place. The 2 veterans, Kevin Stout and Roston Chase, first and second slip respectively. Kobe Williams at point. Trey Springer at a deepish extra cover. Sealy at short extra cover. And John Ruck at mid-off. Those are the ones on the onside. Stroked away out towards long on. The fielder comes around to his right. Jaden Edmond moving quickly around and keeping the scoring down to 1, but again playing that ball in that arc. Joshua Morris.
He said getting into a really good position where you can see him just open up that left leg and allowing the bat to flow through the line. Jaden Edmond, a very good mover in the outfield, a fast bowler, but he's one of the better fielders going around in the cricket right now. Just see how easily he moved around to his right to prevent that boundary.
Quite a good athlete, Jaden Edmond, generally. As Reefer comes on to strike for the first time from this end. Yard is bringing him onto the front foot, pushed up to the captain there again, who has switched to short extra cover for the left-hander.
Yes, but this is more of the areas on which young Jaden Yard would have picked up his wickets in the first innings. You can see him just brand of batters on the front foot, not quite in the half volley range, but that's where he was a bit good in the first innings.
Well, see some more of him as conditions has become got a little bit cooler. And the reefer is getting some width outside that off stump and utilizing it to the fullest, stroking it away behind square. Square drive by the left-hander, one of the prettiest shots in the book.
And really a left-handed shot. They're always known for the square drive. The left-handers, again, fuller on this occasion. Not that good length that we've seen previously. And on such a pitch, like you said, batters, they will relish on this every day when just getting into a good position.
You know that gentleman there?
Looks very much like Bruce Cousins.
Bruce Cousins of Foundation fame. I think he did the fielding beyond the boundary. Lovely to see old Bruce. As the batsmen go for a quick single, forces a misfield from John Rock, and they were going to benefit by an extra run. That one pushed straight back past the bowler. The batters immediately off for the single. John Rock swooping around from mid-on. He got to it, but I think he was guilty of taking his eyes off the ball at the last moment, not able to pick it up, and Jaden Edmund having to do the recovery at long on.
Yeah, just doing the follow the backup work is Jaden Edmund. But you rightfully said, John Rock, get into it. You would have wanted to get a hand to it, but just Kiron of taking his eyes off the ball.
Yard to reefer on the pads, worked away into the onside. Some work here for Kobe Williams in the deep. Comes around to his right, swoop, and sends a good return, good strong return up to the keeper's end as reefer gets into his crease. Umpire Tate signals for the refreshment bearer to come on to the ground. We're going to have a bit of a break here now, and in their second innings, Wanderers 62 for 2, still some 133 runs in arrears. Remember that today Empire carrying their first innings up to 371 for 9, declared behind a commanding 100 by Kofi Huddle. As we see, and we get another glimpse of the proceedings there at the 3Ws Oval, that match between UWI and Superb Blend Gladiola, and UWI in their second innings in deficit by 50 runs, 41 without loss. Still the pair, Demel Eveling and Kyle Jordan, on 16 runs apiece. So having their work cut out. UWI, the Gladiola side, picking up a couple of batting points along with the first innings lead, first innings points. So they would have picked up some 9 points so far in the game. UWI picking up the maximum 4 bowling points as Jaden Lord. Nice to see Jaden Lord back into the game as we welcome Rashawn Hackett back. Nice to see Jaden Lord, though, back into the game. He's another one of those youngsters who would have dropped off the scene, I think, with some injury issues for a while now. And one of the really fine prospects a few years back. I want to recall him being called to senior national trials at a very, very young age. And lots of high hopes for him. But as I said, like young fast bowlers, fast bowling is an occupational. There's an occupational hazard. I don't think the human body was made to bowl fast. I think that's where the problem is, and we see the number of injuries prevailing among young fast bowlers. Lord is in. I think he's bowling there to Jordan.
Yes, thank you very much for the welcome back, Wayne. As you mentioned, Jaden Lord, he's definitely one for the future. He's one who's represented Barbados at the national level in the junior, on the 15, on the 17, and on the 19 level. So he's definitely one that he's been plagued with a bit of injuries, but that takes away no credit from what he can do. He's definitely one that, as long as he's on and as long as he's fit, he's capable of doing damage to a batting attack. We see him there beating the edge of the batsman, and now we switch back over to Windward, where Windward go up against YMPC.
Yeah, Windward in a spot of bother, more than a spot of bother. There are 71 for 7 in their second innings, leading by just 36 runs, having conceded a rather narrow first innings lead to the Beckers Road men. So YMPC very much on top. Shaquan Bell, impressive young fast bowling all-rounder. Had quite a time, had a good outing for West Indies youth, the last Youth World Cup.
Yes, he definitely did have a good outing, taking 6 wickets in one of the games and finishing as one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament. So, Shaquan Bell, he's made his transition from the BCA youth team into the Windward side. So, he's one that I really admire watching, and I hope that he does have a good season and a good transition for Windward.
Well, Molly Marshall, a name well known, doing some damage here for the YMPC side with 4 wickets for 26 runs so far. So 4 of the 7 wickets going to Molly Marshall.
Yes, and I'll take this moment, Wayne, now that I'm back here with you, to say that the bet we made earlier, it ended up going in my favor when Empire decided to continue batting and allow Dre Springer to continue his innings.
Well, you told me something about yourself. You know how to keep a man down when he's down, how to put your foot in the throat when the man is down. I don't blame you for it. Yes, you did get it. You did win that one and call that one right. But as I said, as I explained to Andy, one could well see the bland nature of the pitch might have encouraged the strategists within the Empire outfit to want to continue to get as big a score as they could, so as to reduce the chances of having to bat a second time.
Yes, and we now see the umpires are ready to resume play in the game at Darrows Road. Kobe Williams bowling to Joshua Morris, who's currently on 20 from 38 deliveries, and he's joined by Raymond Reefer, who's early in his innings, 8 from just 8 deliveries. So Williams comes into Morris. Morris just forward on the front foot, keeping that one out.
I find this a very interesting call, though, Rashawn, with Captain Seeley just bowling the 1 over in which he picked up a wicket and immediately withdrawing himself from the attack and bringing the off spinner in.
A lovely shot down the leg side. Morris just sweeping that one down behind fine leg, and it goes into the boundary for 4 runs. But as you were saying, Wayne, Nathan Seeley, he's underused himself a bit in this game, having not bowled a single ball in the first innings, and now he's came back today and bowled 1 over, picked up a wicket, but he's withdrawn himself from the bowling attack. So it's a very interesting decision.
Well, I'm keen to see what happens at this end come the next over. I think that should explain something.
Yes, we'd see if it does explain something. Morris goes into another big sweep again, and the ball goes down into the boundary. It eases in, and it goes into the boundary for another 4 runs.
4 bytes.
4 bytes, my apologies.
Well, yes, the umpire coming up with that signal quite late, but again looking for that lap sweep. Morris not making any contact. I suspect wicketkeeper Albert blinded by the batsman and missing that one. The ball did kick fairly low too and run away down to the boundary directly behind the wicket. 4 extras.
Williams comes back. Morris just on the front foot blocking that one. We've seen that the sweep shot has been a very effective shot today. We saw young Dre Springer playing it very well earlier today. And now Morris now implemented it and got a 4 from it. Down the leg side, pulling that one, but it's no run. Fielder does well at square leg.
A lot of off spin on offer. I think the off spin encourages the playing of the sweep shot. Number of batters choose to go. That's going with the flow, going with the direction in which the ball is spinning.
Yes, Williams comes back in. Oh, he's put down at short leg. A tough chance, though.
Well, it's hard to call that a chance, but it actually went in to the midriff, might have very well landed in the hands. But the ball whipped away by Morris. It was a short delivery, a bit of extra bounce. Got there by Williams and just whipped off the legs by Morris into the midriff of Hakim Springer. They're very close under the bat, less than 2 meters away from the bat. And as I said, it's almost unfair to refer to that as a chance.
Yes, a very tough chance indeed. And as you said, it's almost unfair to refer to it as a chance. But we now see the reasoning for why Seeley withdrew himself from the attack.
That is why I told you that I'll be very interested to see what happens from this northern end in the next over, and we see exactly why.
Yes.
Give you the honor of saying it.
Nathan Seeley comes back into the attack from the pavilion end. 70 for 2 after 13 overs. Seeley picked up a wicket in his first over and he now returns the ball to Raymond Reefer, so he'll be looking for another wicket.
So interestingly, we have the left armer and the right armer in operation against a right-hander and a left-hander.
Yes, very interesting indeed. City comes in for his first delivery. Raymond Reefer faces up. Forward on the front foot, just driving that one down to Lawan. They'll pick up a single. And we see a very stacked leg side here with the short leg in place. A behind square leg fielder. 2 mid wickets in place, one a bit wider and one a bit straighter. And long on, long off, deep mid. A change in the field now, obviously, because the right-hander is back on strike.
Well, Seeley looking to spin the ball from off to leg when the left-hander is in strike. Will be doing the opposite to the right-handed Morris now.
Yes, and we see long off going down on the boundary. Deep square goes down. That's Roston Chase on the deep square boundary. So Seeley comes into Morris. Good delivery. Morris just propping forward on the front foot, blocking that one, but it's a no ball. Seeley just infringing the front crease. A cardinal sin, as you referred to it earlier.
Well, yes, it has been a problem that has affected Nathan Seeley for as long as I've known him.
Not just Nathan Seeley suffering from that problem today, but we saw young Kiron King suffering from the no ball problem. Morris cutting that one into the short fielder again. It hits him around his groin area, but he appears to be all right.
Yeah, quite meaty individual, Hakeem Perryman. Has a lot of capacity to withstand those blows.
Morris driving this one straight back down the ground, and it goes all the way into the boundary. A lovely straight drive, just presenting the full back face. A lovely shot from Morris. 4 runs.
Well, I was speaking earlier to Andy about the Morris and this on drive. And there it is, executed perfectly again. And getting that one to full Seeley and playing it to the left of the fielder at mid-on, who has come a bit straighter now.
Yes, what Morris has done so well this innings is that he's presented the full back face, and he goes again all the way over the boundary into the road for 6 runs. He hits that one out of the park. Morris is in a no-nonsense mood.
Well, he's gone airborne this time as Seeley floats this one up and just clearing that front leg, Joshua Morris, and hefting it over the pavilion, out of the ground once again. And I think another delay in the action as we look either to retrieve that ball or replace it.
Yes, that ball went a very, very long way, went clean out of the stadium. Morris, he's batting so confidently. It's a total difference from his last innings. He went early in the innings, but he's come back today, still continuing his same positivity, but he's selecting which balls to go with very, very well.
Well, Joshua Morris, a big noise from a quite young age. He has been, those who would have seen him, I spoke about seeing him play in the primary school Herman Griffith competition, and even then there were a lot of eyes on him. He caught a lot of eyes, let's put it that way, and a pathway has basically been opened to him. Don't believe he's actually fully grasped or capitalized on his chances, but still a very young man and still with an opportunity to continue to grow and develop his game. He's got the extra string to his bow as a wicket keeper, quite a competent wicket keeper he is too. So there's still a fine path in the way for this young man, and I know for a fact that there are a number of people who continue to wish and expect big things from him.
Yes, most definitely. He's one that I'm sure the Barbados Cricket Association has loads of time for. He's a competent wicketkeeper batsman, very capable with the bat. He has the ability to hit a long ball, but he also has the ability to just stand up and rotate the strike when necessary. So he's an all-round player, as I would call him.
Well, yes, a lot of younger players today. I've identified that they need to develop this appetite for batting. I find that players develop that some more. This player's about to resume.
Yes, Sealy comes back. How will he redeem himself? Another full delivery, just driven out to the long off area. They'll come for 1 run.
So yes, I was talking about developing that hunger for scores. I find that nowadays young players like to look pretty. You know, lots of strokes, and you hear about this guy who can bat really well. But when you check his scores, he's making 19, and on a really good day, 31. As against some players I know who might not have been as attractive to the eye, but
Reefer just pulling that one down. Fielder makes his way around, but he can't stop it. It goes into the boundary for 4. Reefer picks up another boundary, carries his tally up to 13, and that brings up the end of the 14th over. Wanderers 87 for 2.
Right long hop there by Sealy, and Reefer taking full advantage, hitting it powerfully, hitting it along the ground, and the ball really scooting across the ground. I think it is Springer up there at deep mid wicket. Tried as he might, got around, but unable to keep that ball out of the fence and to his left.
Yes, and it brings Williams back into the attack. You were talking about...
I'm going to ask you to look back to your right. Just, I think the monitor there is blocking you. There's a gentleman in a blue shirt, a BCA shirt, with a grey beard sitting there. You know that gentleman?
If I know the gentleman?
Yeah, you know who he is?
Yes, that's Mr. Leslie Reefer, our match referee for today.
Well, let me tell you about Leslie Reefer. Leslie Reefer is one of the batsmen who I knew from quite a young age. And his claim to fame is runs. Lots and lots of runs. Wherever Leslie Reefer played cricket, you could be guaranteed 9 out of every time. He was not only going to look good and look like a good batsman, he was going to score heavily. And I've seen this from the under 15 right through his career to playing for the national side. So what I'm trying to do is to ask the younger players today to take a leaf out of these guys' books and look to score heavy, not look pretty.
Yes, I most definitely agree, because we do have a lot of guys that look pretty, but at the end of the day, looking pretty is not the currency in cricket, it's runs. So we have guys who don't look the most pretty in terms of technique, in terms of looking good, but they're effective with the bat coming and scoring runs. So
not that Leslie Reefer didn't look good. Don't get the impression that I'm saying that.
If you don't mind me asking though, Leslie Reefer, you know that the Reefers are big names in cricket in Barbados. Which of the Reefers is he family to? Is he by any chance family to Floyd Reefer?
All the Reefers are family. There's this Reefer clan out of St. George, Erie Hill, I think it is, somewhere in that area. It's a clan of the Reefers. So anytime you hear the name Reefer in cricket, you believe it. 99.99% of the times they are related to that clan.
Makes sense.
So it is Leslie Reefer, George Reefer, the late Floyd Reefer, young Leslie Reefer Jr., the son of Leslie Reefer Sr., Raymond Reefer, the nephew of Leslie Reefer, young Shad Clark Reefer, the youngster Jordan plays
yes,
for Wanderers.
there's also Jordan Reefer.
Yeah, Jordan Reefer, all related. All that blood is the cricket running through the veins of the Reefer clan.
Yes, most definitely. Reefer are big names in cricket. Morris goes into the sweep, loud appeal, and the umpire gives him. Another batsman falls. Morris gets a start, 43 from 52 deliveries, and he stands confusingly. He doesn't think that one is out, but he has to go at the end of the day. The umpire's decision is final. Morris goes for a well-played 43 from 52 deliveries.
Playing the sweep shot once again. I should said one time too many. Joshua Morris missing, and umpire Lane slowly bringing up the right index finger. Morris lingered at the crease, possibly in exasperation with himself for choosing the wrong shot to that delivery. You know, earlier I was making the point to Andy, or to you I think it was, that the sweep shot, that the better exponents of the sweep shot played on length rather than line. And I think that ball pitching a bit closer to Morris than would want for the sweep shot, unless it was outside of his legs, outside the leg stump. From here, we can't say whether it was, but he missed, looked fairly adjacent, and umpire had no hesitation in making the decision. Morris gone leg before wicket for
Yes, Morris dismissed for 43 runs from 52
43.
deliveries.
So LBW to Williams.
Yes. And it brings the new batsman to the crease, the informed Shem Watson, who scored a brilliant 49 in the first innings, falling just 1 run short of his half century. So a big innings is required here of Watson. Wanderers continue to find themselves in a spot of bother 95 for 3 and still trailing by 100 runs.
Well, they switched to spin doing the trick so far. Again, last Saturday, Wanderers did find themselves in some early problems, and this man, Shem Watson, was part of a partnership that revived them somewhat. I think himself and Ian Boyce got together. So I think they'll be depending and hoping that he can repeat and go even better in this second innings.
Yes, definitely a big partnership is needed from Wanderers if they stand a chance in this game. They're still trailing by 100 runs before they actually can continue and build on a target for Empire to chase. They need to get these 100 runs, losing as little wickets as possible. But Watson faces his first ball. He goes for a big slog first delivery. Comes out and immediately gets going, but he misses out.
Looking for that big hit. The ball wide of our stump. And wicketkeeper Albert removing the bails, but one could clearly see from our elevated position here, we're looking down at the play in front of us, and one could clearly see that that bat leg was firmly planted within the confines of the return crease.
Watson just stroking that one to the point fielder, no run.
So Empire could well do with a lesson from one Rashawn Hackett. They've got their men down. All they need to do now is to keep their foot on the throat.
Yes, definitely just continue to apply this pressure.
Rashawn Hackett.
And that brings another over to an end. 95 for 3 after 15 overs.
Yes, a successful over there for Williams. And Empire continuing to dominate, continuing to lead, to keep in front of this game. And an interesting development again. You know, you watch these little intriguing parts of this cricket game. You know, there's this talk nowadays, lots of talk nowadays about the matchups. And we had the left-handed CD bowling from this northern end. But now we've got two left-handers at the crease. And what have they done? Gone for the other off spinner. Ruston Chase comes into the attack. I wonder how much of that decision to bring Chase into the attack has been influenced by the fact that there are two left-handers. One can only wonder.
Yes, definitely I think that it plays a huge factor that there are two left-handers at the crease. So it's a wise decision to bring the two off-spinners into play, turn the ball away from the batsman. It's always harder to play the ball when it's going away rather than coming in. So it's a brilliant decision from Captain Seeley to bring the West Indies captain Ruston Chase into the attack.
Slip backward point cover, extra cover. The man on the receiver at the long off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a forward short leg. Chase starts with a delivery into the legs of Reefer, pushed up to extra cover. There are no runs. These two very familiar. Both would have played for West Indies and the Barbados together.
Chase just pulling that one down. Clipped into the leg side, no run.
Again, keeping it close to Reefer. Not giving in any arms whatsoever.
Reefer just loading that one up. And a good stop from the fielder, getting the hand to it. That looks to be Kofi Huddle, the Centurion.
Looking to pierce that offside. Nice tumbling stop by Hurdle.
Chase into Reefer. Tidy delivery. Straight at the stumps. Reefer just lunging forward and blocking on that occasion. Big drive down the ground. Long off makes his way around. It will just be one run. Fielder does well. They come through for one. Bring Shem Watson back into strike.
Nice, excellent mover in the field, Jaden Edmond. Ball-headed chase. Head shining in the sunlight, glistening in the sunlight.
And with that delivery, the 16th over comes to an end. 96 for 3.
I think I was told that there would have been some 35 overs remaining when the inning started here for Wanderers.
Yes,
So
that is
as
correct.
we head towards 5 o'clock. 16 of those overs have been bowled. They still trail now. The deficit has come down below 3 figures. It's now 99 exactly. And the first order of business would be to see themselves through to the close of play, hopefully with no further damage, no further loss of wickets. But here we see Williams opting to go around the wicket. Rashawn?
Yes, and he has an offside stack field. One slip in place. They have the guy short in front of the batsman. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. 3 guys in the leg side. Mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a deep mid-wicket in very straight. Williams into Reefer, and it goes up in the air, and it goes up, and all the way for 6 into the trees. A lovely shot over the cover region from Reefer.
That's a tremendous strike from Raymond Reefer. Again, given his arms, I remember mentioning earlier that Chase had avoided giving Reefer his arms. Here we saw Williams opting to come around the wicket and throw this one wide of the off stump. And Reefer just onto the front foot, getting under it and hitting it way over extra cover for a magnificent 6 runs.
Yes, a magnificent 6 runs indeed. What I've noticed from both sides, Wayne, is that although they've found themselves in difficult situations, more so Wanderers than Empire, they've both continued to be aggressive. So Empire have continued to be aggressive in their bowling, setting aggressive fields, and Wanderers have continued to attack. So no one is backing down.
Well, yes, good batting conditions, though. These conditions really favor the batter. So anything gained by the bowlers would have to be commended even more.
Reefer just stroking this one down to the long off fielder. Just 1 run.
Well, the long off fielder has been put in place after as a reaction to the shot from the previous delivery, and Reefer letting common sense get the better of valor, going along the ground down to that same fielder.
Yes, it really shows the experience of Reefer. He's thinking his game. Brings Watson back onto strike. He strides forward, just blocks that one out. And the long off fielder that you mentioned has come back up for Watson.
Well, Watson has only faced the 4 deliveries, so he's much newer to the wicket.
Yes, Williams into Watson. Just very watchful on that occasion, just blocking it out to the cover region. No run.
Silly point brought in.
Lovely delivery from Williams. Left alone outside of the off stump.
Doesn't have to play. His line has generally been off stump or outside Williams to these left-handers.
Watson takes him down the ground straight, and it goes all the way over the fence for yet another 6.
Well, straying away from that earlier off stump, outside off stump line, getting this one a bit straighter, and Watson pouncing on it, going straight back overhead. And it's amazing the number of overhead hits we've seen today, both overhead and along the ground, but the batters playing that ball in that arc between mid-off and mid-on. That has been a very prominent shot today. That 6 brings the total to 107 for 3, with Watson actually getting off the mark with that boundary, with that maximum. He's on 6. Reefer is on 21. We've come up to the 5 o'clock hour, and that is a cue for me to step away and introduce once again Andy Payne.
Yes, thank you very much, Wayne. 109 for 3 after 17 overs. Empire still in the driver's seat in this game. We now have a quick switch over to see the action that's transpiring at Windward. Windward continue to find themselves in a hole, 102 for 9 after 19 overs, leading by just 67 runs. We see Gary Austin. He's picked up 2 for 36 in his 5 overs. He now comes in to bowl to young Shaquan Bell, recent representative of the West Indies on the 19 team. He drives that one beautifully back over the head of Austin, my apologies. They look to come back for 2 runs. Welcome back, Mr. Andy Payne.
Thank you. Good to be back. Seen some excellent show play being by some players here, but as you said, you're rightfully at this game with Gary Austin, left arm pacer, bowling to Shaquan Bell. Another good promising on the 19 player, would have represented the West Indies on the 19. Good all-rounder.
Yes, definitely. I was just mentioning to Wayne that he would have picked up 6 for at the under-19 World Cup, so he would have been amongst the wickets. We switch back now to Darrow's Road as we resume after the drinks break. Roston Chase with ball in hand. Raymond Reefer facing up.
Yes, and a lot will depend on Raymond Reefer here to carry this batting for his team. The Wanderer is very experienced. He's been around for a long time, would have played for the West Indies. And here's an opportunity for him to pull this club around if they're going to stave off a defeat in this game.
Yes, most definitely. It's a time that he has to step up, bring his experience to the party, having been a West Indies international. So, a good battle here transpiring. Roston Chase, current West Indies player, bowling to Raymond Reefer, former West Indies player.
Well, a battle will be on for sure.
Most definitely. He gets back on the back foot, pulls that one down to the mid-wicket area, and it goes all the way into the boundary for 4 runs, carrying the tally to 113 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, just pulling the deficit back. So, still very much in the race, but a good partnership playing between this pair. Watson and Reefer still trailed by some 82 runs. Like you said, a lot will depend on Raymond Reefer.
Most definitely. Roston Chase back in. Bowls a tight delivery. Reefer just keeping that one out. Chase. Bowls another tight delivery. I want to talk about Roston Chase a little bit, Andy, because while I was doing some of my research, I came across some of his statistics from when he was a schoolboy, and was he so impressive? I personally myself wasn't around to watch that, but I want to ask if you were around to witness Roston as a schoolboy.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Roston Chase. Saw Roston from a very young age. You know, playing for actually Wesley Hall is where he started as well. But very good player, and he's really progressed throughout the years.
Yes, he's been very dominant from the school level. I came across some of his stats playing for Barbados Youth. I'll read them to you, Andy. In 2008, representing Barbados Youth, I'll put a quick pause in that, 1 second. Chase into Watson. Just forward and blocking it. But as I was mentioning, that brings another over to an end, 114 for 3. As I was mentioning though, Andy, in 2008, representing Barbados Youth, Roston played 5 matches and he scored 390 runs with 1 century and 3 50s. In 2009, he bettered that, playing 13 games, 555 runs with a high score of 98 and 2 half centuries, and in 2010 he had one of his best seasons as a schoolboy, playing 9 matches, 705 runs with 1 century and 6 50s. That is so rare for a schoolboy to do, scoring so many centuries in the first division. It was the first division back then. Rawson Chase, he was such an impressive schoolboy, and he's continued and gone on to represent West Indies at the highest level.
Yes, very impressive indeed. Like you said, he was very prolific. One who's good enough to hold 5 test centuries.
Yes.
So just probably going through his leanest period now. But I'm sure he's got the tenacity to really pull through and come back and get the form that we are so accustomed to. And the fight, that grit that he can show, Rawson Chase.
Most definitely, he's no stranger to performances. Back into the bowling is Kobe Williams, bowling to Shem Watson. Offside is stat. Watson just forward, very watchful on the front foot, keeping that one out.
Now, those are the Austin deliveries. You need to be consistent with those. Just bring that battle on the front foot. He needs to bowl a lot more of those deliveries. Ask those questions. That's the consistency required. See him just pulling his man out there, Rashawn.
Yes. Williams into a tidy spell here. Gets a bit full on that occasion, but dot ball goes out to the cover fielder. He has a lot of protection out in the offside, Andy.
You might need to push the long off out and just get that man coming a bit straighter. He wanted to entice him to go over the top. There you go. Just one shot of Kofi Hurdle and it's gone through him. Just one bounce before it got to him. Couldn't go for the catch. And it's eluded him and all past the rope for 4.
Yes.
Let's have a look. Just one bounce before it really got to him. Wasn't sure if to go for the catch. And up to the boundary for 4.
A tough one indeed. It's never easy cleaning up those deliveries that bounce right in front of you because you're unsure as to how high it will bounce. But for a player of Kofi Hurdle's caliber, we still expect him to stop that one. But Watson gets 4.
4 more to the good. 119 for 3. But again, this pitch is so good. They continue to score at such a brisk rate. It's almost getting the boundary in every over here. So I think they need to be mindful, the umpire, that this game can still be pretty much open.
Definitely, Wanderers have been scoring. They just want to restrict those wickets. Brilliant stuff from the point fielder there. Cleaning up that one, just 1 run.
Now, this is good work there by the man at backward point. Like he said, just throwing his body all over it and picking, really protecting what could have been a boundary.
Reefer just forward, driving this one down to the long off fielder. 1 run. And that brings another over to an end. 121 for 3.
Yeah, trailing by some 75 runs here still. The Wanderers team, the ANA other parts Empire, like you said, guilty of probably bowling too many boundary deliveries, but capitalizing well, Watson and Reefer, and really putting together a good partnership for the Wanderers team as we go into the latter hours of this game. The shadows are lengthening. You can see the trees all coming closer to the pitch.
Yes, 5:08 p.m. here in Barbados, so we're approaching the end of play. But Empire will still be hunting away, looking to get another wicket if they can. Wanderers will just look to close out the day without losing any more wickets. This partnership that you mentioned is key. They've started a good partnership. They want to continue this partnership to see it off into the end of today and come back tomorrow and build on it, because a partnership is desperately needed by the Wanderers side if they're going to stand a chance in this game. But Rawson Chase back into Raymond Reefer. Stroking that one to the cover fielder, no run.
Just spraying his man on the front foot, and this is what the off spinner wants. He wants to get that man onto the front foot. If he gets any kind of turn, taking it away from the left-handed batter, inducing the edge or causing a fault shot in that cover ring, this is where he should be thinking his mode of dismissal would be.
Yes, I'm sure that skipper Nathan City will be eagerly waiting for that catch. That's the delivery you were talking about, Andy. Just on a good length, turning away from the batsman. If the batsman plays wrong at all, we will see something for the keeper or the first slip. So he want to bowl more of those deliveries.
Yeah, I would be concentrating around those areas. Like you said, you need to get a field set in that position, something in the gully region, because Roston Chase, he's accurate enough, he's got the experience, and I'm sure he'll be looking to induce an edge.
Watson just on the back foot, plays that one out to Kofi Hurdle, no run. Chase into a tidy spell, just 7 runs coming off of his 2.3 overs. No wickets as yet, but he's creating pressure for Wanderers. No run again on that occasion. Chase is just stacking up dot balls.
And this is what you expect of the West Indies Test captain. Just to bowl those balls on or about that offside, turn away from the right hander. I'm sure he'll be looking to get his man on the front foot on this occasion, Roston Chase.
That's the delivery. Just slicing that one a bit out to the cover region. No run.
This is excellent off-spin bowling. Off-spin bowling to the left-handed batter. That is where you will want. If I was a captain, no, I'd be inclined to get this man from the wicket into that gully region, asking the batter to try to hit him through the leg side.
Yes, I completely agree. No run again. Brings another over to an end. 122 for 3. A tidy over from Roston Chase. He looks as if he knows his plan and how he's going about his innings. Not his innings, my apologies. His spell. He looks as if he knows how he's going about it. Just targeting that stump all the time, forcing the batsman to consistently play. And he'll be looking to induce an error from the batsman if he attempts to go across it at all. We will see something happening.
And that is what Roston Chase brings to this contest. He's accurate, like I said, he's experienced. He will ask questions of the batter. I can see him just asking Shim Watson, try to get me through the cover offside field. But he's got his field set. Like I said, I'd be inclined to get another man probably into that gully region, showing Watson the leg side area, seeing if we can get him to go across the line and looking for the wicket on that outer side of the bat.
Yes, definitely. The end of that over brings Kobe Williams back into the attack for Empire. Facing up is Raymond Reefer. Starts with a full delivery. Driven to city, no run.
Again, it calls for strong tactics. After that over from from Roston Chase, you will want Cody Williams to back him up.
Lovely delivery on that occasion. But Reefer opens the bat face, guiding it down to third man. Fielder John Ruck does well. They come back for 2 runs.
Yes, but a good delivery again. This is where you want to ask the batter to come on the front foot. These are the questions you want to ask. Then you can set a field for this type of bowling. But you can't be bowling that and then floating up deliveries outside the off stump and going for runs.
Definitely. Empire spinners have been constantly asking questions. I can't remember a time, Andy, where they've allowed the batsmen to just rest and their minds have been easy. They've always been targeting the stump or thereabout.
Well, but outside of that, they were guilty of giving up the boundary balls. So that's why the score was at such a healthy rate. A good partnership here continues. 30 runs between this pair. 30 of 35 deliveries.
Williams. Lovely delivery again, bringing Watson out onto the front foot. And that's what he wanted to see, Andy. He wanted to see Watson probing on the front foot because there's never any surety on the front foot. There's always the chance that the ball can spin away and take an edge. He goes there again, another lovely delivery. They're stringing these balls together. Lovely spell of bowling.
And this is what the off-spinners need to do in tandem. You need to entice the batter, get him on the front foot. You can see the ball getting a bit of purchase now. And really they should be looking for the wicket.
He drives that one. Closes out another over. 125 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, so a good follow-up over that from the young man Williams, Kobe Williams, just backing up what Roston Chase would have produced in his previous over. So the Empire side, like you said, really stringing together a group of deliveries now, and you would think they want to build pressure in that zone.
Yes, and we see a switch over to Pickwick, where Pickwick are going up against the BCA youth team. Ivan Grant and Rohan Ryan currently batting for Pickwick, just 51 for 1 as they lead by 184 runs. So Andy, they're currently in the driver's seat over the Barbados youth team.
And you can see seems to be some aggressive style type batting by Ivan Grant. He's 32 off 19 deliveries. Very attractive player, Ivan Grant. Can tell you if he can spend any length of time with this kind of rate that he's batting at, he can really put some pressure on the youth team.
Lovely shot all the way over cover for 6 runs from Reefer. He just holds the pose on that occasion and it goes into the boundary for 6. Let's have a look at the replay.
Again, just to tell you the nature of this batting pitch. A delivery, look at that from Raymond Reefer, getting fully to the pitch of it, extended his arms and heading a long way over long off for yet another 6. So Ralston is guilty of getting a bit too close on this occasion and capitalize immediately is that man Raymond Reefer.
Yes, a lovely shot indeed. We now see a bit of a huddle in the middle. Reefer and Stout just having a chat. Stout looks to be investigating the bat. Probably asking him, what sort of bat is it? Hitting the ball nicely.
Yeah, well, that's an effortless shot, really. Didn't put much effort into that. Just perfect timing. And hitting that one a long way over the top for 6.
Definitely. 2 experienced players going at it in the middle. Ralston Chase against Raymond Reefer. Who will win the battle?
Like I said, this is going to be the challenge. A good pitch, and Raymond Reefer really getting entrenched here. He's on 38 from 31 and really showing his class.
Chase into Reefer. Good delivery. 2 good comeback deliveries after over pitching slightly and being hit for 6. He's just pulled back his length slightly, bowled a bit flatter. So, good adjustment from Chase. Slightly short. Just punching that one out into the point region. 1 run.
Yeah, that's the experience of Ralston Chase, like you said. Just putting a bit more pace onto the deliveries here to Reefer. Just not allowing them to get under it, to try to get it down the ground again. But it brings Shim Watson into strike. He's on 11 from 19. I'm sure Ralston Chase would probably enjoy this encounter a bit better.
Yes, definitely. Comes back in again. Just cutting that one beautifully through the offside. Fielders give chase. Batsmen come back for 2. Fielder does well. And they complete 2 runs, taking the tally up to 134 for 3. But as you were saying, a good battle out in the middle. You know they always say that iron sharpens iron. So Ralston Chase versus Raymond Reefer. It is a tremendous battle indeed. 2 experienced players who have had the opportunity to represent West Indies at the highest level. So it's always good when they can come back, represent their clubs and battle at the club level.
It all argues well for the quality of cricket. All that.
Watson, tight in defense there. And it brings yet another over to an end. 134 for 3.
Well, yes, like I said, after being struck over the top by Raymond Reefer with that first delivery, you saw Chase going a bit more on the flatter side to really go more on the defensive. But a good batting between the pair of Tim Watson and Raymond Reefer. They said just really putting together this partnership and dropping the deficit. But the current run rate continues to be healthy. They're still scoring at some 6 runs or over. Remember, this inning started, they'd have some 35 overs to close out the day. So we're at 22. So still another 13 overs required.
Yes.
Before the end of today's play.
Correct. And this partnership that you mentioned is exactly what Wanderers need right now. It's really building, it's really developing, and they're chipping away at that lead. They just trail by 61 runs now. So the partnership looks to be good, and I really hope that Wanderers can continue and keep up this tremendous effort. Flowing drive through the offside from Reefer, and he just holds the pose. 4 runs.
Yeah, another exquisite drive there by Raymond Reefer. Is coming on the front foot with given there from Cody Williams, and Reefer hitting this one past the infield. There's no man on the sweeper fence. So once it gets past the infield, outfield still very quick here at the Wanderers and into the boundary for 4.
Williams. How will he come back? Dot ball struck firmly back to the bowler.
A good delivery. That's a good delivery. Those are the ones you want to continue. Grow up in those deliveries in that line, in that length. Ask him to come forward. Uncertainty needs to be more consistent.
Most definitely, he'll be looking to toil away both those deliveries. Reefer just showing aggression, and he hits that one long and away over the boundary, all the way for 6. Reefer continues his aggression. Well played.
Just using his feet as you see the replay, get into the pitch of that one and hitting it inside to out over to the big building over there in Paho. Hit hard into the boundaries, into the wall, really. As you see, a security guard just helping to relay that one back in the field. But excellent shot by Raymond Reefer. Just getting into the pitch, using his feet, Rashawn, and expertly playing that one over the offside.
Reefer just motoring along here. 49 from 37 deliveries. Just 1 run will take him to his half century. It would be the first half century of the game from a Wanderers player. Shem Watson, his partner, falling just 1 short last innings. I hope that I didn't pull the commentator's curse on him as he mentioned something. He gets to the half century with a lovely sweep down the leg side. Reefer goes to 50.
Yeah, just changing his line of attack as you see him going around the wicket now to the left-hander is Kobe Williams, and he's gone into the sweep shot. Excellent batting there by Raymond Reefer, picking the line, as he said, going around the wicket outside the leg stump and sweeping that one to bring up a half century. Brilliant half century, 53 off 38 deliveries. Raymond Reefer really fighting for his team.
Yes, the sweep shot has been one that's been so effective today. We saw young Dre Springer sweeping quite confidently all the way to the boundary for 6. Then we saw opener from Wanderers Joshua Morris sweeping a bit in his 43 runs, and now Reefer implementing the sweep shot. So the sweep shot has been one that has been working on this wicket today.
Yeah, and like I said, the spinners need to come to the party on this surface, like I say, but there needs to be some form of consistency.
Yes, Williams closes on over. An expensive one there, 14 runs coming from the over. 148 for 3 after 23 overs.
And yes, you saw the inexperience of someone like a Kobe Williams there, like you said, getting the boundaries on both sides of the pitch. This is not good for our spin bowler. He's got the control. You got to allow the batter to score on one side of the pitch. As you see him just getting struck over the extra cover by Raymond Reefer. But what was a lovely shot. And then you just see him trying to change the line of attack, going around the wicket, over the wicket to the left-hander, who was able to just play that sweet shot. So again, that inexperience of where you want to have your batsman scoring, you just need to set your field and bowl to pretty much more of a defensive feel to someone like Raymond Reefer.
Yes, Raymond Reefer, he's in and he's set now, so Empire will just have to look to restrict the runs before the end of the day. Wanderers 148 for 3 in 23 overs, so we're definitely seeing a better batting performance than they displayed in the first innings. Roston Chase comes back into the attack.
Well, Chase, he be looking to bowl a bit tighter this innings, this over, sorry, but he's bowling to Shims Watson, who he might be fancy bowling a bit earlier against.
We're seeing some, it looks to be an injury from Watson. He's down on the ground. I hope that he's all right. Bit of anger. It appears to be his knee. We see a brace there. So we have a pause in play as the coaches make their way out to assist Watson.
See that he seems to be bothered with an injured knee coming into this innings. You see him just in anguish, really. You see that knee seems to be giving some trouble. It looks like he's good, but he's up on his feet right now walking around. So you can see him seems to be good enough to be able to carry on. But here he is. I thought he was in a lot of agony when you first saw him, in anguish, and fell to his ground in this day. But here he is. We watch to see if he will carry on in this innings.
Well, he's walking towards the pavilion, so I'd get the impression that he's coming off. But I do hope that all is well with him It's never good to see players suffering from injuries. It is a serious thing that a lot of our players suffer from. So I wish him all the best, and I hope that he comes back here tomorrow well rested, and I hope that he's feeling better. So he will make his way off of the field. A new batsman will have to replace him.
Let's see how detrimental that can be to his team. As we said, he was going great guns with Raymond Reefer. They're really putting together a very good repair job for the Wanderers. But it seems to be an injury that is repeating itself, really. As you see him with that brace on that left knee. And from the time he played the shot, you saw him fell to the ground, Agnish. And here he is just making his way back into the pavilion. Be interested to find out from someone from the Wanderers what's the extent of that injury and who will be the new batter making their way out.
Yes, a new batter will have to go out and join Raymond Reefer. But we have a quick peek back over at Pickwick, where Ivan Grant is continuing his dominance. 45 from just 25 deliveries. Ivan Grant, another QC product, joined by Rohan Ryan, 15.
Who's also of QC.
Yes, Pickwick is known to be a Queen's College club. When boys graduate, they go straight into the Pickwick side. We see young Andre Baptiste having done that. Preston Clark as well.
Yep. So Barry Ford, your coach at the Queen's College, he'll be happy to see his boys doing well. But 66 for one, a course of over number 10, Justin Paris, who had a big haul in the first innings. He's entrusted with the ball. He's into his first over, already conceded some 9 runs, 2 fours in this spell so far. It brings Rohan Ryan, the captain. He's on strike. See, as it is Paris, leg spinner, tall and got a very good googly, but a lot of bunks on this occasion. But getting on the top of that one is Rohan Ryan, playing it behind point, and looks to come back for a second. So 2 more to the total. Takes the ESA Fields Pickwick by a lead of 201 runs. So really piling on the runs and putting the pressure on the Signet Globe Financial Youth Barbados team. As Ian Boyce is the new batter. He's made his way out to the middle. He'll be facing up to Rawson Chase.
Yes. Unfortunate turn of events there for Shem Watson, being retired hurt. But it brings Ian Boyce to the crease, and he'll have to close out the day for his team alongside partner Raymond Reefer. Starts on the back foot, just punching that one out to the cover region. No run.
Yeah, he just looked so calm there. Ian Boyce to start that, just on the back foot, standing tall and punching it into the offside.
Chase makes his way to deliver again. Good delivery. Quick single behind point. Boyce opens his account with a single.
Yeah, it just seems that he has so much time to play that one, Ian Boyce. Like you said, as you speak about Queen's College, these are 2 products of the Commermere School. Rawson Chase and Ian Boyce, both of them came through the tutelage of Roddy Eswick. So it brings Raymond Reefer. He comes back into strike. He's on 53 from 39 and batting excellently.
Yes, Raymond Reefer reaching that half century in quick time. Just 39 deliveries. So he'll look to continue, see through the rest of the day, and hopefully come back and get a big one tomorrow. Raise his hand and his helmet.
So just picking it off is Raymond Reefer, picking up another single. I can tell you, in this game so far, there were some 74s and 29 sixes being struck so far in this game.
Wow, boundaries galore. We've seen a lot of positivity. We've seen a lot of aggression. Batsmen not afraid to hit the ball. They've just come out guns blazing.
Yeah, I tell you, Ian Boyce, though, look, such confidence coming onto the front foot on that occasion and just playing the ball back down to the bowler.
Chase comes in to deliver the final delivery of the over. Boyce just keeps that one out. Brings another over to an end. 150 for 3.
Very good over there by Rawson Chase, but we said Shem had to retire hurt. Their previous batsman just seems like he injured his knee. Well, it seems to be a bit of an old injury, and he had to make his way into the pavilion, making way for Ian Boyce, who's really looked very confident in those first 4 deliveries that he's batted. I can tell you, He looks a competent player. He will walk to bat out this day and carry on tomorrow.
Yes, most definitely Shem Watson. He played, a well-constructed 49 in the first innings, and he was now building his innings in his second innings. So it was unfortunate to see him retired hurt, but I really hope that he's well and comes back out tomorrow to continue batting for his team. We have a change of bowling from the Professor Edwards end. Jaden Edmond comes back into the attack.
Yeah, taking out the attack from the Prof. Edwards end is correct. Like you said, the pacer, you need to get a wicket. You will want to get one here for the evening. Take another wicket before we go into the close-up play. So good tactic really by young Nathan Seeley to bring his pace man back. Kobe Williams started to leak runs and he was getting a bit easy for Raymond Reefer. So this is a good tactic really to see how Jaden Edmond can go about his work.
Yes, and we see a spread in the field, a deep point, deep square. I'm looking to see if there's anyone down on the fine leg boundary, but because of my view, I can't necessarily tell. But Edmond comes back into the attack.
Well, it's really a man station at the deep backward square in Jaden Yard. He's down there on the deep backward square boundary. So you got maybe a third man as well. No, 2, 4, 5. So yes,
Edmond comes in.
There's a fine leg and a deep backward square.
Yes, Reefer just scampering a quick single, brings Boyce back into strike.
Fielder John Rupp, he now have to make his way all the way around because the right-handed Ian Boyce comes into strike. So he's got to run a long way from fine leg to the left-hander to make his way around to fine leg for the right-hander.
John Ruck, that mentioned, we haven't seen him. We haven't seen him quite in action yet with the ball for this innings, but I'm sure that he will feature at some point for Empire. He's a very capable left arm spinner. Boyce faces up to Edmond. Deep square, deep fine. Reefer looks to be busy in the middle, looking to run any and everything, but Boyce not interested.
But again, you can see Boyce how easy he looks in the middle. Here's John Rupp on that the fine leg boundary. Sure, he would walk to give a chance with the ball. Left arm spinner, like you rightfully said. Haven't had a ball as yet in this innings. Transfer over from the Yorkshire side, making this appearance for the A Auto Parts Empire.
Lovely delivery from Edmond, just kept out. No run. Tidy over so far for Jaden Edmond. A single followed by 2 dots. Halfway through the over, you look to close out this over on a strong note as we approach the end of day number 2. It's currently 5:32 p.m.
We still have some 10 overs remaining in this innings, in this day's play. Sorry.
In behind that solid is Ian Boyce.
He looks a real fixture there, Ian Boyce. Like you said, ever since you walk out, you just have that presence. He looks comfortable in the middle there. Just getting right behind that one and defending stoutly.
Yes, he got a start in the first innings, scoring 20 runs, but he'll look to capitalize and carry on this innings, potentially getting to a half century, doing what is needed of him from his team, which is a partnership. In behind that one, solidly again.
Seems like a man who was batting from yesterday, really. He's just really getting behind the lines of these balls and playing this one with a full bat face, straight bat, hitting dead into the middle, Rashawn. This is a man who looks in good nick.
Yes, and I've now looked to my right, Andy, and I realize that Wanderers have implemented some sort of strategic move. Captain Jared Lovell has not come to the creases yet.
Well, I don't know if it's strategic. Jared Lovell, he was struck was in the outfield, feeding that for his short leg. And you also saw him had to take some time off the field for a period. I had a word with him, and he told me he was getting a bit of dizziness after being struck. So I think they won't want to put him in the middle with such an injury. He would want to have a look by the physician or something. But here's as it overcomes, and then at the end of 25 overs, still trailing by 43 runs, the Wanderers are 152 for 3. Rashawn.
Yes, 152 for 3. Good batting by Raymond Reefer, leading the way. 55 from 41 deliveries. Roston Chase, ball in hand for Empire. They'll look to get another wicket before the day closes out. And facing is Ian Boyce.
Yeah, Boyce, he's on 2 from 9 deliveries. And of those 9 deliveries, I think all 9 deliveries has hit dead in the middle of his bat.
Yes, he came out and he's looked good ever since. Another delivery, just cutting that one beautifully through the offside, and it runs close into the boundary. It won't go all the way though. Fielder does well, and they come back for 2 runs. But you talked about Boyce. He's just looked the part from the time he's came out. Every ball hitting the middle of the bat, and he looks as if he has time as well. Just rocking back on the back foot on that occasion, just cutting it through the offside delicately, coming for 2 runs.
Yeah, just the good nature of this pitch allow you to play those type of shots.
That's probably the first one that he didn't hit.
Yeah, and he got into a good position. He picked the length pretty quickly, but he just failed to get back onto that one. But he's looking for a real fixture since he's been there.
Yes. Chase. Boyce just leaving that one. Bit of bounce on that occasion, bounce and turn. We've seen that quite a bit today.
And this is what I expected of Roston Chase. With that high arm really coming from the top, you can see the bounce that he extracts. But still again, Ian Boyce on top of it.
Yes. You talked about Roston Chase's high arm, a tall built fella. Anyone who doesn't know him would assume he's a fast bowler. If that height, he's probably about 6'4", 6'5", slim build. That's usually what fast bowlers are built like. You wouldn't expect an off spinner to be bowling at this height.
Well, it's contrast between him and Yard.
Yes. You'd expect Yard to be bowling the off spin and Roston to be bowling the pace. Oh, a bit of sloppy work. Chase throws it and Albert misviews it, and it runs close into the boundary. 2 easy runs for Ian Boyce.
Well, if it's one man who wouldn't be disappointed with that, is Boyce. Defended back down to the bowler. The bowler got a hand on it and threw it back to the wicket keeper, who failed to get a hand to it even. And feel the batter is good enough to pick up a couple in the process. But he overcomes it, and then at the end of it, they're 156 for 3. Still striking at some 6 runs of overthrow this innings of 26 over his bowl. There's trail by 39 runs. Raymond Reefer, he's on 55, and Ian Boyce, he's on 6.
Yes, and we now having a look at Mario Albert, who has been so excellent with the gloves throughout the entire game. Just a bit of a fault on that occasion, but no discredit to how well he's done throughout this entire game. A new addition to this Empire side and making an impact immediately, both with gloves and the bat. He didn't get a big score, but from the start he got Andy. You could tell that he looked in good stead.
He's a competent player, Mario Albert. Bill, like I said from last week, both in front and behind the stumps. He's a very competent player. I'm sure he will get some runs for sure. He will bat with that same positivity throughout this season. That is the way he plays. But he just threw it away today. Bad shot selection.
Yes, we now see Edmund coming in from the Prof. Edwards end. Reefer just in and behind that one, blocking it, no run.
So this is a lovely pitch, Rashawn. You will walk to bat on this surface. The bounce continue to be true. Ball just coming on to you. Just need to bide your time. Ball is getting a bit softer as well. So once you're in, as Raymond Reefer is, he's on 55 from 42. You will walk to carry on and raise that bat for the composite century, like you rightfully said.
Yes, a lovely pitch here indeed. I certainly would love to bat on it. But Reefer, he's in now. Pulling that one through the leg side. It won't go all the way into the boundary. Boyce comes back for 2. Reefer just scampering in, but he makes it safely. Goes up to 57.
Yeah, again, ball short on length, and picking his length pretty quickly was Raymond Reefer, getting on the back foot, just trying to pull that one through the mid-wicket region. He didn't quite time it as he was like, but got into a really good position and picking up 2 in the process.
Yes, and on this wicket that is playing so well, and we have a set batsman such as Reefer, I don't think anything is going to get him out here at this point, Andy. I think that if he's going to get out, he has to get himself out, because to be set like this, wicket is good. Nothing is threatening him.
Well, that's why we call cricket a game of glorious uncertainties.
Yes,
Something can happen.
something definitely can happen, but I think that it's going to be very, very difficult for the Empire side to get him out at this point. He just looks easy on the eye. He's playing with time. I'd love to see another century here at Darrow's Road tomorrow. We already had one from Kofi Huddle. Lovely delivery outside of the off stump. Good line and good length.
Good judgment as well by Raymond Reefer, the batter. Just allowing that one to go through to the keeper. He's picking up his lines pretty early. He saw it was outside the off stump and just shouldering arms as the bowler and the fielders thought that they were in with a chance.
Yes, we see Reefer doing some gardening. Perhaps the wicket is cracking up a bit after being used all day. So he will just be patting in those rough spots, making sure that it's flat. No chance for the ball to hit and do any funny deviations. Oh, and he falls. Commentators curse, perhaps.
Well, I told you it's cricket. It's a game of glorious uncertainties. Something can happen in this game. You said a full delivery, and he coming and get a soft dismissal, really, coming on the front foot, hitting the ball straight to that man stationed in the cover region, Raymond Reefer. He has to make his way back into the dugout, and he'd be disappointed that he couldn't see out the afternoon's play, really. But a delivery full on lane from Jaden Edmund. He said he's got the knack for picking up wickets, and so said, so done on that occasion.
Yes, Reefer. He closes out his innings, a well-constructed innings. But what he's done there just now, although he played so well, losing that wicket could have possibly been detrimental for this Wanderers side, because now he's exposed the youngster, Jelani Joseph, who's walking out to the crease at this late hour in the evening. Anyone would know, Andy, that no one wants to come in at such a late hour in the evening. The pitch has been used. They were in the field all day. He's mentally drained, so these next couple of minutes will require him to be completely focused, as he has to make it through the day.
Well, yeah, it's Jelani Joseph, the new batter, making his way into the middle. Jaden Edmund in the process, picking up his first wicket. 1 for 27. He's into the 7th over. But more importantly, the base scalp of Raymond Reefer. Caught by Parman. So made that catch look pretty easy, was Parman there in the cover region. It will be pressure on young Jelani Joseph to see out the close of play.
Yes, most definitely. These evening sessions are the hardest to bat. Typically in Test cricket, we'd see a night watchman come out because you don't want to expose your best batsman at these hours. So Jelani Joseph, he has one job and one job only. Bat the remainder of the day and come back and score runs tomorrow. First delivery, Edmund comes in. Solid in behind it. And he closes out yet another over. 158 for 4. 27 overs completed.
Get over there by Jaden Edmund, picking up the coveted wicket of Raymond Reefer, the set batter. He made his way for 57, well played 57, 5 fours and 3 sixes of 46 deliveries. So a lot will depend on the remainder of the batting here. Remember we said Captain Lovell, he's a bit of an injury. So 2 is player who had to retire hurt.
Oh, Shem Watson.
Watson,
my apologies.
Yeah, Watson, he would have retired hurt. So a lot will depend on this lower order and how well young Ian Boyce shelters them around.
Yes, and we see a change of bowling. Shaquem John Ruck into the attack. He replaces Roston Chase from the pavilion end. Left arm spinner, perhaps they brought him in to see if he can make something happen at this late hour in the evening.
Well, that would be the plan, really. But again, just to change up, as you saw, someone like Boyce, who was looking very easy against Roston Chase. So just a little bit of a change up, really, to see how the left hand spinner will go.
Ruck into Boyce. Starts with a good delivery, drawing Boyce onto the front foot. And the Empire side, they're very chirpy at this late hour in the evening. They'd be hoping to get that wicket. They're clapping. The energy and the spirits are high. Drops that one shorter. And Boyce gets back and capitalizing, pulling that one all the way into the boundary for 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, again, picking the length a bit slow. He didn't have much pace on that one, John Rutt, and getting into a lovely position as Ian Boyce. Like we said, he timing the ball very well from the time he came to the middle, and again, getting in a really good position and capitalizing. Hit that one into the vacant mid-wicket region for 4.
Yes, so Ruck starts a bit on the shorter side of things. He'd want to pitch up, get the batsman coming onto the front foot as he did on his first delivery. They won't want to leak runs at this hour in the evening. Wanderers trail by just 33 runs now. They've done well to build this innings and dig themselves out of a hole.
Yeah, so John Rutt, like you said, just getting the opportunity to really spin a web. But Ian Boyce, he's got other ideas.
Quicker delivery, loud appeal, but umpire opts not out.
And that's the energy you want to see on the ball from the left-hand spinner. Like I said, the previous ball was an easy ball, really what we call pies. And capitalizing, he lashed onto it very quickly, was Ian Boyce.
Yes, we now saw the replay. That one perhaps drifting down the leg side. That's the delivery we want to see. Just getting Boyce to come forward. Playing off of the front foot. Full delivery, driven beautifully by Boyce through the covers. And he just walks down the wicket as it goes all the way into the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, another easy delivery. You can't give up those easy balls to the batter. Like you said, after being struck down the mid-wicket for 4, you came back with 2 very good deliveries. And here you are, the inexperience showing again, just floating the ball, giving the easy delivery for the batter and capitalize well as Ian Boyce.
A loose start here from Shaquem John Ruck. He started too short and then too full on that occasion. Good delivery there to close out the over. 28 overs come to an end. 166 for 4.
Yeah, good by the batting there by Ian Boyce. Really lashing on to the loose deliveries by the new bowler in John Rutt. Left-arm spinner from around the wicket here to the right-hander. And he couldn't contain him. Like I said, just a couple of good deliveries, but then also a few loose deliveries, allowing the batter to really get on top and cashing in.
Yes, John Ruck started loose there, giving away some runs. Edmund comes back from the Prof Edwards end. Jelani Joseph is the striker.
Do you know who's Prof Edwards?
I do not actually. I just
I'll give you that job as your homework. You need to go home and research who is Richard Prof Edwards.
I will note it down now actually. I've seen his sign there all of these years, but I've never thought to research it, so that probably is bad on my part.
That one really missed you? I thought you were Mr. Research.
Richard Prof Edwards. Judging from the fact that he has an end. Beautiful shot. Oh, there's a fielder there, and he takes him. I was misled, Andy. I thought that one was going over the fence, but he didn't get it that good. And we'll watch the replay now. A short delivery, maybe not short enough to pull, and Joseph just pulling it into the hands of that square leg fielder, and another wicket falls. That's the substitute fielder, the Manny Roach, taking that catch.
Yeah, like I said, it looks like it was a setup, really. A short delivery coming in from the pacer. You saw them positioning that man strategically there for that shot, and Joseph failing to get into a good position. He really succumbed to the trap, really, trying to pull that one over the square leg region, hustled him for pace, and a good catch there by the man running in from square leg. So, the Wanderers, they lost yet another wicket. They put themselves in further trouble. Remember, Lovell, the captain, he was having a bit of a concussion, and here he's now have to make his way into the middle at this late in the evening.
Yes, and that is what I was now mentioning to you, Andy, that the loss of that wicket from Reefer exposes the young batsman Joseph, and we don't want that. Wanderers would never want that at such a late hour in the evening. Coming in is a new batsman on his debut with all of this pressure. So he falls, Another wicket goes down, 166 for 5. Andy, with that pause, I'll now take a break. And, oh,
Well, yeah, we allow you to take a break, but we're just going to ask you to carry on for this over, really, young Rashawn. But a good wicket to get at this time of the day, but it brings Captain Lovell into the middle, and he's got quite a lot of work. They still trail. The deficit is still very much there, but 5 wickets to the good of the Empire side, trailed by 29.
yes, new batsman to the crease is Jared Lovell. As we have a change in batsman, we now have a change in the commentary booth as well. Welcome back, Mr. Wayne Holder.
Well, thank you for that welcome. Not the ideal time to be coming to start a new innings.
Yes, we now saw that prime example with Jelani Joseph just now. He came to start his innings just now late in the evening, but he also concluded his innings in quick timing. So Wanderers find themselves in a spot of bother at 166 for 5. But they have 2 batsmen who are more than capable. Jared Lovell, the skipper, and Ian Boyce, who has a start, 14 from 21 deliveries. Edmund comes in to Lovell. Full delivery, flicked off the legs, goes out to that square leg fielder. Just 1 run on that occasion.
Trouble in the camp. Let's put it that way. Trouble in the Wanderers camp. Half their wickets down, and still yet to dispose of the deficit. Now some 28 runs in arrears as we wind down. Action packed second day. They're basically where a couple of batsmen dominated. One can immediately think.
That one just worked off the legs from Boyce. Goes down to the fine leg fielder, John Ruck. Just 1 run.
They dominated mainly by a century from Kofi Huddle of Empire. And we also saw a blazing knock from Raymond Reefer. Actually, as far as the Wanderers team are concerned, gone too soon. Reefer, they would have been very, very happy if Reefer were able to remain stuck in by the close of play.
Lovell just tapping that one into the offside. He scamper a quick single. And it's a no ball. Edmund infringing the front crease.
Gerard Lovell. Another one of those players whom I've heard the question asked, like, who is Gerard Lovell? Well, outside of persons who closely monitor the Elite Division and First Divisions. But I myself have heard the name. I know of the name. I know he has been around the Wanderers club for a while. I suspect he may very well have been a product of that Wanderers academy. I'm not so sure.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to inform me. Tell me about Jared Lovell.
Yes, Jared Lovell. He's a die-hard Wanderers player. He's been around the club for 20 years. I saw an interview with him recently. He's now 26, and he's been here from the time he was a young man. So he's been here for long. I'll just put a pause in that as we see Ian Boyce facing up. Right, back to Jared Lovell. He's a young guy, but he's what one would call an experienced player for this side, earning him the captaincy. Another over comes to an end, 175, 29 overs completed.
Light beginning to fade, still quite even. I think the light has held up well today. And we sit with some 6 overs maximum still left to be bowled. Possibility we will get in the majority of them I would want to predict.
Yes, but back to Jared Lovell. He's no stranger to this level, and he scored runs at this level, having scored a century versus Gladiola last year, 100 not out, not last year, my apologies, in 2023. And he has 5 half centuries in this division, 2 which came last year, and 3 which came in 2024. So he's one that has the ability to score runs. He's one that scores freely all around the ground. And he's what I would just call a class batsman. He looks technically correct. And he brings experience to this Wanderers side. He'd no hope to see out there for this team.
One imagines that he's batting at this position mainly because of the injury that he suffered earlier today. Well, he took a knock, actually, I should say, on the helmet, fielding at the short leg position, and did come off the field at some point. And one notices he's decisively batting out of position here, I would want to guess.
Yes, he is batting out of position. He would have came at number 3 last innings, but now we see him walking out to the crease at number 7. Short delivery, pulled down, and it goes all the way into the boundary for 6 runs. Some spectators scampering down there.
Well, yes, survival it was, because that ball was hit tremendously hard by Ian Boyce. Another short pull down delivery from the left arm orthodox spinner, well, the left arm spinner John Ruck, and Boyce really pounding it, and the ball traveling quickly over the rope. There's a fielder, young Jaden Yard at deep mid wicket, and for a minute he might have been interested, but the ball clearing him and out of the boundary for 6.
Boyce just easing forward on the front foot.
Quite
John Ruck, he started a bit loose, having conceded quite a bit runs last over, and he's came back this over and conceded 7 runs already in his first 3 deliveries. Just a bit inconsistent in his lengths.
Somewhat impressed by the assuredness, though, of Ian Boyce. You know, he's one of those players that I've noticed. He's come and he's stamped his authority. He's announced his presence at the crease.
Yes, most definitely. But, oh! Thankfully, Edmund does well to get out of the way. Bad bounce on that occasion.
Very close to spoiling his features.
Yes. But Ian Boyce, as we were now talking about, I was now joking with Andy about it, that since he's came out, about 90% of the balls he's batted has came off of the middle.
But yes, as I said, very assured, very compact in his approach. Seems to be very confident in his abilities. He's looking to, I guess, transfer the pressure from himself back onto the bowlers and to the fielding side.
Yes, Wanderers have definitely been doing that, and they've been doing it well. As another over comes to an end, 178 for 5 after 30 overs.
Some 7 bowlers employed by the Empire captain Nathan Seeley to bring them to that 178. So drawing a bit closer to the first innings deficit here. Wanderers, it's going to take a yeoman effort to see them get out of this bind in which they have found themselves. Not impossible. Like I said, good batting conditions, and you've got 2 very experienced players still in. Hopefully they will want to see this pair come in, not out at the close, and then they'll take their chances come tomorrow when this first series match is set to conclude. Remember, for anyone who may be joining us for the first time, that Wanderers won the toss and elected to bat on the first day and were dismissed for 176. Empire closed at 157 for 4, and today carried on to a total of 371 for 9 declared.
Boyce just getting forward on the front foot, seeing that one out to the cover region. They want to be very watchful, Wayne, as to not lose any more wickets for this evening session. That would be the worst possible thing that can happen.
Can't afford to. Definitely cannot afford to lose a wicket before the close. Wanderers as it heads towards 6 o'clock now. The umpires may very well be looking to call it at the end of this over.
Good delivery outside the line of the off stump from Edmund, left alone from Boyce.
I guess you may warn me about my predictions. I haven't been on the ball today. Good thing I wasn't spending my money at the Garrison where the horse racing is going on. But of course, you will be welcoming back Lyndon Yard to the position as in the commentary tomorrow. I actually just filling in for Yardy, and it has certainly been a great pleasure.
Yes, it's been a lovely pleasure being alongside you, Wayne. I definitely have learned a lot today from being alongside someone who's been doing it for so long and who has so much experience. So I thank you for that, and it's been a wonderful experience. It's been wonderful conversations, and I hope that we work together more in the future.
We look forward to that. I mean, it's about time now to build towards the future. I'm closer to the end than I am to the beginning, for sure.
Boyce just leaving that one alone.
Say the awesome. So Edmund coming back and doing the job with the older ball. One must commend him. Skillful bowler, Jaden Edmund, and has been part and parcel of the system in Barbados for quite a while. Started out at the foundation school and playing for the BCA youth. And also would have played at the national youth level.
Comes in now to Boyce. Bangs that one into the wicket, and Boyce just swivels that one down to fine leg all the way for 4. A lovely shot up on his toes and swivels it down to the boundary. Well controlled.
Very well controlled. I mean, I have to repeat your words because I had those words on my lips before you actually voiced them. But there was a short delivery and a pivoting on that back foot, pirouetting like a ballet dancer. The great Res Pereira would describe.
Res Pereira. I don't know that name. Can you educate me as to who that is? Edmund comes into Boyce. Just leaves it alone. He's being very watchful.
Joseph Res Pereira, one of the best known voices in Caribbean cricket over a number of years. He would have been retired for quite a while. That's probably why you haven't heard the name. But you hear that name, Res Pereira, synonymous with Tony Cozier. Tony Cozier, known as the doyen of West Indies cricket commentators, respected all over the world. And Res Pereira, very much a partner of his. I'm going to give you some homework. Go and check upon Res Pereira, Rashawn.
All right, most that this is my second set of homework because Andy asked me if I know Prof. Edwards, and I told him I don't know who it is. He told me to go home and research Richard Prof. Edwards. So now I have a second set of homework. I'm going to be busy this weekend.
Oh, let me tell you something. If I'm going to be teaching you, you're going to learn from me.
Yes.
One of the things you've got to do is read. You've got to research. You've got to go and find out about the history of the game. It is okay to come here and do the ball by ball. I'll never forget the very first time I did ball by ball commentary. It was right here at Wanderers.
Wow.
And I was doing a match between Wanderers and Carlton. And I always figured I could do this thing. I came on the air. The Res Pereira was actually the anchor at VOB at the time. And here it was. I started to describe the cricket. Then the ball went into the outfield and nothing was happening. And I found myself lost and realized to myself, this is more than just describing balls. You cannot have dead air. You've got to fill the air. So there's so much to learn about this craft. And one of the things I'm going to admonish you, do your homework, do your research, know your history.
Yes, most definitely. I wish that you were here tomorrow because I'm coming back to tell Andy about Prof. Edwards, but you aren't going to be here. But next time we work together, I will definitely tell you about Res Pereira.
Well, not for sure that I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here in this seat, but I may very well be here at some point tomorrow.
All right. Well, I will definitely tell you about Res Pereira.
Joseph Res Pereira.
Joseph Res.
Res is a nickname code to say.
All right, I'm here noting it down right now. The spectators cannot see that, but I will go home and do my homework. But it's been overall a tremendous day for the Empire side, heavily dominant for Empire. Starting the day on 157 for 4, and they've taken their lead all the way up. Before we get to the lead, they've scored 371 for 9 declared, and Wanderers in response are currently 182 for 5. We saw that tremendous century from Kofi Huddle, 108 from 96 deliveries, 8 fours, 9 sixes. And Mario Albert ably supporting him, 20 from 26 deliveries. Jaden Edmund also contributing, 27 from 41. And Kobe Williams and Dre Springer closing out the innings with 31 from 27 deliveries. And Kobe Williams, 24 from 47. So it's been overall a good day for the Empire side.
And well, the spectators, the few spectators who came here were royally entertained. You know, we talk about red ball cricket, and some people could sometimes talk about it being boring and slow and whatever. But I thought that today the game kept moving, and the action in the middle was somewhat riveting. And I thoroughly had enjoyed all that I saw here today. And I'll never forget that 100 by Kofi Hurdle. It was a fine knock. And generally, the Empire team putting their foot down and taking the conditions, taking full advantage and capitalizing on the conditions. Wanderers fought hard. They battled away, but I think the game was prized out of their hands by the Empire batsmen, and of course the bland nature of the batting surface. And it's going to take, as I said earlier, a yeoman effort on their part if they are to at least drag themselves back into the game and really extend it deep into tomorrow's play.
Yes, most definitely. Wanderers are currently 182 for 5, and it really takes a humongous effort from the remaining batsmen to get them back in this game. They've not yet achieved a lead. They're still chasing Empire's target, so they'll have to come and chase off those runs and then now start building their innings. And they're starting at 5 wickets lost already. Hopefully by the time they get there tomorrow, no more wickets will be lost. But we can't take away from what we saw from Wanderers today. A much better innings than in the first innings. We saw Joshua Morris opening the batting, 43 from 53 deliveries, 6 fours, 2 sixes. Raymond Reefer was the star of the day, 57 from 46 deliveries, 5 fours, 3 sixes. And Ian Boyce, he's currently on 26 from 34 deliveries. So Wanderers have came back and they've done so well, Wayne. They've done well to redeem themselves and put themselves back in a position where they're able to still compete in this game.
Quickly, just spare a thought for the bowlers who had their work cut out in these conditions. And we should note the efforts of the Ian Boyce, who picked up some 4 wickets for some 86 runs. Raymond Reefer putting a very steady shift. He went for 95 from 17 overs. He picked up some 3 wickets. 2 to Pius Emilion. It was a bit wayward, in and out, up and down. Pius Emilion conceded 61 runs for his 2 wickets. And then for the Empire side, when Wanderers batted a second time, Jaden Edmund kept coming back with the old ball to pick up a couple of wickets. Nathan Seeley, Kobe Williams, and Dre Springer. I thought he looked quite good on the comeback trail, and one could expect that he can only get better picking up the first wicket. So the bowlers really had their work cut out, and we'll wait and see how it transpires come tomorrow.
Yes, most definitely. Both batsmen and bowlers stepped up here today, Wayne. It's been overall a good day of cricket. I've really enjoyed it, and what really stood out to me was the aggression of the players, both batsmen and bowlers. The batsmen came out positive at all times. They never backed down, even in tough situations. And the bowlers continue to be aggressive, targeting the stumps. So overall, it's been a tremendous day, and I look forward to what will happen tomorrow here at Darrow's Road. We thank you guys very much for watching, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at Darrow's Road at 11:30, is it, Wayne?
Well, final day, 11:30, is it? For sure.
Yes, 11:30. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Thank you for coming, and thank you, Wayne. Goodbye.
You are welcome.